We are going to set up the local environment for our project so that we can get started and work with PHP. I am going to install XAMPP for Windows as I'm using Windows 10. XAMPP is a local server that you can download for free, and the link is in the description, or you can go to this link given here. Now here you can check what exactly the versions are available and what is included. If you click on what's included, you will see everything whatever is included in this package. Like we have PHP 7.4.11 that we will be working on. So I'm going to download this particular version here, 7.4.11. so if you have that one available there, or is the latest one, you can download that too. So this is the setup. I'm going to show you how to install. So next as well. Now it is going to create a folder inside your C directory with the name of XAMPP. So we're going to click next here. Language going to be English, and next. So it will install. Now if I go to the directory in my C drive inside C, I will see that it already created a directory with the name of XAMPP, and it is going to add the files inside this particular directory. So if I open this directory, now here we are going to see a lot of files. So we mainly concerned with this htdocs folder. Alright, so the service is installed. You can click on finish and it is going to start it. If I uncheck it from here, so if I want to start it in the XAMPP folder, which is in our C directory, I can scroll down and you will see a XAMPP control. Now you can double click on it. It is going to give you the control panel like this. Now you can create a shortcut of it and can have it anywhere you want, and in case you want to open it using that one, you can do that too. So here what we are going to do, we need to make sure that our directory where exactly, if you change your directory instead of the XAMPP, by default it is going to be C XAMPP, which is it showing here. Now we need to run Apache and MySQL, these two. It is going to give us the required tools that we require to run our local server to work with PHP. So next thing we need to do is open a browser. So I have a browser here. Now when we have XAMPP running this control panel, we get access to phpMyAdmin, where we can handle all the databases. So we can say here localhost /phpMyAdmin. Now you will see something like this, and here on the left side you can create a database. You can add your databases here, as many databases you want to add. So you just need to click new here and provide a database name, and then you can click create. So if you want to have a database in your application, this is the way to go. Now what we do before creating database, I want to have an application first. So what I do, I go inside the XAMPP and htdocs, and here remember that it's under htdocs directory. Here we are going to create a folder with the name of project. So we are working on a test project or for learning, so I just give it a name of project for now. You can give any name you like, so it's going to be easy to remember. Now inside this project we need to create a file. So what I do, I have Sublime Text Editor installed. If you don't have it installed, you can download it. Link is in the description. Now we need to open this project folder inside this. So I go here, open folder. Now it is going to give me a window, and here I go to XAMPP, htdocs, I select project. Make sure you selected the select folder. It says select folder here, so it is going to select it. Now inside it we can create a new file. I call it index. Now we can create index.html, but as we are learning PHP, we are going to start using PHP for everything. So we're going to create this file. Just going to save it, save, and you have a PHP file here. Now inside PHP file, when you write PHP, you type something like this. This is the syntax to open and then close PHP anywhere whenever you want inside your HTML. So if I want to print something here, I will use echo and I will say hello world. Now I save this. Now here we need to navigate to localhost/project, and you will notice we have our hello world here, right here. So this is coming all from your PHP code that we just wrote here. If you write here anything else, and it's going to update straight away. Now if I close these servers and then I refresh this, you will see this, we will lose this. It is not going to stay there because PHP require a local server to be running all the time when you be working with PHP. So here, if you want to use it, you need to have it. It automatically picks it and you get your data here. We need to see how exactly and how properly we can start using PHP. So if I remove everything here currently and I say here HTML, so I believe you're familiar with HTML and CSS already. So in HTML you have the body content something like this. In title we say it's project. Now we want to do something, then we can add it inside the body. So make it a little bigger so that it's easy to view. So the way we use PHP is basically whenever you be using HTML and you want to work with PHP, you're simply going to put the PHP inside your body tags. So we have here our body starting and body ending here, so we are going to put here inside. So whatever operation you want to do, you will be doing here. So you refresh. Just the thing is, sorry, my servers were down. I just started them again, and it is important that you have your local server up all the time. So here we have it. Now we can do anything with PHP when it comes to data manipulation in the application. Now for example, currently I'm just printing here a string. You might want to deal with some kind of number, or you want to say let's 20 plus 2 into 2, maybe something like that. And you want to see, or it's some kind of output. So when you refresh, you get the number output. So currently I'm just putting numbers here just to demonstrate like how you can use it. So maybe you have here saying data, maybe like p tag, and in p tag you want to include your output. Then you will cover the p tag, and inside p tag you're going to put PHP, and your PHP going to display something like this. Brush, yeah, get it something like this. If you have here number, so it is going to look something like that. Now you can use another function instead of echo. You can use print if you want to, and you can use print as well. It does the same job. You can see I'm refreshing, it's still there. So this is something that it's up to you. There's no big difference in echo and print. Usually people prefer echo because it's one letter less, and mostly you use this way. So this is how you include PHP in your HTML. So in PHP, whenever you want to use a variable, you simply put a $sign and then you write the name of the variable. So if you want to get name, for example, we have an application where we are going to use users data, so we can say user underscore name. Now it can be anything. It's not like that you need to put underscore. You can even say user, or you even say username. The best practices is you should not put number initially, and the first letter should be lowercase. Now we have username here, and you can put here anything. So by setting it to equal, then here you can say Manu. Now we have username. So PHP is going to assign this name to this variable, but for now it is not going to show us anything. So what I do, I gonna say here name. So we have PHP tag. If I go here, refresh, we get name. So I say here echo $user name, and then I'm gonna save this. Now once I have it saved, we can refresh, we get the name there. Now we can store any kind of data in the name. Let's, for example, currently I'm storing a name here. This can be a string, like is web developer, okay, or we want to say string of numbers. You can do that. Even when I save this, it's not going to change much because it's still the string. If I remove these quotes, and now it is number, so it's, if I refresh, output stays the same, but the type of variable, you can see that it's storing the number this time. It's not string anymore. So we can do that. Now you can have multiple variables, and you can deal with multiple variables as well. Like, just let's say if I say this instead of user, I call it A, and I give it a value of 10, and then I say $B, which is a variable, and I will give it 15. And what I say here $C is equal to $A into $B. So you get the idea. We are putting the values here inside the variables, and then we are just multiplying it. So to see the output, we need to put variable here. So it's going to be like this. Now if I refresh the page, we get 150. So that's the total of if you multiply these two. Now let's say we have two strings and we need to join them. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna comment this so that you can have it. Here I'm gonna say $name. Again, I'm gonna put name Manu, and here $about. So you can say can play cricket. Okay. Now I want to print these two variables in one line. So I believe you already got the idea. We just gonna print it one by one. So I'm gonna add here $name, and then we are going to put here $about. Now PHP will give us an error, because if you have multiple variables like this, PHP will get confused like what variable goes where and how PHP should act, because we are not we could put everything, all these things in one line, but we are doing it separate. Maybe we are getting it from different files or databases. So to matching or joining two strings, we have to put a concatenation by putting dot. So this is something how you combine two variables, or if you want to put string to strings, you do this way. So if I go here and refresh, we get Manu can play cricket. So I just remove this here. Now if I in place of about, I simply cut this and simply place it here, and we clear this. You will see we still get it. Now same goes with the name. If I want to put name here or number here, anything, so if it is a variable, you need to put a dot. Now for example, if I remove this and save here, we're going to get an error. So this is the way. So it says syntax error unexpected, can play cricket. So it is expecting something there, expecting semicolon comma. It is guessing like what best can be, because each PHP statement ends with semicolon, so it is expecting that there should be a semicolon. But as we want this line to be a one line, we need to put here a dot to make it one. So that's why, and that's how it works. Hope you got the idea. Now I want to put this name dynamically from a form instead of putting it like a string. So I want that the user puts a name and we get that name and print here. So what I do, I simply go here and I create a form, and in form I'm going to create an input, and this input going to be type of text, and I'm going to give it a name of user. Okay, it should be user. Alright, then we are going to create a button, and this is going to be save. Alright, now in form we defined method and action. So here I'm going to say method, and I want to pass the method to get method. Just for now, action is we will be doing that, but no, for now method is enough for us. So if I refresh here, we get input and we have save button. Or now what we can do here is that I want to show whatever name user puts here in our string instead of as the string. So what we do here is we have a PHP method of getting if I see here $_get, and then I put inside user. So we are passing user here, and I am just saying here $get user. It is going to put here. Now when I save this and I refresh here, now firstly it will say undefined index, user is not defined because we don't have username entered currently, and we are not checking in our code. And I will show you how we can check that if no username is there or not in coming videos. But just for now, notice that this is something because we haven't provided the name. So what I do here, I say here Roger, and then I click save. You can see we get Roger can play cricket. So what happened is this $get user got the name here from the top, and it displayed it straight away. Now if I remove again from here, we again get the error because we don't have, because this $get looks for the user, but user doesn't have any value set to it. So if I put here back, we get it back. So this is one of the example how you get the name and how you can put it, or it can be anything. Maybe you want any number or any user input for some kind of amount or something. So you get the details like this. So by default, PHP provides us some predefined functions, and we have the option to create custom functions all by ourselves if we need to. So currently I have this php.net page open where you can see the complete list of PHP functions. So there are so many functions, and you can try them, you can use them. This is something that you need to do, and with practice you will be fluent in this. So for example, we have an array fill here, and then it says fill an array with values. We have array filter, we have array flip. So these are the functions provided by PHP. Let me show you how exactly we can use. So I have the text editor open here, and if our project page is currently blank here, because in my body I have a PHP opening tag as well as PHP closing tag, and then I have an array with the few names in it. So what I want to do, I want to show you what exactly happens when we use these functions. So what I do, I take this $array and I say echo $array. Now, because we are echoing out array, we are going to get an error. So have a look. It says array to string conversion. So in previous videos, if you notice, we used echo, we use print to print the values. But when it comes to array, we need to use print_r. Now this is the function that prints the array. So you need to remember this, that whenever you want to print array, you use print_r. So if I go now there, refresh the page, we get 0 index, name Roger, 1 Sam, 2 Andrew. So now what I want to do is I want to check like what happens if I use this function, one of the function here. So I say array flip. Let's try that one. So I simply go here, I say array_flip, and I'm gonna pass this array inside it. Alright, now I'm gonna cut this from here, and I'm gonna put it inside it here. I'm going to get a semicolon here. Now if I refresh the page, you will notice that we have Roger here as the key and 0 as a value. So if before it was 0, then Roger, and now it completely reversed it. Now if I remove it, you can see it back. So what I do, I simply copy this line here so you can see the difference, and here I'm just gonna remove this. Now if I go here, okay, we need to I'm going to put a break here. So if you alright, you can see that in the top one we have array simply and then array flip, so it's totally flipped it. Now we have another function that we can use on arrays to check how many values we have in array. So what I do is simply comment this part, and here I'm gonna say let's echo count, and I'm going to pass the array inside it. So just like that, and you can see the it's going to give us 4 because we have 4 values in our array. Now we have more functions here. We can deal with strings as well. Let's do that. What I do, I comment this one out, and I'm going to say here $line, and then it's going to be some content for learning, just a basic string here. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to count the characters, so we can do this here. I'm gonna say str_len, and we pass the variable. So our variable is $line. I save this, we go here, refresh, it tells us it has 25 characters in it. So this is how you use the PHP functions. Now we also have a few more functions, like you can search for something, like if I say string, let's go replace. So what we can do here is, like, if I want some content, you can see here we already have search, replace, and subject. So in place of subject we need to pass the line. Replace is what you want to do here. So I say yay, maybe there, and search for content. So this is what we need to search. Alright, so this is it's gonna do, then I'm gonna say echo. Okay, so okay, I made a mistake here. I missed this column here. I'm going to save this. Now we refresh. We get some yeah for learning. Now you get the idea. It's search for content, replaced it with yeah, and inside this string. So this is how you use PHP functions. So PHP functions, those are provided predefined, are there to help us, and you will be using a lot of these functions in your program. So whenever we work on website, we get user data, you will be checking like there is data present or not present. So we have functions that we can use, we have statements that we can use. These things make our program better. So I do recommend you that you do have a look on this link. This link is in the description. Check and try to practice few of these functions. This function is going to give you the idea how things work. So we can handle different type of data here. We can even put values in array, or by array push, or replace values in array. All kind of things we can do something like this. We can't cover every single function here, but it is the concept that how you use it. Currently I have this file. I'm going to remove this code here and I'm going to make it blank. Now when you be working on projects, there will be things when you have some user input you will be taking and calculating the taxes, or maybe price, or maybe discounts or coupons, anything you might want to do. So you should know how arithmetic operators works in PHP. So for example, let's say I have a dollar price of a product. Let's say it's $10. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna say, what if user wants 5? Let's gonna calculate that one. So we're gonna say dollar price, or what I do, I also put here dollar quantity. Okay, so I say dollar quantity is 5. So here we want that like in the card we get final, sorry about the spelling, final price, which is going to be dollar price into quantity. So we're gonna put dollar quantity, and that's it. Now currently it's not going to display anything because we are not echoing out anything, so we say echo dollar final price. Alright, we save this, we go here, we refresh, we get 50. That's it. Now in some cases you might want to divide or find a remainder, so we can use that too. What we need to do here is I'm going to comment this one, and I want to say, let's say the costing of some costing we are calculating now, and that's going to be dollar price, and I put here divide by dollar quantity. So we are dividing it now, and let's see what we get here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna comment this one out and echo, save this and refresh. There we get division by 0. Now let's go here. What happened? There is a spelling mistake here, sorry about that. We need to, okay, now when I refresh we get 2. Alright, now in case there is one more operator we use in PHP, that is remainder. So to see that, we can say here dollar remainder, and it's going to be dollar price, and we will put this and then dollar quantity. Okay, now we want to see this. What I do, I'm just gonna say here echo. Alright, now go here and refresh, we get 0. So what happened is, if you have 10 divided by 5, the remainder is 0. So it's going to be completely divided, so it's going to be 0. That's why we have 0 here. Now in some cases you might see, like if you know, 5 is 3 as a power of 5, what is going to be the value? Those kind of mathematical operations, if you want to do, you can do that too. So let's say in that case, what I do here, simply going to echo out, let's say echo, and I want to say 3 into 5. Now I want to calculate 3 powers 5, so it should be, so we are going to do that using this. Alright, so if I do this and here and refresh, we get 243. Now we are getting here. So this is how you calculate that. Now this is something you will be using, so it is something you should have understanding how this behaves, because in some situation where you'll be using the divide, as well as some situation where you'll be using the remainder, you should be having the understanding, otherwise it might create problem or debugging your code. For example, I create a variable here $a and I assign it a value 10. So we just assigned a value by saying equal here. Now if you say here $a and then you say equals $a and then we say here plus 5. Okay, so what do you think what we are going to get? We're gonna get an echo here and I'm gonna say $a. Okay, so when we see here we have the $a, which is 10, and it is going to go here and it's going to have 5 more, and it's going to assign it to $a, and we should get 15. So let's see here, I refresh, we get 15. So this is how it works. Now if in case you want to write it in a short way, we can, instead of writing it this way, we can also write it like this. So it's going to be $a plus equals 5. Now for the first timers it's going to be a bit confusing, so but you try to understand here that what we are doing here is these two things are exactly the same and doing the same operation. So we are saying $a is equal to $a plus 5, and here we are saying $a is equal to 5, so that means plus $a. So if you want to write it like this, that's fine. If you don't want to write it like this, it's going to be totally fine. So if I comment this one out and save here, refresh, we should still be getting 15. You can see I'm refreshing, it's not changing. So this is how you put it. So you will be seeing this in the code when you be checking other people's code in your development career. Now here, instead of this, we can pause minus as well. Now what do you think we are going to get? It should give us 5 this time. So we go here, refresh, we have 5. Alright, now I go here again. Now if you want to do the divide here, you can do that, no problem about that too. So if I go here, refresh, we get 2. So you get the idea here. Now if, for your understanding, for seeing how these things work, it's better that you start with something like this and try to change it to this pattern, like how it is working. So I'm gonna comment these all now. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put this as well so that you can see, and if you want to practice it, you can have the idea what exactly it is like. So semicolon, and I'm just going to copy this. And here, the top one is plus, this one is into. So these are all the same. Now one more thing I want to tell you here, like if you are calculating numbers, now if I say here $b is equal to 10 plus $a, and then I say plus 2. Okay, so we have $a, which is 10, we are adding 10 into it, as well as we are adding 2, so we should get 22. Okay, so if we go here, refresh, okay, we are getting 10. Why is that? Now we are getting 10 here. Okay, my bad, I'm printing $a, so it is going to be 10, so we need to print $b here. So I'm just gonna put it here, save. Now we should get 22, and I refresh here, we get 22. Now if you do this, that if you change this and this plus, instead of this I'm going to say into. Now what do you think we are going to get? We have 10 plus 2, which is going to be 12, and it's going to be 10 times 120, so we get 120. Now the noticeable thing here is that when we have parentheses, any calculation that you put inside it going to happen first. So here, when this PHP sees this statement, PHP not going to multiply 10 with 2 or 10 with $A. PHP first going to calculate these two, and then it is going to multiply it with the 10. So this is how it is going to work. So you should have the understanding. Now if I say here, just gonna copy this, paste here, and comment this one out. Now this time I put this one here and cut this like this. Alright, now we have these two in brackets, so the outcome, which was coming 120, is turns 102. The reason we have 10 into 10 because PHP is calculating this first, and after that whatever comes it is adding 2 to it. So that's how it behaves. So you should have the understanding how PHP is running, and if you need to calculate something first or in order, you can use these things as well. We're going to see comparison operators in PHP. So when we will be working with numbers and dealing with data of user, we will be comparing the data, and to do that we have some operators provided by PHP. So let's say I have a variable amount and I say it's 10, and then another I say $amount B. Let's create this amount A and this amount B, and this is going to be, let's say, 20. Okay, so what I do, I say let's check PHP which one of these is bigger. So what I say, I simply put here $amount, so I put here A, and I say bigger than $amount B. Alright, so here I'm saying like $A is bigger than $B, and we know $B is 20 and $A is 10, which is the other way around, so we should not get the true in this condition. So what happens is, if PHP checks and finds the thing what we are calculating is true, it is going to return us 1. So if I say hit true, so PHP should return 1. Okay, so here I save this, go here, refresh, we get nothing. But if I change this to the other way, now if you notice B is in actual bigger than A, we should get 1. So you can see we get 1 there. Now as it is 1, which is true, then we can use this code in our program somewhere. Now I want to give you another example here. Now let's say both of these values are 10. Alright, now here I say ask PHP, okay, check this, $amount A is equal to, I put 3 times equal, $amount B. Now this comparison operator is something you need to carefully note, that what exactly it is doing. It is going to check if both of the values in these variables are identical. So what I do, I save this, it's going to go there, refresh, we get 1. Now it checked that A has 10, B has 10. It says okay, these are equal, return 1. Now what I do in B, I'm going to maintain it 10, but I'm going to change it to string. So this is number, but it is in string. So if I go here now and refresh, 1 goes away. Now PHP says, okay, we have A, which is a number, but B is a string. It is not a number, but we know we provide a number here, and how we can check still. In that case, we need to remove 1 equal from here. Now be careful about this. The third equal checks for the type of that particular input. So here we are providing integer, here providing string. Now if you remove this and save this, it is going to check the value and value only. It is not going to check for the type. Now if I go here, refresh, we get 1 because it saw that in both the variables we have 10. Now if you add the third one, it checks, okay, 110 is integer, the another one is string. So this is something a bit complicated initially. You might get confused a little, but you need to try to understand, and a couple of times if you do this, you are going to understand how this works. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave this in the code so that you have the idea. You can download the file so you get more, you can practice on it. Now we can extend it as well. So what I do, I'm just going to add a comment here for you. So this checks for value. And here I'm going to pass this checks for value and type. Okay, I'm gonna give you another example which is going to be quite similar to this. So what I do here, I can say here like echo dollar amount A, and then I say not equal to dollar amount B. All right, bit confusing. Let's see what is happening here. We are saying, let's remove the first one, and we are saying, are these two equal? And as we checked here for the value, it is going to check for the value only, and these two values are equal. So I save this, refresh, we have 1, okay. Then I put this. Now this operator says these both values are not of the same type. Then I go here, we get 1 because that's true. Their type is different. This one is number, integer, and this one is string. Now if you remove one of these, now we have 2. Now it is asking these two are of same value. Does these two have same value? If you go here, refresh, it goes away because these two does have same value, and here it says these two does not have same value, because if you say equals, it is going to say okay, these two have same value. So the only thing you need to notice here is that only when we have two equal signs, that means we are just checking the values. In case you want to check for the type of variable as well, then you'll be putting anything that you want. If you want to pass this, or if you need to pass this. On third, it is going to check for the type as well. So make sure whenever you're using the code, remember this, because sometimes we do use 3 and we face like why it is not returning value, but we were providing both the values are the same, but the types of those values are different. So it's not going to return what we're expecting. If you know the difference by practice, you will be it's going to be easy to understand. Increment and decrement operators in PHP. So what happens is when we are calculating with numbers, we are playing with numbers, let's say $A, and I give it value 10. So here I say echo $10 A. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to show you the increment operator first. So in case you want to increment this value, you can simply say +1. All right, and it is going to do as expected. You go there, you get 11, that's fine. Now there is a way to increment it. In PHP we can say echo $A++. Okay, now it is going to increment as well. So the difference is that when we are doing some application, when you are on web, you want to repeatedly increase value, you will be using this. You generally use increment, decrement, decrement operators in loops, where we do stuff so many times. So in each time adding 1, either you can do this way, but we have the option to do this increment operator. We get an advantage of increment operator is this way, that we can add the number here. Like for example, if I put it here, plus plus $A, and go here, you will see I get 11. Now if I copy the same statement here, I'm gonna comment that one out, and here I'm gonna cut and paste it here. Alright, now this is going to give us 10. The reason, it is going to echo $A first and then going to increment the value. Now if you go here and refresh, you see 10. So it is doing one operation at a time. Now if you see here, when we added 1, it is straight away doing it. Maybe we get 11 straight away. So save here, refresh, we get 11 and 10 by this, right? So this is how we use increment operators. So we haven't reached the loops yet. In loops, when we will be using these increment operators, you will see what exactly and how exactly we use it, and why instead of +1 we are putting the plus plus. Now the only thing that you need to know is that plus plus, it will increment each time by 1. Now what if you want to decrement, you want to decrease a value? In that case, you will be doing the same. You will say echo minus minus $A. Okay, it's going to do the same thing. Now if you go here, refresh, you get 9. Now if I copy this again, commit this one, and I am going to decrease it afterwards, after printing. So refresh, we get 10. So it is not doing it, it's straight away printing it. Now if I say here echo $A afterwards as well, so it is going to print due to this part of the code. Then it's going to minus minus, which is going to decrease the number from this one, and it's going to print 9. So we should have 109 here in total. So with 10 and 9, that's happening because of that. So this is how increment and decrement operator works in PHP. So you should have the idea when we will be using loops, you will see these things going to get more clear. Currently, this is something that you need to do practice or try to understand how this code behaves. So this is how you can increase and decrease the condition statement in PHP. So what we do here, I create a variable, $A is going to be 10, and then $B, which is going to be 15. Alright, so what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to put if condition. So if condition works something like this. You put if, then inside parentheses you put condition, and then you put curly braces, and there you do some code, whatever you want to do. Then you put else, and there do something. Okay, so if the condition is true, this code will be executed, and if it is not, this code will be executed. So what I do, I commit this, and here I say if $A is bigger than $B, and we're gonna say here echo A is bigger, else echo B is big. Alright, so I save this, go here, refresh, we get B is bigger, because B is 15 and A is 10, so obviously this returned false, and as it returned false, we PHP fired this statement. So if I say here A is 20, now the A is bigger, than B, so it should change because this statement is going to be true now and this is going to be false. So refresh, A is bigger. Now you can put multiple conditions as well. Now we are just checking A is bigger than B. If you want to do, you can do this way as well. You say here else if, alright, and then you put the condition, and this should go like that. So it might look a little bit difficult, but it is not. Try to understand here what exactly happening is. We just increased one if statement here. This ends here, and we added another if here, and we say then else at the end. So here I say $A is equal to $B. So we say echo both are equal. All right, so if I go here, we will get the same output because this is going to fire because the A is bigger. But if I change this to 15, now both values are equal, and we should get both are equal. Both are equal because it checked this, it is false, then it went to this portion of code. It saw, okay, these are equal, and fire this. Now let's see if both of these statements are not true. In that case, we have B, which is 25, and here this is going to be false because A is small, and here both are not equal, so we should get B is bigger. So we go here, B is bigger. So this is how conditional statements work in PHP. You need to try and do some practice on this, and so you will get the understanding how things are working. I will leave the code into the description so you can use it as you want, the logical operators in PHP. So for example, I have a variable $A here, which is equal to 10, and $B, which is equal to, let's say, 15. All right, so what we do here is we say if $A is bigger than $B, then echo $A is bigger. Right, now what I say instead of $A, it's simply $A is bigger. And here I put else B is bigger. Okay, so now it should print B is bigger because $A is smaller than B. So if I go here, it says B is bigger. Now what we do here is when we check this condition to print this A, first of all we need to make our A bigger, so as a big, so that now it says A is bigger because this condition is true. But I want that, okay, if A is big, not only then you print A is bigger, we also want to check that if it is bigger than C, but we don't have C, so let's add here. So I say $C, which is going to be 5. So I would say, okay, if it is bigger than the B, print this, but also check is it bigger than C, so $A is bigger than $C. Okay, so you get the idea here. $A is bigger than B, which is true. This portion of code going to return true. Then we have AND. That means this is going to only work if both of the sides return true. Now it is going to check this. Okay, this is true, we know. Now what about this portion? It is going to check this now. So $A is bigger than $C. That is true. So it should print $A is bigger. So we go here, refresh, we get the same. Now let's say $C is 50, right? Now $C is bigger than everyone. So here this statement returns false because this one returned true and this will return false. So we should get $B is bigger. So let's refresh, $B is bigger. Now this is the AND operator, and you will be seeing one more, which is OR and AND. Now you can use AND like this, and you refresh the page, you will see the same output, but we use in PHP AND like this. So this is the syntax for it. So I'm going to comment here for your reference. So AND it's just is equal to AND, and then we have OR, which is equal to 2 pipes. So now let's see the example for this one. What I say, let's print A is bigger if one of these statements is true. If A is bigger than B or A is bigger than C, if one of these is true, print A is bigger. So instead of AND, I will put here OR and save this, go there. You will say A is bigger, because what happened is A is bigger than B, which is indeed it is. Here this goes to false, but it is checking OR, so it is going to print this. Now you can print OR like this too, and now if you check the code, it is going to print the same. A is bigger. So this is how you use the logical operators, and you check as well. Now there is one more that you need to know about. So if I say here OR, it is going to check for one of these should be true, but if I put X in front of it, that is going to be, it must have only one condition true. So let's say I turned it to 5. Now $A is bigger than B and $A is bigger than C, and when I go here, refresh, you will see B is bigger, because what is happening, PHP saying okay, only one condition should be true, but you're returning both true, so that's why it is going into else. Now if I turn C to 50 again, in this case this is going to be true, this is going to be false, so only one is true, which is going to be solved by XOR. So if I go here, A is bigger. So this is how it works. So we have AND, OR, and then we have XOR. Switch statements. In PHP we can use if conditional statements, so we also have this option to use switch statements. So I'm going to show you the example how this is different from if statements. So here, if I going to type here $X, and I will give it a number, so I give it a 10. So what we can do here, let's assume that you're getting some value from user and you want to execute some functionality according to the input you get. So what you can do here is you simply say switch, and now here this is a Sublime text generated automatically. What we basically do here is variable, so we are going to pass the variable, so we $X, so we can pass it here. Now what happens is, let me remove this so that you can we can do it easily. So here we simply say that okay, use $X and check for each time when this case happens. So we define cases, and the case is going to be like if case is 10, so you can say echo correct answer maybe. Okay, so we are saying here that if the value of $X is 10, then echo this. Now once you have this case set up, you're going to break it so that it doesn't go any further. So we are going to put break here. Alright, now also what I want to do, I want to put more cases in place of this. So here we can add more. So we say here 11, it's a wrong answer, 12, wrong answer again. Let's see the difference. So here we have these 3 cases that we are going to check. Now in case that $X is neither not even 10, 11, or 12. So we can put a default here. So to put that, what we do here, we simply say, and then the whatever you want to do. So here we can say that $x is not correct. So this is something. Now we don't need to put the break here because we are not going to execute any further cases. If you need to put more cases, you will be putting here. So the concept is quite similar, that in if statements you can check for each, like if this and if this and if this or else, but the syntax is different. In switch we simply pass a variable, and in curly braces we pass all the cases, and each case breaks once it is done so that it doesn't go any further. So if it is 10, it is going to execute here and it's going to stop here. Now if it is not going to find out any of these, it is going to go into default and we are going to get the value. So currently we have 10 showing up here. If I go here and refresh, we get correct answer. Now if I say here 12, so we get a wrong answer, correct, which is coming from here. Now in case we have something that we don't have the case, the X is not correct this time, so we get X is not correct. So this is the switch statements, how you use in PHP. Couple of loops. We have while loop, do while loop, for loop, for each loop. So what do we do when we have a data, maybe in an array, or we are fetching it from the database? We use loops a lot to display our content. So I'm going to show you the example of while loop in this video so you get the understanding how this works. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a variable first of all, which is going to be $a. I'm going to give it a value of 10, and then if we want to write a while loop, what we do here, we simply say while and parentheses, then curly braces, and here inside the parentheses we are going to put a condition. Now as long as that condition is true, this loop will run. So what I do, I say here $a, if less than 15, then we need to do something. So I say here echo and value off, and then I'm gonna put a here concatenation and $a. So I want that each time it goes, it prints this way. Now I want to break each time, so I again concatenate here, and here I'm gonna put the HTML break. Alright, so what happens now? We have $a, which is already 10 and which is less than 15, so this is going to fire. But we need to make sure that $a changes as well, otherwise it is going to be always true. If you see here, we are just passing this and nowhere $a is changing, so $a stays the same. So when we have our operation done, in this case we are just echoing out, we can increase the $a. So this is the increment operator that we saw in the previous videos. So we are going to use it here. So each time this statement runs, it is going to increment by 1, and it is going to go till it is less than 15. So I'm going to save this and I'm going to go here and refresh. Okay, we have I need to put a bit of space here so we can see it clearly. So if I refresh here, you can see that we have value of 10, value of 11. I think off doesn't make sense here. So here simply value 10, value 11, value. So you get the idea. It is starting from 10. It is less than 15, so it is printing it. Now each time when it prints, it increases it. Now if you change this 10 to 1 and go back there and refresh again, you will see it is doing it the same thing till 15. Now when you can compare it as you like, now I'm comparing if it is even, equal to 1, 2, so I want the 15 as well, so it's going to print the 15 values. So whatever condition you want to put, you put here, increment the variable as well, because that is required in while loop, and this is how you use while loop. Now when it comes to do while loop, it is quite similar, but what it does, it does the operation once and then checks the condition. So let's see the example to make it clear for you. So we have here this while loop where we have $a is equal to 1, and we pass a condition like as long as this condition is true, you print this on the screen and each time increase the a. So when we go and see into the browser, we get the 15 value straight away. Now it is checking here that is, if this is all true, then do that, then print. Now in case of do while, what we do is we simply say do, and we pass the curly braces, not the parentheses. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this code from here, I'm going to put in here, and these curly braces from here are going to go away. We get our while loop here. Alright, now in this case everything remains the same, but it is going to check first, it's going to print this, then it is going to check the condition. So let's say it's 19, $a is 19 now. So condition is as long as $a is less than equal to 15, do this. So it's going to check that. So let's see what happens. We go here, refresh, we get value 19. So what happened is it simply said, okay, do this. It did it, then it increased the value, it checked it, and it noticed, okay, it is bigger than 15, stop. But it already fired once, so we get the one output right there. So this is something basic difference in do while and while loop. In while loop you be checking everything at first, and then you be executing whatever you want to do. And in do while loop you have something that you execute once and then you check the condition. So in cases where you want to use or output something from one time and then check the input from user or whatever source you're getting input from, then you can use do while. A for loop works in PHP. So the syntax for for loop is simply you pass for, then you say dollar, you can give any variable. I say $I, I say $I0, and then I pass here the condition. So I say $I if less than some number, let's say 10, then do whatever we want in operation. And here we say increase $I as well every time. So here we put curly braces, and here we say whatever we want to do. So here we want to let's print something. So I say echo, and what happens is I say here value space concatenation $I, and I want to put a break, so let's put a break here. Alright, so now we have it starting from 0 going to 10, less than 10, so it should print 0 to 9. So let's see here, refresh, so we get 0 to 9. Every value is printing just fine. Now you can change anything in this loop as you like. You might want to start it from 1, you might want to print till 10, so it's like $I is equal to 1, start from 1 and run till it is equal to and less than 10. So it is going to be 1 to 10 this time. You can see that going just fine. Now we can reverse it as well. So in that case, what we will be doing, we will say here $I is 10, and as long as we are going to minus it each time. Now in condition we can say as long as $I is bigger than 0. So if I save this and go here, refresh, you see everything goes upside down. We have value 10, 9, 8, 7. So it's like, okay, $I is 10 till it is more than 0, we are going to fire, each time minusing 1. That's the reason we are going in decreasing order. So this is how you use for loop. So you are doing everything in the same area in parentheses, so you are not passing $I plus plus anywhere else, you're doing it straight away here. So hope you got the understanding. We will be using for loop a lot and you will get to know it. If you face any problem in this, don't worry, as long when you're going to use it more with practice, you will get the understanding how it works. Example of for each loop. So for each loop, basically when we use is basically with the arrays. If you have a lot of data that is in array form, for each is the best loop you can use to display the data. So what I do here to show you the example, I create here array. So I say players, and I'm going to say player, like some names here. So Mark. I think that's enough. So we have these players. Now I want to show these using for each loop. So the syntax for each loop is simple. We say for each, and here we are going to pass the players. So we're going to say here $players. Now we will say as, and you can give it it's going to be key, and then the value, $value. Alright, you can this is the format actually, so you have a key here and the value here. However, you can give them any name. So if you want, you can call this value player, but for now I'm gonna show you, so I'm just gonna put value here. So I'm gonna say here echo $value, and I want to show it vertically, so I will concatenate a break. So PR, save, go here, refresh, we have the names here. Now if I go to, if we can say it this way as well. So if I say here player, alright, so save this, it works just okay, so player, and here it's supposed to be player because I changed there, so it's supposed to be changed here too. Refresh, we have the names. Now the key is the index. So we have this index here like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's something like that. So if you want to, so I can put here to demonstrate, and this is going to be concatenation again. Now refresh. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's total 6 players we have, and 0 in array. So that's why it's showing 0. Now, if you, in some case, you can still use the key and display number-wise. You won't see 0 for a player. We have 6 players, so you can say here, for example, simply $key. Let's say $new key, and we say $key plus 1, and then we copy this $new key, and now it's going to show 1 to 6. So you can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this way you can display your content. So you get the idea. Basically, it's the index. So you can use it in your data if you want to use it. If you want to show like this, it's a key value pair. So if you want to use the value, you can use it this way. Syntax of for each loop. Yeah, we will see more example of it, and with the complex data, so you will get the understanding how good for each loop is to deal with the data when it comes with complex and associative or nested arrays. But it's going to be in the, and I'm going to write a custom function here. So to write a function, you simply say the keyword function, and then you give a name to your function. So what I say is I say print player list. Now you can give any name, it's up to you. Now, so I'm using camel case in here. So you have print, then you have capital P, then another word which is starting from capital L. It's a good practice if you use camel casing, because in JavaScript it is used a lot. You will see a lot of code in this way. So if you use this, you will be writing more clean and good code. So to completing the function, we need to put parentheses here and then the curly braces. Now here what we need to say. So
in the function we can pass arguments. So if you want to pass argument, you can say here $a, and you can pass multiple arguments. You can pass $b as well, or $c, up to you, as many you want. So you will be using these here. So if I say here return $a plus $b plus $c. Okay, so we are just passing these values. I'm just demonstrating that how you can use arguments here. So we are just returning the plus. So to do this, what we do, we call this function, because by itself this function is doing nothing. It's just returning the addition of these three values, and we haven't defined that what is $a and what is $b. We haven't defined it in our code. So what I do, I simply copy the name and I call this function here. Now when you call this function, we are going to get an error. So if I refresh here, we get the error, too few arguments, because here we said that we have 3 arguments passed, and just add those 3 and return us the value, whatever value you get. But we haven't passed any argument here, so you need to pass the values here. So I say, okay, first is $a, which is 5, then $b, which is 4, and $c, which is 3. I save this, go there, refresh, we see nothing. Now, if I believe you already got it, why we are not seeing anything, because we are just calling the function, passing the values and returning the values. We are not echoing anywhere these values. So we need to put echo here and save, and then refresh, we get 12. Now here you get that 549, then 312. All right, now what I do, I remove one argument from here. So what do you think what is going to happen? So if you said it's going to give error, that's right. So if refresh, it's going to say too few arguments. So what we can do, in case you're not sure that your function might have the argument or not, you can define argument in a way so that PHP believes, okay, if the argument available, I will use it. If not available, I will leave it. So you simply say $c, and you simply say it's null. Okay, or you can set it to a default value, let's say 0. So we said here to PHP that if we provide you $c when we call the function, then use that value, otherwise $c is 0 by default. So I save this, refresh, we get 9. So we didn't pass $c here, and we have the default 0, so it's not giving us error, it's giving us the value. Alright, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to comment this one here, and I'm just going to copy this function here, and I'm going to put this, make this function sum values, because we are summing up the values. So I'm just going to do this, and I'm going to comment this. Okay, so now what we do here is we pass players as an argument. Okay, so we are passing this array here, and what I do, I want to print the values. So let's say we need to print the last value in array. So to print the last value, but we can say we have the array of 6 values, so simply I say $players, and here inside we need to pass 5, and we can say echo. Now notice previously I said return, so it was not showing anything and we had to do the echo, but here we are saying echo, so we don't need to put echo in front of function when we call the function. So what we do here is I call this, first of all, this function. Now I believe you already got it. If I'm calling it straight away like this, it should give us error. So I go here again to view arguments because we haven't provided the array, so we can put the array here. Alright, so we have the array pass. Now it should be getting the value. Go there, we get mark. Now we are passing players here, and players and players. You can have the this you can call it anything. You can call it a value and $value. Basically, your PHP knows what we are getting. It is going to looking for the index for that particular value, but when we are passing the value there, it's supposed to be the same variable we are passing. So now we see here, refresh the page, we still get the mark here. So you get that. If I change it to 4 and go there, we get menu. So it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we get a value. Still, we are using value here instead of player. So you get the idea. Argument. Now one more thing you need to note here is that if you're passing players here, that's fine. But when you call this value inside your function, you should match this, because if I call here players, now I called it value and here players, it's going to give me an error. So go here, refresh, it says undefined variable players, because it is seeing it as a value now. So to print it, we need to make sure whatever argument we are passing, we are using it as the same name. So if it is $value, it's supposed to be $value here too. Then it will work fine. Before going any further, I want to clear out a few things about PHP that you should know, because when we are going to do some program, you should know how it is going to behave. So first of all, I want to discuss with the variable scoping. So if I have a $x which is set to 0, and then I have a function here, and inside this function, and let's call this function display, and here I say simply $y is equal to 20. Alright, now here I'd say echo $x. So it is going to give us the value. Let's make it 10 instead of 0. So if I get refresh here, we get 10. The reason is we have $x defined outside. It is a global scope, so we can use it, and we are echoing it just fine. Now we have $y as well, but it is inside a function, and there it is in local scope. So for example, if I use $y and I put it here, we're going to get an error of undefined variable y. The reason is simple, because we defined it inside it, so we can use it inside it. So if you have a function and you want to use a variable that you define inside it, you need to use that variable inside it as well. You cannot just call this that variable outside like we did here. Now PHP works top to bottom. So for example, if I say here $x is 10, and here I say maybe 40, and then at the bottom if I am printing it $x, so what do you think what is going to happen? Well, we are going to get $40, the value 40 here. So let's see, we get 40. The reason is simple. We first assigned this value to $x, then PHP came to this statement. It saw, okay, we have a new value, it assigned it to $x again, and then it printed it. Now another thing that you might face, that we cannot define the same function again. So for example, if I copy this and paste here and save this, we're going to get error. So let's refresh here. It says cannot declare display previously declared. So you whenever you create a function, make sure you give it a separate name, even a separate name for the folder if you are dealing with a blog. So create a directory functions, then a blog directory, and inside all the functions for that particular thing that you're doing with the blog. So
For the forum, create a separate directory and a separate functions file, and inside that functions file all the functions related to forum. That kind of structure you should do. So the function should name differently, and yeah, that's how it goes. How to structure a project or a small project that we are going to create, and we will be doing it the same way. So I just want to give you a little idea how things work. So for example, we have this page currently. It just has nothing, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a header here, and similarly we need more, so I add twice. This one I want it to be blog, and here going to be blog.php. Then we have files straight away. So if I go into the directory of our project, you can see here index, then functions, and nothing else. These files are not here. So when we be working on the application and we want this application to get bigger, we want to organize it in a better way. So we cannot just straight away say blog.php. We better put a directory. So I'm going to create a directory here. I say pages. Now if it is a bigger application, we might have further subdirectories, but for now it's fine that we have pages. So what do we do? I'm going to say here, create a new file, and I'm going to give it a blog.php. I'm going to save this inside pages, and similarly we need about.php, and I'm going to save it inside pages as well. So you can see that we got two files there. Now if I go to these files in the link, we need to add pages here. So if I refresh, we have 3 links. So if I click on blog, we get a blog. Currently it says blog.php. I go back, and get about.php. Now if you notice here that when I go to the about file, we are not seeing the links anymore. Links are gone. It's like just the about. This text is showing up. So we want that link should be on every particular page, because go into the directory again, and in the directory for these kind of small things we can create another folder which is going to be includes. Alright, so includes going to have a file called let's call it, so header goes inside includes. Alright, so similarly you might want to create a footer. So footer also goes in includes. So you get the idea, like your directory structure will be something like this. You have includes, those are going to be included on every page. You have pages, all the pages go here. You have functions where you have function file, or maybe further directories with functions on them. Now we have include in header. So what I do, I'm simply going to cut this, and I'm going to put it inside our header. Alright, so we have it here. Now in index we are going to include it. It's header. So we need to put it that way, includes / header.php. So I save this, and we go back, we refresh the page, we have our links on here. Now if I go to blog, we have no links there, so let's fix that. So what we need to do here is, on every page, wherever you want these links to be, you need to add this line, you need to include it. So I save this here, I go into blog, and there alright, now very fresh here, we get include failed, no such file directory. Alright, so here is a thing that you need to know. On the main page we said includes index.php. If we go to the folder, you will see that the index.php is out here, and then the includes, and then the header. Now for the pages, for about and blog, we don't have an includes folder right now next to them. So we need to get out of one folder so that it comes to this directory and then get inside includes. So to do that, you do this way. You simply put dot dot like this, and here too, and this time it should be fine. So if refresh, you get the page links here too, you get about, you get page links there too. Home page, and then we are going to call this file at the bottom just like this, footer.php. So what I do here is I'm going to copy the same in here. Just now, for now, I'm just showing you for an example, nothing more than that. So just when we are going to work on the project, we're going to make it better. So you can get the idea how I'm including the files. That's the most important thing to understand this particular video. So here we can say blog, and I say here save. Okay, refresh. We have home page, then footer.php doesn't have any content, so it's showing it like that. So look, just for now it's footer. So you can see that this is coming from header, this is coming from footer, this is the home page. Now when I click blog, it gets blog here, footer, we have links. You go to about, we have about and footer and header. So this is how the site loads. So you get the idea how things are working. We will be doing some more good practices when we be working on this one. So I'll tell you about that more. So just to give you this idea like how things work, you have this about super globals in PHP. So we have several variables which are predefined variables from PHP, like we have $globals, $_server, $_get. So we are going to see these variables being used in our upcoming videos. Now, other than that, we have the $get, $get, and $post that we use for forms when we deal with forms. We have cookies to store data, user data. We can use sessions as well. We will see these all in practice so that you get the better understanding. Let's see the use of $global, because this is the one I want to show you today. So I have the code here, and currently we don't have anything on the page. So what I do simply, I'm going to define a variable. I will call it $x is equal to maybe 20, and then I'm going to say a function, and I will say display, and inside this function I will say $y is equal to 10, and here I can say echo $x. So in my previous video I showed that in scoping we can use $x here, and we are going to get the 20, and that's coming just fine here. But in case we want to use this $x inside the function, we can't do that. So for example, if I take this and put in here, and I call this function at the bottom like this, now if I refresh the page, we get undefined variable x. The reason is for the scope. If we define variable inside a function, we can use inside a function, but if we are defining it outside, we cannot use it inside a function. But in case you still want to use it in some particular scenarios, we can use PHP super global. So what we can do here is that we can say, alright, so we want to use globals, and I want to pass the variable name here. So we have variable $x, but when we use the globals, we just pass the name of the variable without the $sign. So we're just going to pass here x, and I'm going to put this in place of $x. Alright, so you can see that if I call this function, we are echoing this out, so it should give us 20. So if I refresh here, we get 20. So this is how you can access a variable which is not defined inside a function from outside the function
using globals. We will see more scenarios where you might want to use this, but this is one of the feature of globals that you can use to $_post super global method, a variable, as well as we are going to check the get one. So these two we are going to cover. So I'm going to use a form from where we are going to get the values, and we are going to see how we get the values using these two variables. So let's do this. I'm going to create a simple form here. I'm going to give it an input of type text, and name, I'm going to say name as a name to this name field, like I'm getting the username from user, and I can say placeholder as well. That's name here. Now we need a button so that the user can submit after entering the name, so we can say here button, and I want its type to be submit, and it should be under quotes. So alright, submit. And yeah, now when we create a form, we need to define the method, what method you want to send the data using. So using get method or post method. So I say here method, and first we are going to check the get method, so I say get. Alright, so once we have this ready, we are going to see how we get the data. So very first the page here, we get the name here and submit button. So if I put here any name, anything, and I submit it, the noticeable thing is we get in URL this name is and the value that we had. Now in case you want to get this value, you can use $_get. So what we do here is we simply say if is set. Now this is set is a function in PHP, so it checks if the variable is set, or in simple words, if the variable has some value. So that's what it checks. So what are we going to do? We're going to pass our super global in here inside it, and here we are going to provide the name. So we're going to put the name. So whatever name you provide here, you need to get here. I'm going to put there. Now after that we are going to open curly braces. So I'm saying, okay, if we are getting the name, if there is a value in it, then print it. So I can say echo, and we can print the same value right there. Alright, so I'm going to save this. Now I'm going to refresh this page. You can see that the value that we had on the browser is printing here. So if anything I put here and submit, it prints the value. Now this is how, when you be using form and using get method, you can get the data using super global $_get. Now let's say your form you use method post, because post is considered more safe form of transferring data, because if you see here in get method, we can see the data in URL. So in some scenarios it's totally fine, but in some scenarios you don't want to share your data, you don't want to show to the user, because this way user can see that name is this, and if any password is there, it's going to be here. So then you need to use the post method in that case. So when you use the post method, the thing is, let me comment this for now. I'm going to save this. I'm going to go to the page, original page. Now if I put a name here, let's say Roger, and I say submit, you can see there is no data in the URL. It didn't update there, and we are not catching it currently, so it's just gone. So if I want to get the data, I can use this function. I'm going to copy and paste it here, uncomment this one. Alright, so instead of get, we are going to put post, all capital. So that's the syntax, how you're supposed to put it. So we are getting the name, and now if I refresh, and you get the name. So if I say Tom, submit, we get the name. Now you can get this name and can store into database or wherever you want to store. You can see that we are not passing it into the address bar, so it's safe, secure way to transferring data. So this is how you use the $get, $_get, and $_post. And also do care about this isSet function provided by the PHP, because it checks if the variable is set or not. And it is useful because when we are going to work on this, because if I remove this if from here, let's say if I'm not checking isSet, and if I refresh, you can see that undefined index name, because currently there is no name set. So it checks and it avoid this kind of errors. So this is something useful. How to deal with, then how to use the super global variables $_cookie and $_session. Now the main difference if we talk about cookie and session is when you go to any website. So website usually stores some data on your browser, using cookies. So what happens is, if for example you searched on eBay or Amazon about some product, and when you go to any other website, you might have noticed sometimes the Google gives the ad of similar product that you searched just a moment ago or an hour ago, because they have the cookie set that they get the data from. They just check your interests and try to give you the similar results so that they can make sale. So this is how websites usually give you a notification to accept or decline the cookies when you go to the websites. So this is how a website store cookies into your browser. Now the session is something when, for example, you go to any website and you log in, you get into a session, and it is more secure than cookies, and it stores some data into your session. As you log out, generally the session gets destroyed by that. So let's see how we can set the cookie, because first we need to check that and then the session. So when you want to set a cookie, what do? You get the value, whatever value you want to store, and you use set cookie, and you provide the name as it's showing there. So I'm going to say, let's say I have a e-commerce website, and a user comes and checks for some product, and he checks for t-shirts, and I want to check what color he likes. So I say color, just to make a point here. Now I want to say alright, so I want to check this and I want to store this data, and I want it to store for 1 hour. Like if a user is not active after 1 hour, this cookie should destroy itself. So we say use a function on time, and we simply say okay, it's going to be 60 seconds in 1 minute, and then going to be into 60, because 1 hour has 60 minutes. So this is going to set the cookie for 1 hour. Now what are we going to do if we want to access this? So if you want to get this value and want to use it somewhere, you simply say echo, and you use the super global cookie, and you pass the name of the value that you stored. So you just pass this, and if we go to the browser and refresh, okay, we get the red. Actually I had to do the hard refresh for it, and you press Ctrl and F5 to hard refresh. It is important in some cases. So I set the cookie straight away, and it is set for 1 hour. So you can see the color and the detail. You can have multiple data that you want to save in a cookie. Now if you want to save the data regarding session, so let's do that now. So let's say we got a user logged in, and we want to save user age or name. So we simply say $_session, and we say user underscore name, and we can get the value from user form, and we will do that in coming videos. But for now, just to check this session super global, we are going to pass here. So I say Tom, and if we are talking about Tom's age, so let's do that too. I'm going to put here age, so week 29. Alright, now if we want to access it, that is quite simple. The way we set it, the same way we get it. So we simply get here, we say user, and then we can say is. Alright, so we are echoing it, it should give us the string. Now I'm going to refresh here again. So it's Tom is 29 years old. So I might want a space here. So you get the point. If you want to store, if you got a user successful logged in and you want to use this value, now which there's a benefit of using session. We can use and access the value on multiple pages using this session, because user is in session. Now these things will get clear when we are going to work on project, and I'll show you how it all works. But for now, we store user related data and any data that we want to maintain, and we can store inside cookies as well as session. So this is how it works.
A bit more about sessions. So sessions is basically when we use, for example, a user logs in, you set a session, you set some data like, for example, user's age, user's email, username, and you can display that data on every page. For example, if you go to any website, even in YouTube, you see your icon of your profile on every page wherever you go. So they are using session to display it on every page. So what we do here is currently I have this project set up here a bit small just for practice. If you haven't checked the video for projects texture structure, you need to check this video. It's just a small video will give you the understanding how these files are included in each other. So here we have the index.php where we were working, and if you notice, we have include header on the top of it, and then we have pages blog.php and about.php, and both the files are including header on the top. Now if we go to header.php, it has the links on the top, and that's it. So if I go to the browser, refresh the page, I have home, blog, about. If I click to blog, we go to blog.ph, and about.ph. So that's it. So currently I'm showing Tom is 29 years old on index.php, and what I want to do, I want to see that this message should display on every page. So as we set the session variable, should we see this message on every page? If I copy and paste this to other files, let's have a look what happens. So I put in here, and again I go and refresh here, and then I click the blog. Now we get undefined variable underscore session. Now that's the issue. So to fix the issue, what do we need to do? We need to set the session variables on every page of our application. We need to start the session. So to start a session, you simply say session underscore, and there is one more extra s there, start. Now I added it in the blog.php session underscore start, so we need to add it into index.php as well, so that wherever session variable is used, session stays on, and we can access the value straight away. So if I go to home now and refresh, we have it there, blog, we have it there. So that's how it works. Now in some page you might want to destroy the session. So for example, if I say, for example here, we know that we have we are printing here the line. So if I just on top of it say session underscore destroy, now you get the idea that session started and destroyed before printing the line. It should say undefined variable again. So if I go and refresh, we get undefined variable user underscore name. But you can see here this time it says user underscore name and age instead underscore session, because session
is gone destroyed, so these values are removed from the session. That's what happened. Now, one thing that is important here is that, for example, we have the session on, a session start, and then printing line, and we are doing it on the both file. But what if we have an application with so many pages, like 20 or 30 pages, and we want to show user detail on each page? So we'll be putting everything like this on each page. The answer is no. In that case, what we will be doing, if you see here, we are including header on each page here. So we can do this, any common code that we need to put on every page of our application, we can add inside header. So let's say if I remove this session start from here and from here too. Now I go to header.php. Now if you notice, header is this something that is we are doing on the top, so everything comes afterwards as PHP goes top to bottom, so it should be fine. So here in header we can include PHP tag, and then we can set the session. Alright, so you can get the idea here that I added here in header. Now it is automatically present in all the files. So I go to home page and refresh. Now I do hard refresh, therefore that control in F5 to do hard refresh to clear the cache and all. So now if we go to blog, we get the Tom is 29 years old there. At home, we get it there too. So this is how we can access this. So when you be building an application where you want to use these things, you can simply check it this way, because you don't want to include in every page. Now, for example, if I go to about.php and I just want to print the name for some reason, so I won't be facing any problem. I simply go copy this and paste here, and I just want to print the name, as the variable has two variables, so it should be fine. So I refresh the page, I go to about, we get Tom. Now you can check as well, like your session has what values stored in it. So for example, we are setting these two values, right? But possibly in your application you set some values and you don't remember, okay, and you don't want to go and check there, so you can check that straight away. So for example, I'm in about.php, I'm going to remove this, and I want to check, okay, session has what values, so I say print _r, and I simply put here $_session. Now we are not passing any thing further, we are just using the $_session because it's going to give us the old data that is stored there. So if I go here and refresh about, you get the array which has username and age. So you might have like 10 or 20 values in your session. You want to show few values in some pages, so you can use this print _r to check what values you have. And for example, I want to print the username again. I know that this array has it, and I just simply put it here. That's it. So if I refresh, we get Tom. So this is how you work with sessions, and you can create a separate page, like we have these links here. So let's create a sign out page to destroy a session. So I say li, and then I say here a, and I say /pages /sign out. Now I'm just giving you the example how these things work. So we are going to do a project on this in proper manner. Everything will be organized more better way, but this is just to show you how things are working, so you get the idea. So we have here the sign out page, but we haven't created it. So I go to pages, add a new file, and I say sign out, and I need to make sure these spellings are right. Now what I'm gonna do here is I simply say PHP start and end, and here I say session _destroy. That's it. So user comes on this page, it is going to destroy the session. And let's see. So if I refresh the page, we have sign out. So if I click sign out, alright, so we need to start the session and then destroy it. So I need to do that. I simply put in there. Okay. Now what do? I go to about blog, maybe I copy this line, and I'm gonna put this in middle, and after the session is destroyed. So here, when I go and refresh, you get this undefined, the session is destroyed. Now generally when we destroy the session, you get the idea. When we destroy the session, it's simply remove those values from there. And if I go here at the bottom and say print _r $_session, that what values we have. So let's save this and I refresh the page. You can say we got array here. Let me HR, echo this HR. Now this is how you can add the HTML tag into PHP if you want to. We'll see this more, but just to show you now currently. So you can see that we have a line here and then the empty array, because these values are no longer in the session variable. So this is how you remove the values from session. Now we generally give the message to user when session is not set, like the variables here. So we can do that in this case. So what we can do, if you remember, I used a function named isSet. So here, when I'm destroying a session, I'm going to use the session username in that case, and I'm just going to remove this. Or what I do, I comment this portion so that you can use this code, because I will leave the code zip into the description so you can check there. So what I do here is simply say if isSet session name. Now the thing is, this is sign out page, so we want to check if it's not set. isSet is checking if the variable is set, it has a value. Now we don't have user value because we're just destroying it here, so we need to check if not has value. So for checking not, you put here like this, and then you can say here like echo, and you can give the message user logged out successfully. Alright, so if I go here and refresh the page, so that's how it works. So hope you liked the video. Do share and leave a comment if you have any confusions. We will explore this more and make this code more better in our. So very soon we are going to start and create a project in PHP. So when we deal and we talk about creating a project, we will be storing data in databases. So here I have the localhost PHP myadmin, and by going there we get this page. Now on the left side we can see that we can create a database here. So I'm going to introduce to you what things we can do and what this tool is all about. So if you for our application we need to create a table. So first we came to create a database. We give any name to database. We are going to put this name into the configuration file so that we can connect to this database. So for example, if I give it a name of project, so I say create, and it creates a brand new database for me here. Now when we create a database, inside that database we need to create tables. So for example, if you have a project where you're storing the posts from users, so you might want to create a table with the name of posts. So I give that name here, and we can define the number of columns we want in that database. Now this is just to give you an idea how things gonna work, so you can see. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna give 5 columns, And in our project we might have more, but for to show you how things are going to work, this 5 is fine now, and I hit go here. Now when I hit go, we get this screen. Now here we have first name, where we can define the field name. So in every table we need what fields we define here. So for example, in a blog posts, I first need an ID for each post. I need a unique ID. So it is going to be integer, that's a type, and we can select so many types here. We have integer, various character, text, date, tiny integer, small integer. These are limit the number, and we have float. We have more types that we can use, but for ID we need integer, so I select integer. Then we have length and value. We can set particular amount here, like if I say 150, if it reaches this, it's not going to exceed that, but I leave it empty for now. By default, if you want, this is something default, and any further is something that we will be dealing with later. For now, you should have the understanding that we can set the name and the type, and we can limit the number. So like for the post, we have ID, we can have a title for the post, and for title we want text, and then we might have content for the post. Now content might have numbers and texts both, so we can say varchar in this case, various characters. Now we want to have, like when we use a create a post, we can save that date, created underscore at, and we can set the time. So to set the time, we have timestamp that is here. Now same way, when user changes that post, we can have the timestamp again, so just like that. So you get the idea here. When user created posts, we get the created underscore date, updated underscore date. These fields are going to be on every table, these two, and the ID for unique data. And we will be having the AI, which is the increment. So if I check this one, it is going to increment the field automatically. We also have null, like if we might want to set some column by default null. This might sound a bit confusing at this point, but when we will be working on this, you will get the understanding. So once we have this all, we can hit save, and it says intervalid length. We might want to print output length here, 250. Let's see if it takes it, and it takes it. So if I go to the structure, it shows us that we have in our table ID, title, and the types, and we have content. We have the primary key set to it, and it's set to auto increment, so that every entry, whenever a user adds a post, it's going to have a unique incremented ID. So first post going to be ID 1, the second post going to be ID 2. Now you can check the data and browse. Now currently we don't have anything here. Now in case you want to add some demi content in this all by yourself from here, you can do that using insert. You can set some content here, like some title. For example, this is going to go in title field. ID we are not going to set anything because it comes automatically. Then we say some content, and we have timestamp and all. So I go. Now it adds the data. It says one row inserted. Now I go to browse. You can see that we have the ID, some title, some content, and then created underscore at is timestamp. Updated underscore at is 000 because we didn't. Now here we have 000 in default, so it's adding that. We can change it. We can also drop as well. So we can remove this by using drop. We can change this particular column by change. So if I change it and go here and use current timestamp. That means current time when this entry is going to be created. Use this. We click save. It changes there. Now we get a browser. If we need to insert another record, so I say some title 1, and the same way I say here some content 1. Alright, then I hit go. Now it's going to insert another code. It says here 1 record row inserted, browse. We go there, you can see now we have another one. And here the updated underscore at is coming exactly when it inserted the time. And we can display this on the page. Now we can change these times when we display it on the page using PHP functions, and I will show you how to do that. Now we can have multiple tables inside this database. For example, we have posts. We might want to create another one that is going to be users. So you can have a user, and then we have the ID, then we mod a user underscore name, a user's email, we mod the created underscore at. So we need to change the types as well. This is going to be text, this is going to be various characters because we will be having at the rate in it. Created underscore at is going to be timestamp as we did before. ID should be auto increment, so it's going to change automatically. Now we want another column for create updated underscore add here, so we can say here it says add 1 column. I hit go, it adds here at the bottom. Now I say updated underscore add, and I give it a timestamp too. Alright, so we are good to go here. Now in text I say 200. And yeah, so I hit save. We might need to provide here too. Let's add there, and we insert it. So the structure we can check here: username, text, email, voucher. We have the limit set to it. Now you want to make any changes here, then you can do, like we need timestamp in here. I go change, set to current timestamp, and save. You might want to change the username to something else. You can go change. You can select user underscore maybe first name. You can do that. You can update it, save it. So it's going to be, you can do a lot of things here. Now if you want to drop any of these tables, you can drop them straight away. If you want to drop a complete database, you can go into operations and drop the database there. So there are so many options you have here in PHP that you will be seeing and using once we will be working on it. We once have the database, you can export and import as well, so that if you have it in one computer, you can have it in another. So we will be exploring everything of this as well. I'm going to create the posts table again, but using SQL query. So the last time what we did, we simply went into the new, and we added the ID and then the title for the post and the content, and created underscore at and the types and all, and we hit save and it created the post table. But I'm going to show you another way, which is the SQL query way. So what happens is we use SQL queries a lot when we create or fetch data in the PHP program. So you will be dealing with this a lot. So I'm going to show you how you can create a table using this if you want to create it in case. So what I do, simply inside projects, I go into the posts, and here I say drop. So it's going to delete this, so we no longer have posts in here. Now to create posts again using SQL query, we click SQL. Now here we are going to type the query. So we are going to write the query here to match with this table. Now what we need to do here is that first of all, we need to create a table, so we say create, and it's going to be a table of posts. So we Now we need to define the fields, as you use open parentheses, and inside these parentheses we need to pass the fields. So the first field we need to pass is ID, which has a primary key, and the primary key is basically like every entry, every post when we insert in this table should have a unique ID. That is the meaning of this primary key. Now we have a type of integer, so ID should be integer, and maximum number is 11. It's not like we cannot have ID 12. It's like we can have ID to the 11 digits, so we can have the maximum till then. Then we have auto increment. Auto increment going to make sure that every entry has a unique incremented ID. For example, if you add a post, if it has ID of 1, you add another post that is going to have ID of 2, another post is going to have an ID of 3, so it increments each time. So we need to add this field. So to do that, we are going to say here like ID, you want it to be integer, and 11, and then we're going to say okay, it shouldn't be null. So if you go there, you should see null is set to no here to all of these. So for currently we are typing for ID, not null. Then we want to make it primary key, so it's a primary, and we need to say it's a key. All right, then auto increment. So this is done for the ID, so this is it. Now if you see this error, that means you have some error in your query, so you can check. We are still writing this down, so it's going to show the error multiple times. That's fine. Now what we need to do here is the second one is title with the type of text, and we have null to no, so let's do that. So I am going to add the second column here, which is going to be title, and it's going to be type of text. I want to set it to maximum 200, and I'm going to set it not null. Alright, so if I put comma, it is expecting another column now. So the other column is content, which is going to be various characters, and limit going to be 250. So I'm going to insert that now. So content, and should indent it as, and it's going to be various characters, and limit is going to be 250, not null. Now after content we have created underscore at, and we have type of timestamp, we have null set to no, and default value is current timestamp. So let's do that. So we say here created underscore at, and it is going to have a timestamp. Alright, so it shouldn't be null, so it's not null. And then we are going to set default value. So default going to be current timestamp, which is here. Now exactly the same for the updated underscore at. So updated underscore at timestamp not null, and default just like the previous one, current timestamp. So everything looks fine to me now. So we should have the exactly same table created under this project. Currently we have only users. So to run this, we simply say go. It says success. We get the green field here. If I go to posts, we get we have no data currently, but if we go to the structure of it, you can see we have integer with the primary key, we have integer with the limit of 11, it's auto increment, it is all fields are set to null to no, we have title with the field type text, we have content with the field type var, various character with the 250 limit, and timestamp is set for default, and for the type of created underscore at and updated underscore at. So exactly the same that we have here. So this is how you do it through using SQL query. We just use SQL query to select data. So I have 3 posts here, and I'm going to show you how we can select data, and the same way we will be selecting data when we will be working on our PHP project. So using PHP, we can run these same SQL queries. So I click on the SQL, and here I'm going to, we already have here select all from posts. So when we run select all from posts and hit go, it selects everything. So whatever data we have, it shows there. Now if I go edit inline, and I say here like where, and I say ID equals 1, so I'm saying okay, select the posts, every data like ID, title, content, and dates, where ID is 1. So if I hit this, we get only 1 record, and it is because the ID is equal to 1 and ID is 1 here. Now once this is done, we can also do this, that we can put multiple wheres. We can also say, let's say for example, if I go browse, we have the 3 of these. So I'm just gonna copy the title from here, and I'm gonna add it here, and I'm gonna say select all from posts where ID equals 30, maybe because 30 is not here, and I put or title equals this. So we need to put double quote here because we have a single quote inside our title. So yeah, this is quite simple. We are saying select all the columns from post table where ID is 30, if the ID is 30, or the title is this. So in this condition, the title is going to be true, ID is going to be false because we don't have any ID with a number 30. So the second condition will get us this third post. So if I hit go, you will see we get third, and because of this. Now if I say here instead of or, I put and then hit it, so we don't get anything because we don't have the ID of 30, and is making sure that both the condition, if true, only then returns the data. So both conditions are not true. So if I go edit and I remove this and make it ID 3, now we do have ID 3 and the title of the post is exactly the same. We should have this post. So if go, we get the post. Now we can be selective when we are selecting the data. I'm simply saying here that I select all from posts. So what I do here, I simply say select all from posts where ID is equal to 1. Now I want to select fields, not every column. So I say select title and ID. Alright, we are not selecting content or the dates, we are just selecting ID and title. So if I hit go, it gets me the ID and title, and where the ID is 1. So if I say where the ID is 2, get me the title and the ID, we get 2 and the title. So when you be, for example, working on the PHP project, you might want to show the titles of your posts all in one page so that user can click on that particular title and go into that post. There you don't need to show any content, so you can select this kind of query where you will be getting the title and ID and the content if required, if user clicks then. So this is how we do it. So you will see that once we are in the project and we are going to create something like that, then I'll show you how to do it. We can delete data from the table using SQL queries. So when we will be working on our project and we want to delete data, we will be using similar queries at that time too. So first I'm going to delete a single record out of these 3 posts, and then I'm going to delete the complete data out of this table. So currently I'm in posts table. I go into SQL, and here what are we going to say? We say delete, and then from table name posts where id equals 1. So it is going to delete everything from posts where id is equal to 1. So I'm going to hit go. It says, do you really want to execute this? You want to really delete this? I say okay. It says 1 row affected. So if I go to browse, you can see we have only 2 records left. Now just in case if you want to delete all of the data, what we can do in that case, we simply say delete from posts, and that's it. Instead of passing where, we are just saying delete from posts simply. Now I'm gonna say go, and it says, do you really want to execute? I can say I can. Okay, 2 rows affected. Go to browse. We have no data anymore. So this is how you delete using SQL and order by and group by. So currently I have this project database, and we have countries here, and all the countries with the some amount set to them. Now if you notice carefully, we have Austria with 23, and then we are already also we have it again here, Austria 23. Same goes with Canada. We have 21 here, and Canada is repeating again 123. So what I do, I am going to show you first order by. So to order it, we can order them by ascending or descending. We can order by any column. You can order by amount. You can order by country. So if you order by amount, for example, if you order by amount ascending, it is going to be in increasing order. Now if you, according to the number value, now if you ordered it by country, then it is going to be alphabetical order. So let's see. So what I do here, I say edit, select all from countries, order by, and first we check with amount. Now go. So you can see that smaller amount is on the top, then 23, 34, 43, and increasing order from the numbers. It's ordered that way. Now if you want to check alphabetically from on the base of countries, you just need to pass country and hit go. You will see all the countries with letter A are on the top, then C, then N, and U, just like that. So we can order with any field, any column. We can even order by ID, so it is going to be increasing order. You can see there. You can even order it by created underscore at, or whatever time field you have in your database. So in this case I put created underscore at. So the oldest is going to be on the top, and the newest is going to be on the bottom, because it's doing it by ascending by default. So you can see that time is in increasing order. Now if you want to do descending in any of these cases, you just say descending at the end. Now if you hit this, it is going to be completely opposite. You can see that 1625 is at the bottom and 1626 on the top. The similar goes if you change it with any other field. For example, if I say here country, so we should have USA on the top and the other fields coming upside down completely. So we can even define the descending, so we can define ascending if you want to. Now there is a scenario of group by. I wanted to show you an example how group by actually works. So what happens is, if you notice in table we have Austria twice, and we have an amount for each time. Now same goes with Canada. We have 2 amounts, so we can group them so that Austria 23 and Austria 23 becomes Austria 46, the sum of amount from that particular country, and that can be achieved using group by. Now this can be useful when you create an e-commerce website using PHP and you want to group some amounts or group by products or something like that. In those scenarios, this is useful. So I'm going to write an SQL query here, and that's just to give you an example how group by works. However, we will see it in the PHP when we will be working on more advanced concepts. So here I say select sum, and I want the sum of amount, and also want the country name. So from, and then I say the table name, which is the countries. Now we say group by. All right, now group by country, of course, because each country, and then order by, and I want to order by country as well. So I can order by ascending or descending. In this case, I just do the descending. Now if I hit go, okay, I made a mistake maybe. Now you can check here, it says project countries. So you can see that I made a spelling mistake here. So yeah, this is also good for you when you get the error. You try to get the error, what exactly it is. It says countries doesn't exist. So we go back there and correct our error. So this is country, and where I misspelled, so it's country. All right. So hit go. Now it groups it. Now you can see that we have the 46 for Austria and 144 for Canada. So it was before 23 for Austria twice. Now it is 46 for Austria once. And also it ordered it in a descending order. So we have United States on the top, then New Zealand, then we Canada, then have Australia and Austria. So this is how the group by works. In some scenarios we will be using it. Say that how we can create a connection between an application, a PHP application, and the MySQL database. So if I go to the database of my project that we are working on currently, just a practice project. So I have here a project and 3 tables: countries, posts, and users. So I want to connect to this project, and for this, if I go to privileges, you will see the username, host name, which is host name is localhost, root. We have all the privileges here, and grant access to yes. We haven't set any password on this localhost, so we don't need to provide any password. So what I'm going to do in this, I'm going to create a folder into the main directory. So in our project, I create a folder. I will call it DB, and inside it I need to create a file. Now that file also going to call DB. You can give it any name if you like any other name. So I just put this. I'm gonna start PHP, and afterwards we need to set up a connection. So here I'm going to say $db _ server, and it is going to be localhost, as we are working on localhost. Then we have db _ user. Now it is going to be equal to root user. Then we are going to put the password, and it's going to be empty because we don't have any password currently. Then db _ database, and this is going to be project. Now you might have any other name instead of database project, but in my case here, if I go to the browser, you can see the project is the database that we are using currently. Now to make the connection, we need to call a MySQL function. So we do that here. So I create a variable first as a connection is equal to mysqli _ connect, and I pass these parameters. So first going to be DB server, and then $db underscore user, and $db underscore password, and then $db underscore database. Now we can see here, we can say here if the connection is successful or not. So if we can put a condition here, I say if $connection. Now $connection, when we put a condition inside, if it is true, then we want to say database, and else we can say database connection failed. Alright, so this is how it goes. Now I go to the browser, and here we need to look for the application of ours. So currently I have application up here. So now this is a db.php, so we need to include this file somewhere to see this. So what we do, go into index.php, and the top of it I'm going to call this file here. Alright, so it's inside db folder and db.php. Alright, I save this. Now I go to browser and refresh. We get database connected successfully. So this is how you connect your database to the application, a PHP application. Now in the next video we can see the example how we can get the data out of it, and later on we will go more advanced. So we have a post and countries and all this. So currently we have database connected showing up only. So if I go to the db.php, we created these variables and passed to MySQLi underscore connect and pass this variable. Then we are displaying it. Now we call these inside the index.php, and on the top include db/db.php. So now as we include this here, so we can access this connection variable, so we can use this here. So what I want to do, I want to show all the country names in from the database. So if I go to the database here, we have the countries table. So I want to show these names on our front page here. So let's do that. So here, as we have the DB on the top, we can access to the connection. So what I can say inside this PHP, what I do is simply remove this code, and here I'm going to write create a variable $SQL. Now if you remember, we did some SQL queries, so that's what we are going to use now here. So I say select all from country. Alright, so this is something that we did in the PHP MyAdmins, and we are doing here. Now to get the data, we need to use connection as well. So we say here $results, and we want to use MySQLi underscore query, and we are going to pass the connection first. Alright, so and the second going to be the query, so SQL, just like this. Now if you want to, you can simply put this directly there, but this is a bit neat way to do it. You have your query separate from the MySQL call, so MySQL query function. So here what I want to do, we want to check if result says something. So what we need to do here is if $results, so if we have any data in it, then if MySQLi underscore num underscore rows, and we are going to pass this variable $results, in it. Now we are checking if we have data, and here we are going to run a while loop, and in this while loop you're going to say $row is equal to another MySQLi function. Alright, so this is a MySQLi fetch sock, and we are going to pass our results into it, and then we can print it. So I say echo, and I can say here country. I need to put it inside quotes, country name, and here we can display the country name, $row, and we put country. And spelling should be right. Alright, now I want the country name to come one after the other in vertical way, so I put the BR as well. Alright, I save this. So if everything is working, we should have the country name list here. So refresh, undefined constant country, line 27, country. Okay, we need to pass it in like this. So now refresh again. Alright, you can see that country name Austria, United States, Australia, Canada. So we have all the records. If we want to, we can even show the amount. So for that I put here parentheses, break the parentheses in the side. I say dollar and amount. So if we go back and refresh, we have their amount as well. So this is how you call and get the data. So we are simply saying like, okay, MySQL query, do a query. First we are providing the connection to database. If it is true, it is successful, we passing the query. If we have results, either you can say is set, or you can put straight away this way. If the condition is true, we go here. Now here we are checking rows using MySQL function. If it is more than 0, then we are getting MySQL fetch assoc, which is associative array. So so we can use the function MySQL fetch assoc, or we can use MySQL fetch array. So save this, go there and refresh the page, and the same results are there. So it's just working fine for us. Now if you want to, you can even do more things here or that, where id equals 1. I save this, go here, refresh, we get Austria only. So you can do whatever you want to do with the data. You can put here, and if I want to say or id equals 2, so we will get 2 records in this case. So I go here, back, Austria and Australia, so United States, according to the IDs.
I want to create a form and insert data into the database using PHP. So let's do that. So for now, what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to remove this code from here. So the structure of this is like we have a DB file on the top included, and here is the database connection, and in index.php I'm going to include the form here. So I'm going to create a form here now. So it's going to be form, and form requires 2 parameters, action and method. In this case we are going to use method post. Now here inside we need to create input, so input, and it's going to be type text, and name going to be equal to username. Now if you go to the browser in the database, I have a table named users. If I go inside it, we have the structure of user underscore name, email, password, created underscore add, updated underscore add. So these fields we need to set data to for. So user underscore name is already here. We can set placeholder as well, and it's going to be user name. Now after this I will put a BR break tag, then input. Now this input is going to be text as well. It's going to be email, and we can say here email, and after that another BR. Then we want to put this again, and this time it's going to be password. So for password type going to be password. If you want to put the validation for email for using HTML, you can put the type to email as well and input when you get the email. But usually we use text, and then we use the JavaScript or jQuery for validation. For this is something out of scope for this video, but just to let you know that you can do that. So here I put password type is password, and the name going to be password. Placeholder, we want it as a password. So if we go and see our database, there we have username, email, password. These three fields are fine, and these two fields we are going to put the current time when we're going to insert, and ID going to be generated automatically. So from the form point of view, we are almost done. We want a break here and a button, so I create a button here. Now this can be of type submit, and it should be alright, and it's going to be submit. So I save this now, and let's see how it looks. I go to the page, refresh, we have username, email, and password, and the button. Now we want to send this data to a file, but I'm going to create a file which is going to handle the process of this data. So in our project in functions, we have a functions.php where currently I have this function that we are not using currently. So what I do is simply say here action is going to be functions / functions.php. So when the form we are going to submit, it is going to send the data to this file. Now here in the functions.php we need to set up a few things. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to check that here. So first of all, we need the database connection, which is here that we are including. So if we include DB here, let's do that, include. And currently we are in functions, so we need to get out of this folder first. So one time we get out, now then we get into DB. So it's going to be DB. And then we have that file, we can proceed further. In here what I want to do, I want to say let's print first value first. So I say here print _r, and I want $_post, as we are using post method for posting the data. So here we want to get the user _name. So let's see if we are getting the data correctly or not to test things out. So I go here and I refresh. Now we get include DB, failed to open no such. Alright, so we are including DB in functions.php. If I go to index.php, we have include functions.php here. We don't need this file currently here, so I'm going to comment this out, and this should resolve the error that we are getting here. Now that error is gone. Now we have our form, we can deal with that. So let's see, I go to browser again and refresh. Now put a name here, I say Roger, email some@gmail.com, password is test. So we get the Roger here, and that is something that is coming from this. So that means it's working just fine. So if I go, if we need to remove this, that is coming up front, it says database connected successfully. So that is coming from the db.php. So we can simply comment it for here because it's working already. So Now we are getting one value. Let's deal with the other values. So what I do here, I'm going to create a few variables. So I say dollar user name, and this way. Now we have these values, then we can even put the validation, but for now I'm just going to insert it straight away. So I say dollar SQL, and it's going to be into. Now the table name we have here is if I go there, it is users, so we need to define that here. I say users. Now we are going to put the values. So the values, we need to put the name of the fields that exactly same given here. So we have I need to change this. It's a uset underscore name, so let me change that first. Yeah, it's going to be user underscore name. All right, so user underscore name, email, and password. So we need this. So now afterwards we need values. So we're going to pass here values, and values we need to put in parentheses as well. And here in values I want to pass the variables that we have. So to pass the variable, we will be putting single quotes dollar user name, comma. So yeah, we have these as they should be. Let me put them here. ULI underscore query, and it requires first parameter, which is the connection. So dollar connection. Now this connection is coming from DB file. If you go to DB, we have dollar connection here, so we are calling that here, and then the comma, and then we pass the SQL. So we are passing it here. Now once this is going to done, I want to redirect user to a page or somewhere. So to do that, what we do, we use header function. So header, and we are going to say location. All right, location, and it's going to be because we are in functions and we need to redirect back to index.php, so we need to get out of one folder. So in that case we say // index.php, because that's the file name. And here we can say anything if you want to. If I say here register is equal to success. All right, now I'm hoping everything is done. Now let's see what we need to do here. So okay, let's test it. So let's see if it is working or not. So I go here and I refresh the page. Oh, sorry, we need to go back to the and refresh here. So I'm going to see here in users we currently have no data. Here I'm going to put the password to be 12345, and I hit submit. Now we get the redirection. We have the register is equal to success. If we go to database, refresh, we do not have an entry. Now let's see what happens. Alright guys, so in the code, the insert query, I'm not closing the single quote here, if you can see here. So I'm just gonna close it now. And now if we go and try to insert it, it should work finally. Now I'm gonna refresh the page, and I'm going to password is 12345, submit. We get register success. So you can see that the entry is here, and we have the username, user email, and the password 12345. We are not currently hashing it or encrypting it, anything. We are simply inserting it, and we are getting the time automatically. Now time is coming automatically because in the structure we have current timestamp set to default, so it's picking from there, and ID is something that is going to get generated every time automatically, as it's a primary key. Programming you should use to make your code more secure. For example, if you're working on some small project, these things can save a lot of time and it can save a lot of resources. So for example, I will start with the HTML here. Now currently we are not checking anything here, we are just getting the text, and whatever user puts in, it goes straight away. Even the user puts a number, it is going to straight away gonna go inside and going to save the detail. So for example, if I go here in the browser, refresh, any number, and then here pending password and submit. Now I go to the database and refresh. You can see that it's not an invalid email and we are inserting it straight away, which is not good. And user will be able to even add some code if user try to hack our website or something like that. So what we can do to avoid these things? Well, first of all, through HTML we can define here email. So the type is email. It is going to check for if it is an email type, only then it's going to take things forward. So if I go here and refresh this time, and then put here any numbers and submit, it says please include and at. So it is checking for this, and we do not have that, and it's invalid email. So to some extent it is going to secure. Now we also securing password, and password is here, and if someone can access this password straight away, we can see that what exactly user set password. So what we can do here is we can encrypt this password in PHP, and we can secure it in a way so that it is going to be hard to guess what exactly this password is, and it's going to be more secure. So to do that, what we do in the code editor, when we are getting the user password, we can say here MD5. We need to wrap this password with this. So what is going to happen, it is going to encrypt this password, and whatever password you set, if anyone gets the access to that database, they won't be able to guess what exactly the password was. So for example, let's re-add here. So simple. Now hit submit. Now when I go to database, I said browse, you can see that it's not test, it's the random string here. So user saved test, and we are saving the string. So whoever gets the access to the database, they won't be able to recognize this password. So this way this gets secure. Now there are more things we can do. Now for example, if we go here into the page, now we want to make sure that whoever works on the form, whoever fills the form, we are expecting username field should have a string. But what if user tries to put some code in it, or user is an advanced hacker or advanced programmer who try to break our application? So to do that, we can use few PHP functions. Those functions going to avoid some data type that we don't expect from these fields. So what we can do here is, for example, username here, this field. So here we are just getting the value and passing it to variable and then into the insert query. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say here strip underscore tags. Alright, so strip tags, this is a PHP function, and what it does is actually it is going to remove all the HTML tags from the string. So let's see the example. What I do here is I simply say a string, and the string going to be a link, and I say here href, just to clear, making a point here, like if we don't know what kind of user and what kind of data this form will be dealing with, so we are just making a demo content here. So I say $data, the string is equal to, and then I say echo $data. Alright, so let me do this in the index.php so that we can see it there, because here we need to fill the form to do that, so I'll do it here. Alright, so I save this, we go to the browser, refresh the page, we get redirect, and you can see it's a link, we can click on it. Now what I want to do, I want to use this function that we used, the strip tags. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add this function here, and now we go here and we refresh, you can see that the link is no longer a link, it's just a plain text. It just removed those tags, and that's how you secure your code. So whatever user puts here, it's going to get filtered, and we are going to put into database afterwards. So let's do that. I remove this from here. We go to functions.php. Here we already have strip tags. There is another function that is provided by MySQL, so we are going to use that too. That function is MySQL I real escape string. So this function takes the database parameters, so the db.php connection we have, we need to pass this connection as a first argument in this function. So here we pass that, then comma, and then we have the strip tag where we passing the user. So we are going to put it like this. All right, so it's going to filter. It is going to check if any invalid code or any kind of SQL injection or those kind of things. If user tries to do, it is going to escape that. If there is any HTML or characters we have in there, it's going to remove this here too. So we can even do this on every function, for example in the email as well. So all right, so it's now here we are doing MD5, so we want to make sure MD5 is done afterwards once all the data is there. So what I do instead, I'm going to put inside it. So MD5 I'm going to encrypt whatever outcome comes after filtration. So I'm going to say here password. All right, so we save this. Now we are passing the same variables here, so these variables are quite secure now. Now if we go to the browser and refresh the page, Roger, password is 12345, submit. Now we go here, see here we have a new record, we have the email, we have the encrypted password, we have the name. So you can see that these functions are quite useful. So if you'll be developing your application, you need to make sure that user puts only the content we are expecting from that particular field. We can put these kind of checks, and this is going to make our application more secure. The error handling in PHP. So currently we are getting the data, we are filtering the HTML tags, and we have this form on the index.php, and then I'm including the DB in this file and the header, and here in functions.php we are passing when the form gets submitted. So it goes here, and here we are dealing with the insertion in the database. So we have the insert query here. But what if when the user is not providing the correct details and or the form is empty or some that kind of scenarios? So to do that, what we do is, so I go here first of all, and I'm going to change this email to text. So if I put it email here in the input type email, that means the HTML going to check if the input contains @ sign or not. But we don't want that, we want to check it through PHP. So for that we want to accept the string or text whatever user puts here. So once user clicks the submit button, we are going to get here. So what we do here is I'm going to say on the top if, and then submit. All right, now for this we need to make sure that we have the we need to change this button to input type submit, and we can put this to, so by using $_post we can get these name parameters for input. Now we have the submit button with the name of submit, so we are checking for that. If it is clicked, only then we want to do this. So now what we're gonna do here is I'm going to say echo submit clicked. Alright, I just save this, go to the browser. Alright, now if I click submit, we go to code editor. We are doing it on the functions.php, so I need to remove the command the header for a moment for checking. So refresh here again and I click submit. We see the submit clicked because it is now in functions.php and it is checking that if the user is coming from this form after clicking this button. So we can do this now, that once user is clicking the submit, then we include the DB, otherwise not, because DB is the access to database and it is going to make our code a bit secure. So we are not providing, if someone gets access to the functions.php, we are checking here that the user is coming from the form only, otherwise we are not including this file. Now once we have this file, we are going to do this. We can, for example, we have username here where we are doing a lot of filtering, so I'm going to put it here. So we want to do the filtering, but first we need to check if the username is there or not. So what we can do, we can use a PHP function here. So I say if username, and then we check here. Now we want to check if the username is not empty, then do this. So we are going to say here not. So this is going to check, okay, if there is value present in the username, then we are going to make this username secure. Alright, so in the else statement we can give an error. So we can say here echo username required. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to simply copy this and paste in here. Now we are going to check for the email. Alright, so I'm checking here the email. Do this, then again a if statement inside. Now this if statement is going to act if the email is there. So we need to check if it is a valid email. So if it is a valid email, only then we are going to assign it to here. So I'm going to put in here. Alright, and here I'm going to say else. So it's going to check, okay, the email, if not empty, then check for if it is a valid format. If it is valid, then we are going to filter the email for SQL injection. I'm going to put a new variable. If it is not valid, it's going to give the error. If it is empty, it's going to give the error. Now we have the password. Let's do that. So I'm just going to copy this if statement. I'm going to paste here. Better. Now we are checking this time password, so I'm going to copy this, and if not empty. Now for this we are going to simply put in here. So if it is not empty, encrypt it, and if it is empty, alright, so this is how it's going to be now. And yeah, so we have 3 user inputs and we are checking all those 3 inputs straight away. So here we can put here dollar inserted, and we can say another statement, then echo data else. Okay, so we have the validation at place now. So let's see how it works. So we go to the bird, I hit submit, we get email is not valid, we get undefined variable user. So we are getting this error. We need to catch this one. So let's see why we're getting this error. So here it says undefined variable user email. So what happens is we are checking here, and when we get the error, for example, we have email is not valid, so this striked. So we are not setting any email currently, so this variable is not setting when we are giving this error. So that's the reason it's giving this problem. users, you will see that email is not there. It's inserted the data but without email. So what we need to do here is we need to stop the execution if the error occurs. So what we can do simply, we can put here an exit, and it's going to stop and it's not going to do anything further. Now in the real world applications, we will be using some other methods. Even we will be using JavaScript or jQuery in the front end and also on the back end. But for example, for current use, if we want, for currently, we are just going to check that if the data is not right, if data is not there, do not proceed, just stop. Email, password, submit. Email is not valid and it's stopped. It's not inserting anything now. If I go here, we have 7. I refresh the page, it stays still 7. It's not inserting anything. Now let's do this. Now what we do, we go back, refresh, and hit submit. So it says username is required. So if user goes here, refresh, puts the username, submit, email is required. Okay, message is not correct here, so we need to remove the name from here. Now go back, refresh. Now password is empty. I'm gonna submit it. It says password is required. So each time it is checking, it's stopping just after that due to exit. It's not proceeding here. Now we can even say that only do this once we have all the data. So you can say if, however, already it is doing it, but we can put it this way as well. So we can say if empty password. So I just want to put not and empty email. So we're passing here. So we are saying not D. There is some value. Only then we are going to run this code. So I put this code inside. So this code not going to proceed. So even if I remove the exit now, if the password is empty, it is not going to go any forward still. So if I remove this exit and comment this one here. Alright, so okay, I cut it by mistake, so I'm gonna copy this username and put it here. So I refresh the page now, and we are going to simply hit this. It says username required, email required, password required. Now let's go there in the code. Now we should have a break afterwards, so I'm gonna add the break so that it comes one after the other. So copy and paste in here as well, and save. Now let's see here. So you refresh, continue, username is required, email required, password required. So if I go back, what I do is provide the Roger and submit. Now we get 2 errors. So each time it is checking here and echoing out the errors, and it is not proceeding this because those values are empty. So it's required all these 3 values. If the one of these values is not there, it's not going to insert the query. But if the email is not valid, we are still not setting or stopping the code. So we are not setting this variable, so currently it will give error. So for example, if I go here and I say Roger emit, we get email is not valid and the user email is undefined. So either we can put this in condition as well, or we can put exit so that when email is not valid, stop the program, and we need a valid email, or we can put it inside this condition as well. So that's up to you how you want to do it. So what I can do currently, I just stopping this for now for this current example. Now if I go to here and back, refresh, it is not going to proceed any further. So you get the idea, like we can put the conditions, even you can add more conditions, nested conditions. That's totally up to you how you want to treat the data and how secure you want your application to be. To create a login system using PHP. So I'm using XAMPP. It's running currently, and what we're going to do here is that if I go to the application folder, XAMPP, htdocs, I have this Sky folder, which is currently set to virtual host, which is sky.test. So currently we don't have any file, it's blank. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a database, and then we are going to connect to that database, and then we are going to proceed to create a login system. So what I do, I simply say here login system and create. So we have a database now with the name of login system. So I'm going to open the directory for this project. I'm going to select, I'm in htdocs right now. Here I'm going to select Sky and open. Now here I'm going to create a file. It is going to be index.php, and now along with this file I need to create a directory for database connection or any other configuration file that we might create in coming future. So I create a directory, we can call it config, and inside this directory I want to create a file which is going to be db.php. Now this file is going to take the connection to database, and we are going to create that connection now. So we need to define a few variables. So first I'm going to start the PHP tags, and then I'm going to define the variables. So first is db underscore server, and which is going to be equal to localhost. Now then db underscore user. Now we want it to be root. By default we get the username root. If you change it, then you need to change it here as well. Now by default we don't have any password, so db password variable going to be empty, and then we have db underscore database. Now the database we just created a moment ago, so we are going to get the same database. So this login system name I'm going to copy and paste in here. Now we need to check if this these details are correct and going to connect with the database. So we need to make a connection. So it's a $connection. Now this is a function. It takes 4 parameters. So first, one by one, we are going to pass these variables here. We are successfully connecting. So what I do is I simply create a conditional statement here. I say if connection successful. Here we say echo connection failed. Alright, this is just to see if the things are working or not. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to include this file into our index.php so that we can see this. We won't have to navigate to db.php in that case. So here in index.php, I will start PHP tags and end the PHP tag. And here I'm going to say include. Now I'm in index.php, so it's a main directory. So I need to go inside config. So we're going to say here config /db.php. Alright, I'm gonna save this. Now we go to browser. Here currently we have nothing. We refresh the page, we get connection successful. So now we know that our connection is working, so we can comment out these statements because we don't want to show on our application that we are connected to database or anything. We will be using this variable. So whenever we will be querying to database or inserting or fetching data. Now we have the connection set up, and the next step is going to be include the HTML, and we want to have some navigation to our project so that we can work with the login system. So here I'm going to say HTML, and this is the HTML content. Now here we have the title. I'm going to replace it with login system. Alright, we
we'll be including all our CSS into the head tag, and we need to put navigation inside body tag. So here I'm going to create a header, and in this header I'm going to take the navigation. Now I don't want to create navigation custom all by ourselves, because that will take time and we will have to add CSS, so we can use Bootstrap in this case. So what I do, simply I go here in Google Bootstrap navigation. Now when you search that, you come across the site of Bootstrap. Now you can get the navigation here. You can see the navigations we have, so we can copy this code simply and we can include in our project. This is going to save a lot of time for us. Now we have navigation here. I'm going to indent it a little bit. Alright, so that code looks good. Now I'm going to save this and I'm going to check our page. So if I go here and refresh, we have our navigation, but the style is not there. So we go back to navigation, Bootstrap website. There we have getting started. There, if you go and see, you will see the CSS CDN. We can include that. I copy this, go into our project, and in head tag we are going to put this here. So once I put it there and we go back to the browser, refresh the page, we have our navigation working as we want them to. So in the navigation, we want to customize our navigation, and before anything I want to tell you what we need to do here. I'm going to put this navigation to a separate file so that we can include it on every page as we wish. So what I do, I go here in our project and I'm going to create here a directory, and it's going to be includes. You can call anything you like. I'm calling it includes because I'm going to put all the files in this directory which I'm going to include in our pages. So here I'm going to create a file. It's going to be navigation.php. Now once we have this, we can simply go into the here, and I'm going to get our navigation from there, put in here. Alright, save here, and we need to include it here. So I say PHP open and close tags, and inside these we say include, and now we need to go inside includes directory and then navigation.php. Alright, so we are including it. Now let's see if it is working. I refresh the page, we still have navigation there. So in the navigation, what I want to do, I want to remove this disable. We don't need this. We have, if I scroll here, we have home feature pricing. We don't need these all. So we have home here. I'm going to put href / so that it brings us to home page. Then I'm going to create a login. Alright, so it's going to go to /login and .php. We're going to create this file, and we won't don't want this right now. We will be adding more if we need, but for now I think that's it. So 2 links are enough. Now we have navbar as a, so the project title, I'm going to say login system, and it is also going to get us to homepage. Save this, refresh, home, login, yeah. Alright, so let's proceed. Now we need to work with the login system. So to deal with that, we need to create a form. Now if you want to, you can change the login system with the logo of your website, of your project, whatever you prefer. So let's do that. For this particular case, in navigation we have this button, and here we have this login system where we are working currently. So I'm going to remove the login, and I'm going to put image tag in here, and I'm just going to give the source and alt, and also the width I want to be 50 pixels, and height to be 50 pixels. We see that if it fits fine or not. So currently I don't have any images, so for that we need to create another directory, and that's the main motto here, to show you how we need to arrange our files. So I create another directory and I call it assets. Now this assets directory can have further directories, so I create a directory CSS. So whatever CSS files we are going to include, we can include in the CSS folder. Now in the assets directory, I'm going to create another directory with the name of JS. So any JavaScript, jQuery, UB, CDNs, if you be including, or files you be including, you will call here, not the CDNs. Now we need to include an image. So for that, again, inside assets, we create a folder images. So any project files, any project images we can include here. So inside these images, we need to add an image. So I have a image here. Now what I want to do here is, currently it is not transparent, so I'm going to make it transparent first. So for that, I'm going to go into zox.biz. Now the file is transparent. I'm going to put into our project, so XAMPP, then htdocs, there we have sky. Inside it we created assets and then images, and inside it we want to save it, so I save there. Alright, I cross this. Now if I go to the editor, here we have our file. I'm just going to copy the file's name, and it's a .png file. In here we need to provide the path through that file. So currently we are in navigation.php, which is included in index.php. So we need to provide assets / images / file name .png. Now for SEO, search engine optimization, if you're aware of that, if you want your site to be good in Google, you must provide the alt text related to the content of your page or the image. That helps, but for this project we are not going to do that. We're going to leave it empty. So save this, and if I go to the site, refresh, we have our logo here and it looks fine. Now let's do this. Now what we do here is that we create pages directory. So we need to create a pages directory so that whatever pages we want user to go on, so it is going to switch accordingly. So here in our project, next to index.php, I'm going to create a directory called pages, and currently we want to log in the user. So I'm going to create a file with the name of login.php. You can name it if you want something else, you can do that. But for me, it's fine. Currently, I'm just gonna open the PHP tags here, and I'm gonna say echo, and I'm gonna say login. That's it. Simply, you can save this. Now, when we go to navigation, if you notice, we have the /login.php, but it is inside pages, so we need to change that. So it's going to be pages. And let's see how it works. So I go to browser, I get refresh. If I click on login, we get to login, and the problem is we don't have navigation, so we need to make it navigation available to every page. So if I go and see the editor in the index.page, you can see that our layout is something like this, and this layout we can use in our login page as well. So I'm just gonna copy and paste here, this is similar. So we have the style included, we have the database included, we have the navigation included. So whatever content going to be changed, it is going to be changed here. So we can say here is, I'm going to say here a div, and I'm going to say here h3, and it's going to be home page, and I'm just going to copy the similar way and log in here, and this is going to be login page. Okay, now if we go here, refresh, we get home page, and when we go to login page, we get login page. Now we are getting the config db failed, and that's quite obvious because what happened is index.php we called config. Now if you see the directory structure from index, it is config and then db. Now in login is inside the pages, so we need to get out of this directory, current directory, that is pages, and then it goes to config. So I save this and we go here, refresh, we have navigation, same thing, we need to change with navigation as well. So we are including navigation here, dot slash, save, go here, refresh, and image go in assets, so slash dash. So we have it. So and I'm going to say log in user. Now if I go here, login user, and the similarly I'm going to align here as well, align center. Now this is login page, so we need to have a form, so you can say login here, and let's create a form here. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to simply call form tag, and here we're going to say now let's do this. We are going to use the pre-made bootstrap forms, so this will save our time. Now we want our login and register page to look something like this in styling, and it is going to be predefined as it's a bootstrap. So you can go to this link. This link is in the description. And the reason I'm using bootstrap is when you be developing websites, bootstrap is very basic and used a lot, and on many websites it is going to be one of the most demanded front-end framework that you need to learn. So it's not that hard. So what you're going to do here is, once you are on this particular link, you need to go into right click on it and then go into view page source. So we are going to see here a form that we have, and we have all the bootstrap classes already working there, so we can copy this form. Here I'm going to remove our predefined form, the form we defined here. We're going to say here another div, and I'm going to give it a class of row, and inside is div with the class of call md4, and inside this div I'm going to put the form. Now I'm going to indent it a little bit so it looks better. Alright, I'm going to save this. Now we're going to see if it works fine. So we go in login page and refresh. We get it here, so the offset is not working. I think I need to remove the call MD, so offset is 4, and yeah, now it's centered. Alright, it looks totally fine to me. Now the similar way, what I want to do, I want to create the register page as well. So for that we need to go into the navigation. I'm going to copy this line, I'm going to put here, and it's going to be register, and I'm going to say login, it's going to be register.php. Now we need to go into our project, and there inside the pages we need to create another page. It's going to be register, or you can call that sign up. register.php. That's going to be similar to login, so just going to copy and paste everything from there, just like that, and we will be editing it. So you can see here, so if I go here, refresh, we have register. So if I click there, it goes to pages, register. We need to fix this. So we go home to login, home to register. It's fine. So it says sign up here. We can remove the title from the top. It doesn't look that good. It says similarly from the login page, we can remove this. Let's save this page as well. Go here, go to home, refresh. So we can go login, sign in, and register. Now we don't want this logo, we want our logo in there, so we can simply change this logo. Sure. Now register inside pages, just like the navigation inside includes. I'm hoping it should be working fine. Now let's see the browser. Refresh, we have our logo, login and register. Now we need to fix this, that when we go to login and then to register, it should go to register, but what happens is it goes to pages, and then register, and in our directory we don't have that. We have it inside pages, then register. So to make our navigation working properly, we need to put // here too, and here too, because our navigation is inside the includes folder, so it goes one folder out, then it goes into pages, and there are the pages. So one folder out, then pages, and then there is the page. So we save this. I go to the browser, I refresh the page, go to home. Now if I go to login, we can log in, register, home. So it's working as we want it to work. Alright, now let's work on our sign up. So we need to edit this form a bit. So here currently in the register.php we have the remember me. I don't want to do that currently. We have this course scope, we are going to register the user. Now here we have sign up, then the email address label and the input for email address. Now we are going to do something like this too. So I'm going to separate it so that it's easy to read for you. So these are the inputs. This is for the email and this is for the password. Now I'm going to copy and paste to this one here, and I'm going to edit it because we need the username, and I don't want this one without username, so I just put here name. It's going to be type text, and input name is going to be this. Now we could say here name, and placeholder, also user name, and it is required autofocus. All those things are from Bootstrap, so we don't need to care about that. We have the input with the type text. That's all matters. Now if I go here and refresh, we have username, email, and password. These three things we need to make our login or user register. So if I go to the text editor now, here I'm going to say register. Now this form is going to submit, and we can remove this for now. We don't need copyright and anything. Now we can submit this form. We can define the action. Now action going to be to a file which is going to process this form, so we need to create that file. So we can create a directory where we are going to put all the files. Those are going to process our forms. So what I do here, next to index.php I create a directory, and I'm going to call it processes, and inside this processes we can create the file. So I create another file, and it's going to be for registration. We can say sign up process.php. So this is what is going to handle the sign up for for our application. Now if I go to the register here, we need to define this path here. So I say slash. Now we are in register.php, which is inside the pages. So we need to get out of this directory once, --, then we are in the main directory. Now we need to go into processes, so we put that inside processes. We are going to get this file. I'm going to copy the name .php, and we need to define a method, and method going to be for this form is going to be post. Alright, you can define post like this or like this, it's the same thing. So save that. Now looks like our form is ready. So what we need to do here is I go into here and I start the PHP tags, and here we're going to say if is set. It's going to check if we are getting a form from submission. So we're going to check here submit. Now if I go to register, here we have the type submit. What I'm going to do, I'm going to change the button to input. So I'm going to say here input, type submit, name going to be submit, and value going to be register. Now we can give this class to it so that we maintain the styling, because it's from Bootstrap, so we don't need to worry. Move that. Now we have our index, and we can catch this submit. So I post this submit here. Now if it is submit, then we say echo form submitted, just to check for now. Let's see what happens. So I go to publication, I refresh the page and register, and hits register. We have the required set, so we need to put these values. So I'm going to put anything and any password, and we get form submitted. Now let's process this. So when we get the submit, we need to include our database. So we did that in the index.php, the same way we need to do there in our process. So here inside a process, we're going to include the database. So we want to make sure if user is coming from submit by submitting a form only, then include the database. Now again, we are inside a process folder, so we need to go one folder out to reach to that config directory, because if you see here, it's one folder out. So we can save that. Now we have the access to it. Now we're going to put some validations here. So to work with validations, what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove these required, which is HTML required, which is because if we want to check validation through PHP, this is going to increase our time. So if you want to use them, you can use in your project, but what I do, I simply remove these so that we can work. And the email type going to be text, because we want to validate through PHP, not through HTML. It's a good practice to use this type email, but we are checking how to create this sign up with PHP, so I want to show you through PHP. So now in this case, we're going to get the values. So let's get the values first. So we have three fields. First is user name, and then we have user email, and to get the values we're going to get $_post for each. So, and we are going to pass the names of those fields to these so that we can check. Now if I go here, we gave what names. Let's check. So this input had no name. Let's pass the name. Name going to be the same way, and this username we can pass in here. Now same way we need to pass the name here as well. We don't have. And the last one going to be the user password, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, now what we need to do here is we need to put a condition. If empty, and we say username. Alright, so this is going to check if it is empty. Then we are going to pass an error, echo, and similar way I'm going to copy this and paste this here. There I'm going to say email password is required. Okay, I missed the columns here. Alright, now let's see if I go here and refresh the page, register, we get all these break here, all these 3 errors, but we want to show these errors here. We don't want to show these errors on that next page. So what we can do about that is, now to see these messages same on to the page where we have our form, we want errors here, not coming to the next page. What do we need to do? We need to redirect a user when these errors happen. So what I can do here is we can simply put here location, and we are going to use a header function for that, and header, and inside it I'm going to say location. Okay, and it's going to be the location of the file where we want to send the user. So this is going to be the file where we are here, register.php. So we get out of this, and then pages and slash, and inside of register.php. Now I want to pass an error, and that error is going to be we can set like what exactly the error is like. So I say empty name, remove this, and I'm going to copy this and paste in here as well as here. Now here it's going to be empty email. Now here it's going to be empty password. So if these happen, it's going to send us back. Now here we can put exit. Alright, let's see what happens. So I go to the browser and refresh, and when I hit register, we get empty name on the top. So if I remove, for example, the exits, so if I remove this exit from all these 3 conditions, what is going to happen is that error that we are setting a variable. So first time it is going to get this value, then this value, then this. So a variable going to have only one value inside it. So it is going to be overwritten, and they're only going to show us this instead of showing all 3, because we first set that okay, and name is empty, then email is empty, but at last we check the password, so this stays inside error. So let's see what happens here. So what I do, I hit register, we get error empty password. So that's the reason we need to make sure we put the exit. So what happens is it is going to check for each field one by one, and we are going to get what exactly we are looking for. So user will have to fill the name. So if I say here it says empty name, now we need to check this that this variable is set so that we can show an error. So for that, what I do here is I go into the register page. Now here where we have the input name, what we can do, we can set an alert. So I'm gonna say here p tag, and I'm gonna give it a class of alert. Now this is a bootstrap class, so not worry about it too much. And I'm going to put here the error. So it's going to be, I want to show this when we have the error showing up for the username, so that when we have this on the top, it should display here.
that this error happened. So what we can do here is we can put here a PHP condition inside this form. So whenever you be getting value from URL, you will be using get. Now the variable we are getting is error. So we have error, and the error, now if I go to browser, it has the value empty name. So we can check for this, so that if it is set, and we can say and we can put this into string, and we can say it is equal to this empty name. What I want to do, I want to echo, or we can simply do this way. We can close the PHP tag and start the PHP tag again, and in between we can put our HTML. So here it's going to be like this. You will see this kind of code a lot in the applications. Developers do this a lot. So here we are going to say a name is required. Alright, I'm going to save this. I'm going to go to browser, home, I go to register, hit, and we get name is required. Now this is the red and all this styling. This is from Bootstrap, so don't worry about it. Now we can do it small PHP tag, HTML tag, because it's too big. I'm going to save this, and then we go to the browser, register, hit this, but it doesn't align very well. So what I do here is I simply put these headers on the top of this form, because we don't want to work a lot on the designing for now. So I'm just going to put it here. Alright, so we are setting the headers for empty email and empty password as well. So the same way we need to show those headers too. So I'm going to just copy this if, and I'm going to say else, and then I'm going to paste the if. So it's going to be else if statement. Here it's going to check the header, and if it is empty email, now it is going to check if it is empty email, then it's going to give us the error email is required. Now if I go to the browser and refresh and hit register, we get the required name is required, we put the name, and then get the email is required. So if you see the code, I'm checking that if is set error, and if error is this. So we are doing this if is set error every time, which is not necessary. We can do it only once and then only check these errors. So what I can do here is I simply copy this, and inside it I'm gonna say an if condition, so we can remove this is set from these each conditions. So we are just going to check this, and we're going to put this inside it. So we are first checking if, okay, if there is error, then check if the error is this. Now here we're going to copy this and paste it again, because this time we're going to check for password, and then it's going to say password is required. Alright, now I'm going to go to the browser and refresh. We get email is required. So user puts the name, then puts some email, and then hit register. We get the password is required, and that's how it works. Now we need to check that if the email is right. So if we are on this page, we get that okay, user will be putting the values, but we want to check if the email type is correct or not. So for that, we need to put a condition in our process here. So if these values are not empty, the PHP will process and go further. So we can say here if not empty, and so we want to run this. So we are simply saying that alright, if every detail that we are looking for is there, then we need to insert the data, and this time you need to check the email type before inserting data. So here I'm going to check for that. So checking user email we have here. So we're going to use a filter bar. It's going to be all capital, validate underscore email. So I want to put it inside a condition, an if condition. So if it is a valid email, we want to proceed, and if it is not valid, so we can do here is if not valid, so we can give the error just like that here, and we can say invalid email. Now when we pass the invalid email, we need to check for it. So here I can copy and paste the else if again, and this time it's going to be invalid email. So if it is equal to invalid email, we can say go to the browser, and we are going to provide some details. So I'm going to pass name, then an email, and a password, register. Email is invalid, so it's working as expected. So we have that error coming from the process. So the values are there, it's checking that way. Now once we have this, once everything is clear, we want to insert data. Now before inserting data, I want to check the data if the data is secure. Is equal to $username. Now we either can do this here, so that that will be make our program faster. For example, I have the $username, and we can put all the checks here like this. So put it here and here. So pass it here too, and this goes into the. Now here we are setting the variables. We are going to set the variables in here inside. Now I need to change email here as well. Okay, so now here I'm going to check for it. So I say strip underscore tags. So it is going to remove if there is any HTML tags included, which is going to make our input from the user quite secure. Now in the password, user might want to add it, so we can remove from there, and here it's fine. Now we want to pass the another function, mysqli underscore real escape string. Alright, now the same function I want to put here too. Now the password, we need to secure it. We need to make it encrypted. A function password. We can use MD5, but this is more secure, so it's going to be password underscore hash. And we pass the password, and the second argument is going to be capital password underscore default. So this is going to encrypt it. Now once we have all these values, it's the time we insert this into the database. So currently, if I go to the database here, I have no data table created. So let's create a table. So I say here users table, and I want let's create 4 columns. First, I want to pass ID, and it's going to be integer, and it is going to be auto increment, so I can check here. Second is going to be the user underscore name. Now we can give it a text or various characters. Now in this case I would say various characters because some users might want to put some characters in their name. You can give the maximum value. I say, let's say 150 characters. Now we don't need an auto increment on this, it's just going to be on the ID, and ID also going to be primary, so that every time it's going to be unique and it's going to be incrementing with each entry. Now we have username, then we have email. Now email is going to have a character, so it's going to be raised character. I'll say 150, and then we have the time. So we say created underscore add, and I forgot to add the password. So what we can do, we can add one column. So I can say go, it adds one. So I say created, it goes here, and here I would say password. A password can have a string or text, whatever you prefer. I'm going to give a bar chart now, and also 150. Created underscore add, it's going to be timestamp, so the current time when the entry happens, it's going to get the timestamp for that. Now we can set the default values here, but we don't want to set, I'm not going to set any, but if you want to, you can do that. You can set to null, like if when you put any entry you are not sure that user will be adding that particular for example, if you want user to add a username but it's an optional field, you can set it to null, so it's going to be if username is there, insert it, otherwise keep it null. So we have our table almost set, so I save. So our table is set. So in the text editor, now we need to write our query SQL, and I'm going to write a query here. So it's going to be insert into users. It should match the name, user underscore name, email, and password. We don't need to provide ID. So here I'm gonna say user underscore name, comma, then we're gonna put email. Created underscore add because I did not set any default value, so here I'm going to pass the values. So we have $new username, comma, created underscore add, we need to pass now. So it's going to add the date and time when this query runs. So this is how it goes. MySQLi underscore query, and we are going to pass the connection, and then the $SQL. Now here we are going to say a variable, and we are going to put a condition on this. So you're going to say if inserted, do this, else do this. Now we're going to do something like this here. So we're going to put here. Now here we are going to say, instead of error, we're going to say success. We can set user created, and in else we can also put some condition. We can say it's going to be error failed. Alright, now we need to put a check for this, so we go here in register. I am going to copy the else if, gonna paste here again. So we are going to first check the error. The error if it is equal to this, we're gonna say something, or we can say contact admin or something like that if you want to. Now also this time we need to check success as well. So we wrap this everything inside the it is get underscore error, get error. So we need to check if it is success this time. So we need to do here else if $_get, and it's going to be success. And if it is success, now we need to pass a condition. So we say if, and we need to check user created. Then we are going to pass here, and it is going to be just like this. Now I'm going to change this class to success. User indented a little bit, so save this. Alright, now go to the browser and let's register a user. We get invalid 57. Okay, I paused this. I need to put is set. If it is set, then do this. And then, yeah, now we go to browser again and refresh. So we need to register here. Now I say, okay, my name is Roger, email is raj@gmail.com, and then password is test, and hit register. We get a user signed up successfully. Now if we go to database, there we have the entry, password encrypted, time is there, but we don't have username and email. Let's see what's gone wrong. Alright guys, so I forgot to add the connection when we use MySQL library escape string. The first parameter is going to be the connection. The way we added the connection when we here MySQL query, we added a connection, then the SQL query. The similar way we need to add a connection, and then the variable. So same way I need to add it wherever we use MySQL real escape string. So here, and we also use it here. Alright, so it should be working now. So let's try again. So I go to the browser and register page, refresh. Now here I'm gonna put any name and password, register. User signed up as successfully, browse. Now we have the username, email, and password. Everything working as it's supposed to. We have this login application, so we already got the user signed up. Now we need to make sure once the user signed up, it shows that okay, you're logged in, and we hide the register option and we show logout option, and we show some data according to the logged in user. So to do that, what we need to do, we need to use sessions. Now to deal with sessions, what we need to do, we need to work on a file where we can start a session, and that file should be available to all pages. So if you're in our project, we see here our directory structure is something like this. So in register, we are including db file, and then the page navigation, and then we have all the content. The similar way we have in login, same structure, as well as in index page we have same structure. So we can include, create a new file and can include after db, or we can even do it inside this file. It's totally a preference based thing. So what I do here is I'm going to create a new file. So I'm going to call it header.php, and this PHP file only going to do one thing. It is going to, for now, it's going to do only one thing. We will see what else we can do with this. So session_start, that's all we want for now. So this is going to start the session. Now this file we need to include everywhere. So this is a header file. Now we already have navigation called our db file, so next db we can call it. So let's do that. So I just go here, and we're gonna say includes header.php. Now this way we need to pass it into login. We need to see if we are getting any error or not. Now if I go to index, we need to pass it there too. Now for index, includes directory is just next to it, so we don't need to put this. We simply say includes and header. So I'm going to cross this. Now if I go to the browser, refresh, we are not getting any error, then this is good. If we are not getting any error, everything is good. So what happens is when the user signed up, we are going to, once this happened, user created. Before this, I want to set a session. So what I do, I say here $_session, and I'm going to pass a user underscore name, and I'm going to put the value of the user, so username. I'm going to pass this value to this. Alright, so username going to set once the logged in successfully happened. Now at this moment we need to go into navigation, and here I want to wrap the register link with the PHP statement. So what I do here, I simply start a PHP statement and PHP statement, and here I'm going to say, so we pass here if set. So I want to reverse it so that if session username is not set, then we want to show the register option, and otherwise we want to show it. So we're just going to cut this, paste it here, alright, something like this, and we can even say else, and we can again break the PHP statements here. So we need to show now the logout, so I'm just going to add that here. We don't have any file for logout right now. I'm just going to create one, but to show it now. And now to make it work, we also need to call the session start here as well and sign up process. So I'm going to say session underscore start. Alright, so now we go again here and refresh the page. Let's say mark 1 2 3 4 5 register. Now you can see user signed in, and we have log out instead of register, and that's great. We don't have logout working currently, but we are going to do that. So this just changed because we are checking the session in the navigation file and here. So we got logout. Now log in, it shouldn't be displaying as well, because if the user is already logged in, so only logout should be there. So here, let's save this. Now if I go here and refresh, we only have logout and home. So now the user can go to the register page. Now if we have login user on home page, we want to show some content based on the information of logged in user. So what I do, I go into index.php, and we can give some kind of message here. So here I'm going to copy and paste the same condition. So I'm just going to copy this. Inside it, we're going to put this content. So if not set username, then we want to say h3 logged data, and if user is logged in, we can say h3 welcome. Then we can put the username as well, so we can say here PHP tag echo username and closing PHP tag. So we should get a username there. So refresh welcome Mark, we can say here UC first. This is another PHP function. What it is going to do, it is going to make first character uppercase. So if I go here, login mark. So that's looks great now. So we have home and log out. Now we need to log out the user. Let's do that. For logging out the user, we are going to create another file. It is going to be logout process.php. And what you're going to do here is we're going to go to navigation. Now when the user sees the logout, we want to send to this file. So here what happens is this is inside processes, so we need to pass that processes slash logout. Oh, sorry, it's a sign a logout process, so let me copy the name here. Alright, now for now, if we are going to log out, it is going to take us there. There's nothing, but what we want is we want that when user goes to that file, it destroys it and redirects back to user to the home page. So to do that, what we can do, we can simply say here that starting a PHP tag, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna say session underscore start, and then we're going to say session destroy. Alright, and once the session is destroyed, we want to redirect user. We're going to use header function, and we are going to define the location in this case again, location, and it's going to be now we are here in logout process, which is here, so we go one directory out, then we go to index.php. That's it, index.php. And if you want to pass a message, we can do that. We can say here logged, we can say here like success equals logged out. Alright, we save this. Now let's see what happens. So if I go to browser here, I refresh the page and I hit log out, so you can see we got login and register back and login to access data, and we have this on the top. Now either you can show using this, or we can put some kind of data here, but we logged out, so for that I'm going to put a notification using this. So I go to index.php, and now we're going to say okay, just on the top of this, I'm going to remove this else. I'm going to say if it's $$_get, and we are going to check success. If the message is success, now we can also check and $_success log out. We're going to put that here. Now we want this. Now we can see here logged out successfully. Now we can show it a bit better, but for now, just to prove a point how things gonna work, you can do this way. So I am going to pass a class of bootstrap alert info. Alright, so if I go here and refresh, we can log it out successfully. Now we have register working and logout working. We don't have login working. Let's deal with login and let's make it work. So for login, I'm going to make things a bit quicker here. So I'm going to create a file. This is going to be login process. .php. Now this file is just going to check if we have. Now we also need to start session here as well. Here we are going to deal with the form data that we get. Now here in the pages we have login.php. Let's deal with that. I'm going to close this and sign up process and db, and yeah, login.php. So currently we are using, remember, I'm going to remove that. So in login.php we only want email and password. So user provides these two values, we can pass the user. Now we can use register.php's content to make things a bit faster here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy the input from here, which is submit button, and going to replace it here. Now it is the value going to be log in, and the rest stays the same. Now we also can change, we don't have names set up there, so we need to pass names. So user email, I'm gonna pass that. So we have user email. Let me make it a bit separate here. So this is the email field, we pass the name to it, user email. In the same way we pass user password for the user password field, which is right here. Alright, let's save that. Now we need to pass this function form when submits. So here in register we have the method post and action this. So just gonna copy that and paste here. Now instead of sign up process, we want to pass it to login process. Alright, so this is where it is gonna go. So now even in that file we can still use the validations from our sign up process. So let's do that. So login process, we have session start, and sign up process is here. So I'm going to use this, is that I'm going to use this. So we're checking that if user submitted, then include the database. Then afterwards we are going to check these two values. So if we have the error, we don't have the email or don't have the password, do this. Now it is going to redirect register.php, but we want to redirect back to the login page, which is login.php. So we need to pass this in here instead of register. So I'm going to change that. Alright, now once this is done, we also checked for any email validation. I'm going to copy that as well. I'm going to paste here. I'm going to remove the username because we are not taking username. So if values are not empty, we have email and password checked. If the email is valid, we are using same filter var, and here we are going to pass the user back to login.php. Quite similar. You can download the zip of this code and compare both files and edit these files if you want to. So we have the valid email. Now we can work with the query. So here we are securing our data the same way. I'm going to secure it there too. So we have our functions at place and those values are there. Now we need to write a query here. So it's going to be $SQL, which is just go to. Now when you write a query to database, you can do this. You can go straight away to the phpMyAdmin and the table where you want to query. So for example, here I want to query and get the data based on the user details. So what I can do here is first I delete the first entry because there is no username. Now what I do, I say select You can type here your query and check if you're getting the data correctly, and then you can use that inside PHP code. So here I say select all from users, and I'm going to pass here a condition where. Now we are taking email and password from users, so we can use that. So we can say here email equals, so for example, user, whatever emails user provides, we are going to use that. So this email is not there, so I'm going to use this Roger Gmail, just like that, copy, and I'm going to put inside here. Now I'm going to copy this and I hit go. So you see it selected one record here, so our query is correct, so we can do that. So what I do here is I go into the code and I put this there. Now the thing is, we don't want email to pass this way, we want user email that we have. So we are going to pass email like this. And we also want to check if the password matches, so we are going to say password equals the password, user password. Now, so this is our query. Now let's take the query MySQLi query. The first parameter need to be connection, second $SQL. Alright, now we are going to check user found. If user found, what we want to do, we can write it here, so else. So if user found, we want to do the same thing that we did in sign up. We simply set the session and we gave a success message to the user created. So similarly, I'm going to pass here. So I want to put the username to session, and I want to pass, it's going to be, in this case I'm going to want to say index.php, because you're logged in. I'm going to redirect there, and I will change it to logged in. So we are going to put message accordingly. Now if the user is not found, in that case we want to give the error. So I want to pass the error here and redirect accordingly. It's going to be login.php, and it is error user created failed. So I go to login.php. We are not giving any error here currently, so we need to show the errors as we want to. So I go to the register.php, and here where we are displaying all the errors, so we have this PHP on top. I'm going to copy this, and the same code I'm going to put here. And now the thing is, if these errors are set, it's going to give us the error, so that's going to work just fine for us. We need to test it out. Now one thing that we need to check is that the success logged in. If user successfully logs in index.php, we need to give the notification accordingly. So we have the success. Now we need to put this is set and then check the status. So I simply do that. If is set, so we paste this, and then we are going to check the messages, and then else. That was logged out. Now the login process, we are checking the logged in. Now we're gonna check for that. Now here we can say is success, logged in successfully. Alright, let's check if our application working now. So I go to the page here, home page, and refresh. Let's say login to access, so I go to login. So we need to pass the Roger. I have it here. Now password was, I think, 12345. I'm not sure. Something went wrong. I think the password is not right, so I think we need to register again. Let's do that. So I register. So I create a account with the name of John at gmail.com. Password going to be 123. Register. Log out. Log in. And it's going to be John at Gmail. 123. Log in. Something went wrong. Let's check what is not working. Login process, and so we're getting something went wrong. It says error user created failed. Actually, we should say here, like, if something goes wrong, it should be user login failed. And we're going to change this in our login where we're checking for this. So I'm gonna change this because this is the login page, and something went wrong. That's why now here I think something is not right with query, and I missed the single quotes, so it should be here. Alright, now one more thing that I haven't checked, that we are redirecting to index, so this path is correct or not. So login process is inside processes, so one directory out, then we go to index.php, not inside pages we are looking for, so we need to remove the pages. So here it's fine, and here it's going to be index because it goes out of the processes, and index.php is there. Everything looks fine to me now. Let's check what happens now. So I go to home, refresh the page, login, John, the password is 123, login, we are logged in successful. So when we log in, for example, I said John and 123, log in, we get the message, but we are not getting the links updated. The reason is that I got the query here, but I'm not fetching the data. By mistake, I added that variable straight away. So the way to fetch username and put into the session is going to be a bit different. So I'm going to do it right here. So what we need to do, first we are checking if the query is completed. That's totally fine. And then here I'm going to say if mysqli underscore num underscore rows, and we are going to pass our variable, the variable that we have, user found. All right, and if it is more than 0, we want to loop through. Now here I'm going to use the while loop, and $row is equal to mysqli underscore fetch underscore sock associative array. So here we are going to pass our variable, so the user found, that goes straight inside here. Now here we can set our data. So for example, to see if we are getting the name, we can, what I can do here is put exit here so we don't go any further, and I put here print underscore r, and I want to pass $row in it, so you can see that what data we are getting. So I go to the browser, and here we need to log in. John 123, log in. I'm going to remove the password for now. Actually, I need to show you the way to verify the password because we are using password hash, so method is going to be a bit different. So I'm going to comment this here. And now if I go to the browser and refresh, we get the details. Now if we want to print the username, we need to select the username. So I'm gonna go there, and here we can pass username like this. And once we have the username with us, we can put it to the data where we want to put. So what I do I simply say here, cut this, and I'm going to put this like here. So you get the name, put in the session, simple. Now then we are going to redirect the user. Now we are using the hashing here. Okay, array needs to be closed. That's fine. So we are using the password hash. We can't pass this here. To do this, we need to verify the password. To verify the password, what we can do here is like we are getting the data here. So if I go ahead and print it, for example, I say here print username, and I just want to exit out. Okay, we need to put it this way. When we get data from array, we put it this way. So this should be the same here. Alright, let's continue. We get John. So we have the data, and if I want to see the password, so we can see the password as well. So here, refresh. So this is the hashed password, which is encrypted already. So when we get to verify, so we don't need to pass password hash in this case. We just need to get the user input, whatever user input is. So user password is here. Now if I want to check that user password and the encrypted password is the same, I'm going to put a condition in here where I'm getting the data, the password from the database. So I say here if, and it's going to be password underscore verify. So this is a function that we need to use to verify. The first input it takes is the user input. So we are getting this from user input, and make sure it is not encrypting again, because this is going to take care of it. The second is going to be the password that we are getting from the database, which is here with the encrypted one. So I'm going to pass it here as a second parameter. Now this if condition is going to give us what exactly is happening. So I say here echo password no match. Alright, so simply we are checking if the password is matching or not. So we're gonna see this, and I have the exit here, so it's not gonna redirect. We should see these statements. So what I do here, I simply go back, refresh the page. I say john@gmail, password is 123, log in, we get password matched. Now we can use this so that when we are getting the data, we make sure password is matching. Now it's the time we can set these session, so we can pass here so that we checked, okay, if the username is correct and data is coming from database and the password is correct, then set the username. Now if the username is set, we want to redirect back to the login page now. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back and refresh, log in, john@gmail 123, log in. We have logged in successfully, welcome John, and we have log out. So log out, we are in the main page, log in to access data where we are giving these address. We can put some VR here, let's say HR and VR. It should look a bit better then. Yeah, it's better. And there should be the same on the top so that it's at a spacing there. We're not concentrating on the designing currently, we're just focusing how things are working so that we have our content working fine. It's okay. So you can see that login to access data. We go to login, we say John 123. We have logged in successfully, welcome John. You can show any kind of content here. You can have a user account, whatever you want. User can go to a logout. user can register. Let's say wiki, and then password is wiki@gmail.com. Password again 123 I'm gonna give, so it's easy to remember. And user signed in. We are signed in by registering. Now we can also redirect to your home page in this case too if you want to. That's totally up to you. Now we have welcome wiki. Log out, log in with the wiki name. So we're going to I'm gonna change it to wiki. Password is 123. Log in. We are logged in successfully. Welcome wiki. You can see that we have the login system working as we want. So now I want to show you some things when we match the data I used when we if I go to files and sign up. So I use the password underscore hash, so using this, and when I was logging the user, we were matching using password underscore verify. So this is one of the method that using we can encrypt the password. So when we go into database, we get the password like this, and when we match the password, we simply say, so for example, I set here $_post user password, so I'm getting the password from user input, then I'm filtering the password using MySQL iReals escape string, and I pass the connection and the password. Then I pass the all parameters to password underscore hash, and I provided the second argument password default here, and it is encrypting it and putting into this variable. Then we are inserting into the database, and it is going straight here like an encryption. So now we can't see or de-encrypt it. We will have to match it using the password underscore verify, where we provide the user password as a first argument and the encrypted password that we have in database as a second argument, and it returns a boolean. So that's on the base of that we are doing the operation here. Now there is one more way we can do this. So for example, if I wanted to, we could do this way, that we could say here, like I get this user, currently this is my SQL real escape string only, and we're getting the user password, and it is for login process. So here I can say echo MD5, and we could pass the password here. Now I'm gonna put the exit here to stop the script to go any forward, and I go here. Now I log out, and we need to log in to see the output. So I log in, I go to John, and you can see that we have the encrypted password here using MD5. Now MD5 is the algorithm in the PHP. The thing we can do here in this case is that when you insert data into the database, you use MD5, and when you match the password, so you will have to again encrypt that password with MD5, so it's going to be the same. So for example, if I copy this or we refresh this, it's gonna stay the same, so we can match it that way. Now there is a list of all the algorithms we can use in PHP. So to check that, we can do this print underscore r, and it's going to be hash underscore algos, and it is going to give us the complete list. So I go to the browser, refresh, and we have the list here. Now I gotta do here echo pre to see it in a proper way so that we can read it easily. So you can see here, these are the algorithms we can use when we encrypt data. So you might want to encrypt any data that you have or you come across in application. You can use these kind of encryptions. So we have MD4, MD5, SHA1. So here I'm going to show you an example how we can use it. So for example, I go here, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to say I'm going to put it on the top of it. So I say echo
and I'm gonna say hash. Now first I need to define which encryption algorithm I want to use, so I say MP4, just MD4, sorry, and then the second is going to be the variable that we need to pass, so I say $password. So we're going to pass here and we save this. Now I go to the browser and refresh, we get this here. Now if I want to change it, for example, in case let's say this time I say SHA1 as algorithm, so I'll provide that in here, save that, and I go here, and this time I refresh, you will see it's a different. Now you refresh again and again, it stays the same. It is an encrypted one till here. Now we have more occasions, and there are more details to these algorithms. If you want to read more about these algorithms, you need to visit the PHP documentations. So we have PHP hash underscore algorithms, this link here. You can read about these algorithms. You can see here all the list and everything about these is given. So as from these PHP 7.4, it's printing the list, and you can check and use these algorithms in your application to secure your data. Arrays, how to put data into arrays, and how to we do the data insertion when we deal with a lot of data coming from the database. So here in my code editor I have this usage of array, simply nothing here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to define an empty array first of all. So I say users and equal to array. So this is how you define an empty array. So this is now array. Now you can also define an array like this, so you can say array, that's all. So this is the you just created an array simply. Now if I want to put data inside array, for example, I comment this one first, and I want to get this variable, and I'm going to say $users is equal to, I'm going to put _r, and I'm going to put $users here. I save this, go to the browser, and here I refresh, we get the name, it's printing straight away. Now what if I want to put more names? So for example, if I want to put Max here, right? So we have Roger, Max. What do you think gonna happen? Let's have a look. So we go here, we refresh it, over it writes it, it says it's Max. Now when we are going to put the data, currently it is putting as a variable and overriding it. So for PHP works top to bottom. So first it puts Roger inside it, and then the Max, and we see Max there. If you want both the values, what we need to do, we need to put it like this. This is the syntax for it. So when you put a lot of data into your array, you put it like this. So you define this, and you're putting the name here Roger, here Max, and then we are printing it. Let's have a look what happens. So I refresh, we get Roger on 0 and Max on 1. So we just inserted 2. Now this is an amazing feature, arrays. We can use a lot of data and can insert a lot of data in here. Now we can also use a PHP function as well. So let me show you an example for that. So and I want to also show you that this way also works. So if you define an array that way, and I comment this one, we go here, refresh the page, you see nothing changes. So we define the array just fine. Any of these methods is totally fine. So what I do now, I use array underscore push, which is a PHP function which allow us to put values into array. So it's going to push the values. So I have $users, and you pass the array as a first argument, and then you pass the array of or data, whatever data you want to pass. So I say here Max, and then I say here Steve. Let's see what happens. So we get a browser, refresh, we get Max and Steve both inserted. So this is
the other way how you can push the values inside. So we can even push more values here if you want to, like this. So if I go here, refresh, we have 3 names. Now you can pass the array as well. So currently I'm passing 3 values. You might want to say, I just say that this is an array of names of players. So we can pass this into this function, and we're going to get the sorry about the spellings again, and I'm going to put it here. So we should get the same output, and if I refresh here, we get the array 0 and the values inserted. Now if I go here, it's inserting array inside array, so it gone 1 label deep. That's why we have 1 array on 0 and then the values. Now we can put values using loops, and so in our application, if you notice here, what we were doing, when user logs in, we asked for the email and the password, and when the user puts the details, we go into database and match the email, so we get only 1 record. Now what if I want to put all these lists from database to my array? So we can do that. We can put into the array. So it's going to be simple, not that tough. You just need to give a bit of understanding here. So what I have is users here, and what I'm going to do, we have the code for this login process here, where we are getting the data and we are putting the username. So here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste this here. We have I'm going to leave this code into the description, only the code we are using in this video, so that you can use it. So I'm going to put this SQL statement here. Alright, so just users, I'm going to cut it from there and put here, just next to it. Now I am saying select all from users where email is equal to this. So I just gonna remove this portion because I want to select everything. So what I'm gonna do, I want to get all these records, I want to put into an array and then print it. So that's what we are going to do. So here I go to the code. Now if I go here, what we are doing when we are doing the query, MySQL query, so the same thing we need to do here. So MySQL underscore query, the first parameter is connection and the second is $SQL, and we need to check, we create a variable. I'm going to put a condition here. I'm going to say if data received, do this. So we're going to get the data, and to run this SQL query we are using this $connection, and I am including the DB file on the top. So if you've been following along the series, you know how to use the connection. So if you're not, so you can see that we have config and DB, and there I am getting the connection with the database using here. So this is the variable we are calling, and we included this file on the top here. So we have this query here where I have this if condition. What I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this. I'm going to say MySQL underscore num underscore rows, and I'm going to pass this data received, and I'm going to check if it is more than 0. Then we want to loop through it, so the while loop, and I'm going to say $row is equal to MySQL underscore fetch underscore array, and here we are going to pass this variable again. So it's going to get the data. So now here inside the loop, because we are passing it, we can use our data now. We're using a row. So what I do here is I'm going to say print underscore r, and I'm going to put $row.
simply to see what data we are getting. So I'm going to put exit here so that this print doesn't work and it's only print this. Alright, so let's see. So I go to page, refresh, we get call to undefine, correct this, sorry about that. It's fetch. My spellings are not doing great today, so I'm gonna refresh now. Now you can see that we have data here. Now it's not displaying so properly, but if you notice here, we have user underscore name, and the username is coming, and then the email here, email and the email. So what I can do, I can try to get the name. So what I do, I put here user underscore name. I save this and go back there and refresh, and we get the usernames. If you notice, it's coming in line. So what I do here is I'm just going to put dot and break. All right, refresh, we have users, all the users, and the same users we're getting from here. Now what I want to do, I want to put all these users in an array. So usually when we work on the e-commerce websites or websites where we have deal with data, we do this. So what we're going to do, we have the user and we know that. So what do we do here? We say dollar users, and we are going to pause this. Now if it is too much for you, and if you're feeling like it's too hard, it's getting hard, don't worry about that, because after we are going to work on these things when we'll be working on more project, so you get the understanding how things work, because it's going to be clear with the practice, so you should try it yourself. So here we are doing it, and we have the empty array we defined here, then we're getting the data. Now getting the data, we printed the data. Now I'm just putting that data into the users array. Now we are going to see the users. So loop is going to run, and all the names going to go inside this variable. And once the loop, because the loop is ending here, after that when you print, you get all the names, whatever names you have in this variable. So let's see there. So I go here and refresh. We have all the names. Now generally when you be getting data like this, you'll be putting it to a variable and then you'll be looping through again. So either you can do here, in some situation you'll be using JavaScript or jQuery to loop through, but we will see those kind of scenarios too. So for now, you got the understanding that we can put multiple data into array, and this is the way how we deals with array. The data, and when you be working with websites, you will be seeing a lot of type of data, different kind of data coming from different database tables. You will have to arrange that data using loop through all those queries. So here I have an example. So I have the indexed array and associative array, as well as the multi-dimension array. And I'm going to explain to you how this data affects when you work on a project where you deal with data. Now, indexed array, we generally, so far in the tutorials, we use this array. We simply say the names or the values, and we set it to a single variable. Now you will see this array something like this, the way it is defined here, or it might be, it might look like this as well. So you can have values like this too, so players can define here and define, and these two arrays are generally equals to this. So what we are saying, okay, so we have index of 0 and the value of Roger. So if I want to print the value of these users, and I want to print the first user, so I simply say okay. So I say echo, and I'm going to put player, and I'm going to provide the index, and it is going to give me the value from that particular array. So I'm going to save this and go here in the browser and refresh. So we get Roger. Now if I have to print the value of Mark, which is index 1, so I will be putting 1. So we go to browser, refresh, we get mark. So that's working just fine how it's supposed to work. So now if I go to the other example is the associative array. Now you might say, what is the usage of associative array? Now you can see here we have users variable where I'm passing name, age, and gender. So by itself, a single array doesn't make a lot of sense what we are doing here. We just have some data about some user and we are putting into variable. Now what if we have data about, for example, different players? So you can see here in this case we have data of different people. So for example, if you're working on an application, let's say it's a university application and you have a lot of students data, you know their student name, their age, their gender, maybe their roll number and all that, you are going to get data something like this. So you won't be getting data like this, that 0 and the name, but you'll be getting like this. So in this case, if you want to print the data, you will be printing something like print _r, and if I print users, now currently we are going to get only one user's data, which is Andrew. So let's have a look. So refresh. So we get it's too big, I think. So it's Andrew, age 19 and male. Now if I want to get the data for all the users, I can put inside like this. And now in this case we are going to get the values for all the users. Now the point is, when you be associative arrays is an array where we are going to use data, instead of index we can provide a key. So for example, I'm going to comment these two, and let's say in your program you want to show the age of the user, or you want to verify if the user is more than 18 years of age or not. So you simply say, so in that case we say user, and then we can pass here age. So now when I go here and refresh, we get the age 19. Now you can do some kind of condition here. So for example, here I say if. So I'm just going to give you an example like how real world applications work. So if more than 18, then we say echo you are allowed, and else we can say simply I'm gonna put this, and whatever it might be, you are allowed or you're not allowed. Simply, so I'm just gonna comment this out. Alright, so we are checking the age if user is more than 18, so it's going to give us you are allowed. So this is something you might want to, you might have a list of 1,000 users and you want to check, you will be looping through in associative array, you will be getting value using that particular key, which is here age, and that data can be any kind. So associative array is something where we are not using index, we have the option to use key, and we are going to get this. Now we will be seeing the examples where you be setting the values. For example, if I say here we have users, so I'm just gonna copy this, so user, and I'm going to say alright, so we are setting the values. In this case you might want to set the values from a form where you'll be setting a name, and then you'll be setting the value equal to anything that you want. You can set it to Smith or anything. So you get the point that we can set the values. We might have here a ton of data. It can be age, it can be gender, it can be ID, or maybe it can be employee ID. It can be anything. So we will be dealing with the examples when we come across something like this. So associative arrays are very useful. So you should have the understanding. So this is the second type of array you'll be seeing. And now let's see the example. I'm going to comment this code, and this code is available for download. You can download from description. The link is there. Now here I'm going to show you the example of multi-dimension array. It is also very widely used when we deal with programs. So you can see here users, and we have Jack, James, and then we have an array, and which is Roger and Andrew. So here now you might say why we are using it this way. So we might have a detail of user, and you want to set up something like this. So I say user, and because currently we are passing an array here. So if you want to print, so I say print underscore r, and I say $users, and the index of this is going to be 0, 1, and 2. So pass 2. So let's see what we get here. We refresh, and we get Roger and an array. It prints the array. Now you might have multiple data here. You can loop through that data for that particular index. Now the usage in real world application when you be working on arrays, and why and how multi-dimension array will affect is something like, for example, I create a variable here. So I say user, and I say okay, username is, well, we can simply say Roger, and then you're going to say age is 29, and then we are going to say okay, interests, for example. So we can put here interests. So interests can be soccer and coding, or it can be gardening. All right, it can be anything. So you might have that, and you then have more data, joining date, or maybe, so maybe like 1/12/2020. So you have a date here. Now this is something you can see here. We have a detail of a user. Now if we want to see the hobbies for that particular user, we can put it into a single array and can display and use it whenever we want. Now you will when you see something like this, you're generally going to see data something in this form. So for example, here it's going to be name, and then we're going to get the age. So you'll be getting data from database, something like this in real world application. So this makes, I hope this makes sense when we are dealing with the data of a user. Like when you go to purchase something from Amazon or eBay, you may create an account, you put your or Facebook, you put details, they store data something like this. So where for example, hobby is something we cannot create again and again, we will put it into a particular category, and we create a particular array for it, and that's how it works. I don't want to make it too much complicated at this point. I hope you got the understanding. If you have any confusion, you can add into comments.
I want to include update, so the user can update straight away his details, can add up image to his account, and that's what we want to do in this. So first thing first, we need to add a profile update button here, or user area, something like that. So what I do, I go into code editor, and here, so I go inside include. Here we have navigation, and in navigation I'm checking here if user session is not set, then we are saying log in and register. That means user is not logged in, then we are showing these pages, and else we are showing the log out. So what I can do here, I can copy this and create right here another page. So when the user is logged in, so what we can do here, I say user profile. Now we need to create a page for this user profile.php, and I'm going to create it under pages. So I go here and I'm going to create a page.php, and we add it here. Now for the main content, the way we want to show it, we can copy the content from any of these pages. So I'm just going to copy from login and I'm going to paste in user profile. Now we don't want similar form, we want to change everything here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to first of all remove some of the code what is not needed here. So in this PHP we are checking the errors, so this is not required by us. This row, and we will be putting content inside it. So navigation we required the DB and the bootstrap. Here we are going to put the forms, so we are going to create our custom form for updating user. So I'm going to save it now, and I'm going to save it here, and I'm going to go there and I refresh the page. We have user profile. Now when I click here, we go to the page, we have navigation on top, so that's good. Now here if I say and save and go here and refresh, we get user profile. So Davco MD6, and I'm going to put this form inside it. Now form, I'm going to have some fields. So first of all, I'm going to say Dave, and it's going to be class of form group, and inside it input with the class of form control. Now don't worry too much about the bootstrap classes, it's just for styling, and I just want the application to look a bit good. So we will see what else we need here. We give on value so that user can see currently what value there is. So it's going to be the username. So we can say name is equal to, we can say their update name maybe. So update username. And similarly, we can have more fields. We might want a file. So we can give it the name user image. Now we also have user email, so put on top there. So it's going to be type email and user email. Alright, here we don't need value, we can remove it. And for the name and email we need to pass the value. So now if I go to browser and refresh, we have our form, but it's coming in left side. I want it in the middle, so I'm going to give it offset of 3, so it should be centered. Now if I go here and refresh, we have it centered. Now let's get the data, and we need the button as well. Let me add the button first. So I go here and we're going to copy this again, and here it's going to be type submit, and it's going to be name, let's give it update, and value going to be update. Alright, save this, go to browser, refresh the page, we have update. Okay, let's get the data now. So here we need to run a PHP code for that. So what I want to do, I want to put PHP starting tag here, or SQL is equal to query. Now I'm going to say here select all from users, because we need the data from users table, and we want where, and we need to get data for this user. So if I go here, we have currently, I only have one user where so we currently, if you notice, if in the application, if I go to home, we see welcome John. So John is coming from session. So if I go index.php, and we are showing it using this session. So session can be used on every page. So I can go here in user profile and we can use that. Now we already have header on top, which is starting the session. So we can get here where in the query we will say where user underscore name is the name. So let's do that. So I say here user underscore name is equal to, and we're going to pause the session. So we are getting this quotes problem. What I can do is simply get this here and I say here $current user is equal to this user, and this variable we can pass it without any problem in this quote. So it goes just fine. Now that's dollar required, so dollar goes there. Now we need to pass into MySQL query, and there we want to pass database connection. So I say connection, comma, and we need to pass $SQL. Alright, so I missed the okay, that's fine. I'm going to say here got inputs. I'm simply gonna see the values straight away. So I say here if, and we want this variable here. So I'm just gonna copy this, and we're going to go inside it. Then if I'm going to say mysqli underscore num underscore rows, and I want to put the variable again is more than 0. Alright, we want to loop through while $row is equal to mysqli underscore fetch underscore array, and I will again pass the variable, and this time we should get the data. So here I say print underscore r, and I want to see what we have in row, so I just put that there. I save this code, we go to the browser and I refresh user profile. Now we can see that we have the detail printed here. So if I want to print the username, I need to get the username simply like this. User, see again, the browser, user underscore name. We have email and password and created data ID. We're getting everything. So what I'm gonna do here is simply gonna refresh the page. We have John. So I'm going to comment this one here. I'm going to end the PHP tag, start the PHP tag, and we're going to get all these divs. Now we are going to put it inside here. That we are putting inside loop, but the thing is, it's loop going to run only once because only one user data we are getting. Now what we can do, this username we can provide here, this username. So this is going to work. So now to print this username, if I go to the browser currently and refresh, it is printing like this. To print it, we need to include the PHP tags again. Now inside value you can put PHP tags like this. Now you need to do echo to display the name, like we did the print r here. The same way we need to do echo here. So I'm going to close this, and I'm going to copy this to here because we have user email, so it's the name of email. We do not have image currently, so we will add image. So if I go to the browser and refresh, you can see that we have username showing up, email showing up, so user can update. Let's add a title here. So I go to here and I say HR information, or anything, whatever you want to say or call it.
So update user information, and we have it like this. So now we need to prepare our form in a way so that we can process images as we want to upload an image. So what I do here is that I go into form action, and what I want to do here, that we need to create a page that will process this. So in our structure of this application login system, we created a process folder which is already processing few things: login, log out, sign up. For user updation, I'm going to create a process file as well. So this is the file which is going to process our form submission, and will upload the file. So here in user profile, we need to provide the direction where exactly this file is. So if I see here, we are in user profiles, which is inside pages. So we need to say dot dot dash, and when you say dot dot dash, we are now in a main directory where we say process, and then dash again. And sorry about that, we need to say processes, and inside processes we have file. So this is the action. Now we need a method. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna break this down here, and I'm gonna call, let's call here method type. I believe you already know about it. So in type going to be multi-form form data. Alright, now this form is ready to process images, and this is the file where it goes to if everything correct. So user profile is here, we give one folder out, then inside processes, and inside processes we have our file. Now here, what I can say inside this file, if I go into login, I'm just gonna do similar, because everywhere we are going to check for this. We're going to start session, we're going to check for if the form is submitted. So I'm going to copy this from this, and I'm going to put here and close the bracket. Alright, now here what I'm going to do here, I'm going to say echo user profile updated, just to see if our form is coming here. So we are starting a session and submitting a form. Now let's see. So what I do here, go here, refresh, and click submit. We go to processes, but we are not getting the output. So we should see the message because we are submitting. Now what is happening is, if I go to user profile and we go at the bottom where we have submit button, I gave this submit button name of update, and when we use $_post, it looks for the name. Now it is looking for submit, so it's not getting, so we need to provide update here. I save this update name, and once we save this, we can go to browser now, and if I refresh, resend, we get a user profile updated. Let's get the data now. So what do we need to do here? We are checking already this, so I am going to remove this, and I'm going to say $_ and post, and then we need to get first thing first is the username. So we are going to check if the username is there. Now I'm going to copy this and paste here, and the second thing we need is user email. So we are going to put here, and then we also need the image. Now image type is file. So what we need to do in this case is we are going to say it's not going to be done by $_post. We need to say $_file. So it's files, and there we need to pass the name, just like we pass the $_post there, the name. So here we're going to pass this. Now we're just checking these three, and I forgot to add a password. So what we can do, we can quickly, what I do, I simply upload the image first, and we will implement the password change as well afterwards. So let's do this first. So what I do here, now I'm gonna put the user. All right, all looks good. So we're going to see here, first of all, what we are getting. So I'm going to say here print _r, and I'm going to pass for the names. We know we are going to get the values, whatever values we have. Let's print email and image straight away to see what we're getting. Paste this user image now. So I want to show you how your $_file works. Okay. So I'm going to save this. Now we go to the browser, and I'm going to refresh the page. Now here I'm going to browse, and I'm going to select an image, and the user.png file is here. Now I update. Now we get here. So this is the data we are getting, and what I'm going to do here is that we can simply, if you notice, we're getting here name of the file that I provided, user.png, then we're getting type. So we have the image and png, then temp name. We have error, which is 0, then size of the image. Now what we can do here is we can use these things to validate if we are processing an image file or what file we are processing. So let's see a small example for that. We're not empty, and then we are going to put here user new name. So we are checking these two fields. I want to process, I want to check image later on. Before anything, I want to check if these two things are there. So if not empty, we're going to continue. Here I'm going to pass an error. So what we can do here is, so this file is in processes directory, so we need to be careful about it. We get one directory out, then we go into pages, and inside pages we say user profile .php. Now along with this, I want to pass an error. So it's going to be error, and it's going to be equal to empty name and email. So I just want to do it, and I'm going to put exit here. So this is going to redirect the user with this parameter, and we can check for this in there to display the error. So let's do that. So I save this file, go in here, and here what I want to do, I want to say I'm going to say starting a PHP tag $_get, and we need to provide that parameter. Oh, sorry. We need to provide this empty name, email. We need to pass here. Now if it is set, we are going to show an error. So we're going to say alert danger. Again, bootstrap class, so don't worry much about it, just for the bit of styling. And here I want to say required. Alright, so yeah, it should work. Now let's see here. If I go to browser and refresh, and user removes the name and update, we get that, but we don't get the error. Let's see why. So I'm passing error is equal to empty name and email, and here my mistake, I am checking the value. Actually we need to pass error, so that it's going to check if error is set. So if we go here and go to the browser, refresh, we get a name and email is required. I think we need a break here. So I'm gonna add a break tag. That's sure here in that case. So refresh, name and email is required. Right. So we have that. This is the value that we are getting from the $_get. Alright, so we have it, it's working. So if I go back to user profile, this time I remove the email,
name and email is required. So this is done. Now let's deal with the image. So for the image, if I go here and select image this time and hit update, we have this. Now we can use these. So I go here in update process. So here where we are getting the data, here what I want to do, I want to say, so we have name here, so let's try to get that. So here we are using this, and what I can do here is I simply, what I say here, dollar image name, and we can get now dollar user image name. Now similarly, if I go back there, we have type, so let's get that too. So in case user uploads a zip file, we want to check before it's we say it is an image. Now we also have size that we can use, so I'm going to copy that, and here in code editor, alright, so we can check for the file size. Now what I want to do, I want to check if the user is uploading image or not any other format. So what we can do here is I will use a PHP function explode. So what I do, I say here explode, and we need to pass explode with what. So when you go to the browser and you see in the type we have image slash PNG. So in this case, we can break this name with the slash, and that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put here so here I'm gonna say slash, and the second parameter we need to provide the file type. So I'm gonna pass that file type here. Now we can say here dollar file data. And let's see what we get. We should get an array. So let's see here. So dollar file data. Now if I go to browser, refresh, and one moment, what I did here is that we need to remove these. Parent underscore r, and name and email is there. Alright, let's refresh. So we get 0 image 1 PNG. So what are we gonna do here? We're gonna get the final value. So yeah, every time you process any file, upload any file, the last array value after exploding it going to be the extension of that file. So what we can do here is we can say, alright, file extension, and we want to get this extension. So what we're going to say here is that, okay, the file data, so count that file data. So we have used the PHP function, and we're going to pass the file data inside it, just like that. Alright, and then we're gonna say -1 inside it. Okay, so what we are doing here, we said, okay, count the file data. So if it's gonna count, okay, we have two values, 0 on index 0 and index 1. So we say, alright, so get the value, and we are passing it as an array and passing this as an index. So we are saying, okay, total values are 2 minus 1, which is 1, and when you go here, index 1 is PNG. So here we are going to get the file extension. Here we can put a condition, in this case, if file extension is equal to JPG, then we are going to process image. Alright, so here we can say process, and I want to pass this header again, and here I'm going to paste this. This time I say error invalid file type. So we also need to catch this error. So I go here and here where we already showed an error, I'm going to say here else if, and we are passing the exact same way. We're going to pass the error. So I'm going to break the stop the PHP, put an error, and here I'm going to say invalid. Alright, so now we need to check what exactly it is. So we have we're going to pass this. Now here is an issue that when you pass $error, this is the time when we need to check for the value. So for checking the value, what we need to do here is we need to put a condition like if error is set, then we need to check further the error values. And what error value is going to be? It is going to be the empty name in this case. So we need to provide that in here, that if it is equals to this, and similarly we need to pass for this error. So here I want to pass invalid file type, so that comes here. Alright, save this file. Now if I go here, and if this time I have a video.mp4, I select that, I open it, it is selected. Now update, it says invalid file type, only images allowed. So our error is working now because we are checking for only JPG, PNG files. Let's check if it is getting the PNG correctly. So what I do here is I go back again, and we have PNG file, select that, open, update. We need to actually, we are not hiding the errors, that's why it's still showing there. So as a user here, update. So we're exploding data here, and we are getting the file data. Let's call it file image data instead of file data. Then we are saying, okay, get the last index of file data by providing the count -1. So we should get our file extension. Let's print here, and let's do that. Print _r, and I put that, and then exit. So I don't want this code to go any further. And let's see what happens. I refresh the page, and let's upload the image. Update. We get PNG. Now let me remove this, and I want to print something, so I say we are getting it. And let's go here and refresh. PNG file. Okay, we are getting it now. Alright, so now what we can do, we are getting here if we have the file selected there. So we can initiate the process of uploading file. Either you can use print _r, or you can also use var _dump. The same thing. So I'm just gonna var dump this time, and let's see what happens. I go here, refresh. So we get we getting temp name here, we're getting error. We also need to catch these two, so I'm gonna do that now. So here where we are getting this, we can put 2 more variables. So I'm gonna put like that. Be careful about that. And also we are catching or if there is any error by this, so we need to put in here. Alright, and similar $file error. Alright, so we have all these values. Now what we need to do, I remove this from here because I already have all the values required. Now we can also add the file size check as well. So to do that, all you need to do, you need to check on this file size variable. So if I say here, once we have the desired extension file type, so what I do here, I put here, so what I do here as a var dump and put this variable in it, save this, go to browser, and I refresh. So this is the size in bytes. So so if you want to check for like what size of this you want to allow to the user, you simply put a check here. So I say if $file, and we have size, so is more than, now I'm going to put here the bytes, and this much bytes and is going to be 1 MB. So if you want, you can check for 5 MBs, you just need to do it 5. So now it is 5 MB. Currently we have the file size this, which is far less, so it is going to allow us. So here I'm just going to do it this way and then put else, and here I'm going to say again header, and here we say file. Alright, so this error will display if we fail, if the user uploads big file. So I need to also put this check into the user profile page. So I go here, else if, and here it's going to be $_this. Now I'm gonna copy paste this from here to make things quick. We can say here maximum. Alright, so user gonna get this error if they upload anything bigger than 5 MB. So to check this, if this was working, currently we have this. So what I can do, I can compare it with 10,000 just to check, so that here instead of this, I'm just gonna cut this for now, and I'm gonna put here 10,000, right? And now this size is bigger, of 530 more, so we should get the error. Now I'm saying if file size is more, so I need to do it this way. Alright, let's go here and refresh, send. Maximum 5 MB size is allowed. Alright, so that's working for us. Now I want to replace it with the 5 MB, and here we can proceed to uploading the file, underscore uploaded underscore file, and it takes 2 parameters, the file temp name. Now we can create that name, and we need to do that. So what I do here, I say file new name. Alright, so what it's going to be, so what I want to do, currently we are dealing here in processes inside this folder. I want this to get downloaded in let's create a directory, I think, for this particular here next to the index. I say public, and inside public I want to create another directory, user images. So we need to put images in there, right? So what do we do here, that I'm gonna say get one directory out, because we are in user processes, so it goes out to processes, then it is going to go inside public, then inside we need to go into user images, so it's going to be user images. So this is going to be the directory, and I want to open the file name. Now file name is going to be the name we have here, and I'm just going to copy this and also and this here. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say $file name. I'm going to put in here and the temp name of this file. The temp name is here, so I'm going to copy that and I'm going to paste temp name here. Alright, so everything is working, then it should upload our image. Now let's see, so if I go here, refresh, browse, select the image and update. Now if I go to folder, in our project, in public, user image, we don't have any image. One more thing we need to check here is that do we have the enough permissions for that directory that we can upload straight away. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to in my project, so if I go here in directory, you will see I'm in Sky and then the directory. So here I'm in Sky, and if I say ls, you can see the same directory assets includes that we have here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to run a command sudo chmod -R 777 public. So it is going to give the full permission to public folder and any subdirectories. So if if it is a permission issue we are facing, it should be resolved by this. When I hit enter, it goes through. Now let's refresh and try again. Now if I go to the directory, public, user images, we have our image there. So this is working for us. So here we can say one more thing. We can say $uploaded, and we can simply say that if uploaded, so we know that file is uploaded. Now we are updating the user file here, so we need to and the user clicks update, so we need to also run the query to update the names. So what we're going to do here is that we are going to get the username from the session, and then we are going to update the database. So now there is one thing that I want to show you. John is here, and John at Gmail. Let's say John changes himself to Mark, and John changes his email as well to Mark, and he selects the image to upload. Now the thing is that when he does that, the session value is not going to be changing. For example, if I say var underscore dump $_ session, that's the variable we are using here. So yeah, it's the same variable in this file. So we can see that can we get the data from database using this name, because from input, if John is updating to Mark or changing his name, we cannot use that name to get the data. So we need the session name, and we need to update the session as well. So here I say Mark and I hit update, so it says John. You can get the idea. Session still has John saved in it. So here we can run the query using this variable. So here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna say users where name equals session, the value we have here. Now I'm gonna put this in variable in here to make the life easier. Now this is not going to work for us because we are just saying update. It's a set name, so we have field user underscore name, and equals the value that we have here, that we are getting from here, image name, username. So I'm going to copy that and I'm going to put here, and then parameter and they're going to be email. So we want that which is here, and we are going to pass that email here. All right. Now, one more thing I want to do here is that if you see in this table, we don't have any field for image, but when we want to display the image, because we are adding the user image, so we want to show it somewhere when a user logged in, so we need to insert a field that stores user image. So what I do is go into structure, and what I want to do, I say add column 1, and after it asks where you want to add. So I say, let's say add after username. I say go. Now here we need to say user underscore image. Now the type, I want to say to varchar. It's going to have user image name, and I want to set it to 250 maximum. Now by default I want it to be nullable, so that if user won't provide us anything or doesn't add the image, we won't get any error. So I save this, go back here. Now we have image underscore user underscore image. So in here, we can also define another parameter, and that's going to be the user underscore image, and we can provide image name, so that we can use it. We are storing this name as image name, so we are going to pass here. All right, now this SQL is complete, but there is one thing that we need to correct here. When you update, you say, okay, set these values. So you separate them not with and, you separate them with comma. So you say like username this, email this, and similarly you do the same for this. So if it all goes fine, we should have and where name is equal to logged in user. So I put here MySQLi underscore query, and in this query we want to pass connection and the second $SQL. So our query is ready to run. Now what we need to do, we need to see here $results, and let's see if it is working or not. So because at this point we can redirect user to the main page and give a success. Let's add that straight away. So I copy this and put it here, and this time it's going to be a success message, and we're going to say user updated. I'm going to copy this and save this. Now go to profile here where we are checking for if it's set get error. Now we need to check also for if it's set success. So if and we need to pass, oh sorry, this is the value. Be careful about that, because we need to check for success. And for values we are going to check inside this if statement. So if dollar is equal to this, then now we are comparing it to the value. Then we want to do something, and that something is a success message. So we are going to say alert successfully. All right, so I think all is fine now. We can, here is the name, because if you notice I'm setting username is equal to this, so there is no name field. So when we are checking where name, it should be where username. Now I'm gonna say here mark at gmail.com, user image, open, update. So we can do one thing whenever we deal with these kind of queries. We can check the errors, like this error, why we didn't add this. So it should tell us you can initially add this PHP error reporting. Now in this particular file we are not including the DB on post when we are submitting. So if I go on any other form, we are including here the same way we need to include in this file. So when user submits, we want to include the DB so that we can go and query. So that's when we get the connection. So now if I go here and let's go and refresh, we get user updated successfully. Here we get mark user.png mark. So if we go here, we need to now go into mark, and password is going to be the same, login, and if I go to user profile, we have mark, it's mark's detail, and now we can show the mark image. Let's display the mark's image here on the welcome mark. So here what I do, I go to user.php, and here simply I'm gonna call the image. We need to provide the image source. So if I go here, we are saving the image in public and user images in user.png. So what we want to do here is, and we also want a way to make this image dynamic, so that if the one user adds an image with some name, it should be like appending time to it, so that each user can upload a different image. If you 2 or 3 users uploads the same image with the same name, there shouldn't be any confusion, otherwise the program will fail. So here what we're gonna do, we're gonna say dash, oh sorry, we are in index currently, so we simply say public and slash user image. Now here we need to use PHP function like this. So I'm gonna copy this and paste in here. Now what we want is, we want to pass, I'm gonna remove UC first, and we want to pass user image. Now we don't have, or we are not setting user image currently, so we need to set user image. So for that I go and log in. So here we are setting session right here. So we are selecting everything, so we can copy this line. So because we are selecting everything, we can add an image as well, user image, and the name should be as it is in the database. So in here we are calling user underscore image, so we are good. We can pass this. We can say here a condition, so that like it's a ternary operator, so we say is set. If this particular image is set, then image, otherwise null. So be careful if you have noticed this. So basically we are saying if this particular thing is set, then use the value of this thing, otherwise use null. So this is called ternary operator. You will see it a lot. So we are just passing this. So if there is image, it will be set in session. So I save this and we go log out. Now I want to log in again. Now this time I want to log in with the mark at gmail.com 123 and log in. So when I go to user profile, and let's go to home here. Now in index page, we can print this to see if we are getting the user image. So I'm just gonna paste here, go here and refresh. We get the user.png. So the same we are providing here. So public user image user.png is here, and we can say let's see if we get the image. So if I go here and refresh, We need to inspect this. So we need to pass an S here. If you see the directory images. Now let's save this. Go here, refresh. We have the image, so we need to remove this name from here. Alright, so if you go now, you see welcome mark images here, user profile, user can update. We can
now, if the multiple user upload an image with the same name, that can create a problem, and if we want to delete these images, that can also create a problem. So we want to make it category based, so that if a user with the ID 1 logged in, so there is a folder for user and there are going to be user images, and if the user of ID 2 is logged in, he uploads anything, it goes into a separate directory. In the code currently, I am here in the index where we are showing this. The image is coming here and we are putting image into the session. Now in the previous video, I am putting this when the user logs in. So if user goes to user profile and changes the image, let's say we change the image now and update, and if I go to home, it stays the same because we are not updating there. So first of all, I'm going to change this, so let's do that. So I go to user profile. User profile is where we user profile page is here, and this page is from this form. So this is submitting to this user profile update process, which file is here. Now if you need these files, the link is in the description. You can download to follow along. Now if I go here in this file, so once the user clicks on update, we are including the database. Then we have username, email, and here we are getting the image. So here we are updating the image. So here we can do this, that the same thing that I did here. So I added the image into session. I'm going to copy this line. I'm going to go here, so where we get updating it, and then giving the success message. Right here we can put image into the session. So we know that image is getting in. So we are getting the image name. That is what we need to do here with this. And I want to put this name. If I set the image name, then image name, and this is going to go into the session. Now we are uploading the image, we are moving image here in this code, so everything should work fine now. So what I do here, I go back to the code, refresh the page. I'm going to update the image again and open, update. If I go to home, now we have a new image, so it updated it. Now let's check one more thing here. If I go to the directory of our project, so if I go here, htdocs, sky, and we are storing all the images in public user images. So here we are having the images. Now the thing is, we want to store user data into a particular directory that is for that user only. So if you add any future functionality for user based, so you can have a folder for each user. So because if a user uploads an image with the name of user and another user on the same application uploads the same image with the same name, that can create a problem. So let's correct this. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to put a user ID. So if I go to the database, we have the users table. Now you can see we have ID, username, user image. So we can have multiple users with different IDs. So what I do, I simply register a new user straight away. So I say here mark at gmail.com and 1 2 3 and register. So we have a new user now. I go to user profile and I'm going to give Mark this image. So I'm going to say update home. So we have Mark. Now if we go here, John is 1, Mark is 2, so we have 2 users. So now when we are signing up, we can create here. For now, because we are updating the profile image here, updating here, so I want to do right here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the user ID. So if you notice here in the code, let me show you. So we go to user profile, so user, we are getting the username, email, and then we are setting the image and updating it. So here we are there when we set the update. When user clicks this update button, so this function fires. So I go to user profile, and here I'm going to create input. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to give it the ID. So I'm going to say div alright, simply say input. Now this is going to be type hidden. Now we can use input of type hidden to pass some hidden data, that is, user won't be able to see it on the browser, but we can pass data through this. So I say here name is equal to user ID, and we also going to provide the value. So we already have the value coming. So you can see that we are inside the loop right now. And the way we are displaying the name in the form, if you remember, we are displaying the name and the email here by default when user comes to this page. So the same way we are going to pass the email, user ID. So I'm just gonna copy this, and I'm going to put it here, and just gonna pass ID. Alright, so if I see here our SQL query, we are selecting everything. We have star here, so we should be getting the ID. That's not going to be a problem in this case. And yeah, now I'm going to save this. I'm going to go into the browser, and I'm going to refresh the page. Now I'm going to go and inspect this. Now if I inspect this, you can see here we have a type hidden input on top of it with the name of user ID. And we have a value of 2 because we are Mark, and in database we have Mark ID 2. So using this user ID name, we can get this value. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this name, and I'm going to go into this process file where we are processing this, and I'm going to create a variable user. Now what do we want to do to make everything separate for each user? So when we upload the file, here we are setting the path, or we are calling it the file new name. So here I can do this, then I can say append and slash in it, and again dot, and inside we need to put user ID. So watch it carefully. We have public folder, then user images, then there's going to be a number which is going to be user ID. It's going to be a folder, and then inside we have the image. It is going to upload the image there. Here I go here and refresh. I'm going to select an image. I say open, update. Now it says failed to open, no such file or directory. Now this is something that we need to put a condition here. What happened is if I go to browser and go back, so inspect user value 2, so we are passing that, alright, you need to upload the image inside public user images, then user ID is 2, so number 2 folder, then image name. So the thing is, there is no, this folder is not present there, so we need to create it. So we can do this, we can, so I'm going to check if this directory is present, as we need to avoid that error. So I'm going to just use a function is underscore dir this is a PHP function that checks if directory is present, and we need to pass the path to that directory. So we are going to pass till this point. All right, we're going to put inside it. Now we are going to check if this directory is not present, create this directory. So I am going to put this way. Now here I'm going to say mkdir. This is another function that creates the directory. Now we need to pass the path here and comma, then we're going to say 0777. Now this 0777 is the permission it is going to set to the directory so that we can access that directory without any problem. So let's do this. I'm going to put here slash as well and save this. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to check if it is working. So I'm going to refresh the page and upload an image to see. Now this time it says user updated successfully, and if I go to the folder structure, you can see that we have folder number 2 and then the image. So we successfully created a user-based image upload, so that if I go log out and log in with the John, so and user profile. Now if I say let's update the user image for John and update, it updated it. Go to the folder structure. Now we have John image here inside the folder. So if you have thousands of users, you can see that each user will have a folder for that particular user and can have separate files. Now we have the images going into separate folder for each user. We want to display it as well the same way. So for example, currently if I go to home page, we are showing this image, and this image is coming from here where all the images by default were present. So I'm going to delete these, and if I refresh here, the image is not there. Now it is giving us a square box. I want to hide this if there is no image. So what I do first, I go to the files and go into index.php. So here we have that image tag that is displaying. So we are checking if user name is set. So here we need to check again that if user image is set. So let's do that. So I'm gonna start, and then we want to show this. So I can cut this, and I need to start the PHP here, and then PHP here, and this statement going to end here. I can indent it a little bit so that it looks better. Now the path to the folder image, it's like public user image, then the user ID, so we need to provide that too. But currently we are not putting user ID into the session. So wherever we are setting the user image, we can set the user ID as well. So let's do that. And what I do here for now, I'm going to put a slash, and I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste in here, and I'm going to call it ID. Now you can call it user ID, or let's do that. We call it user underscore ID. So now it should be working just fine. So we have the way it's supposed to. So if I go to the directory, you can see that it will go into public user images, then the user ID, and then the image file name, which is inside here. So let's see. Now we have to set the user ID. So we are setting user ID when we are logging in. So here I go. So here we are getting the all data from users, so there's going to be no problem. So what I do here, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste here, and I'm going to call it user ID. But in the database we have only ID, if you remember. Let me show you. So if I go to the database, and here we have the ID column, so it is going to fetch the ID and we can put in into the user ID. So it's going to set this. So I'm going to copy this line as well from here. So when the user updates here, so we can set the user ID here as well. So here we are getting the image name. We are getting the variable here, so we can pass this variable as a user ID. So if you set user ID, alright, so it's gonna put there. So we were not getting the image because we removed the image and here. So if I refresh, so we just created the functionality for this user ID, and we haven't set the user ID, and that is the reason it's not setting, because we are not this is happening when we are changing the image, as well as on login we are adding the user ID. So to set the session ID, if I right click here and inspect, you can see that undefined array key entered. So we don't have the session ID set. So we need to log in again. So I log out and log in, and then I go to John, log in. So we have the user image showing up here. Now if I go to the directory, and you can see that user image is coming from the folder. And if we inspect the image, so we have the public user images, then there is ID1, then the user image name. So that's how we can do it. I want to implement delete feature. So when a user deletes the profile or leaves the platform, the user image gets deleted from the folder, from the server, as well as user data goes deleted from the database. So we have this on the in the index.php. We are showing the username and image currently only, and if I go to user profile, we are showing this form. So I'm going to arrange it a bit more proper way. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the page user profile, and here I'm going to display the content. So what I basically intending is half page is going to show us the form, and half page will show us the detail, and there we will implement the delete feature. And so to do this, what are we going to do? I go to the user profiles.php, and we have our content going on here. If guys close this, you can see that we have to HR, then the title, then this is the row which is showing us this whole form. So what I do here is I simply going to leave it this way. I'm going to create a div row. I'm going to cut this and put in this one. Alright, so a little bit so that it looks better. Alright, I saved this and let's see how it looks. So now it is looking fine. So we have it, the form in the right side. Now we can show the user data that we are showing here, and we are not getting the user image. We need to check this as well. So inspect this, and it says people 19 PNG. So if I go to the directory of my project, here in public user image, we don't have any folder, so I might have deleted it, so I'm going to upload it again. So before doing that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go into the index, because here we are getting the data. So here we are saying if it's set user, then we are getting this details here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this code. I'm going to go into the user profile. Inside here, we need to say div with the class of row, and alright, so we have image showing up here. So if it's set session user image, it is going to display then if this session variable is set. Now for the directory, we are in user profile. So to go into the public, we need to get out one directory. So we need to put this, and I'm going to save this. Let's go to browser to see what happens there. So okay, we don't have the image, so let's put the image. So I go John, and I add an image and update. So we just updated the image. So I'm going to create another div here, and I'm going to say div with the class of cod. Now this is a bootstrap class, so don't worry if you are not familiar with it. It's just going to add a bit of designing, nothing more than that. We just want to show our form to be good looking, so I don't want to spend too much time on CSS and using these classes. If you want to read about these, you can search about Bootstrap. So I'm going to save this, and if we go to the browser, it looks like this. Now we need to add a button. I'm just going to add at the bottom of it, so let's do that. So name, remove image. This is going to be we refresh and we get a button with the remove image. So from here I'm going to include the icons as well. I want an icon here that displays a trash bin that we click and it removes the image. So to add it into project, you can simply go Google and then Font Awesome. If you're familiar with Font Awesome, that's great. If you're not, that it's a good thing to include. You can simply say here Font Awesome CDN to first include it into your application. So here we have the CDN CSS file, so I'm going to copy this here. Yeah, I'm going to go to our application. Now I want to create a file that is going to include all the CSS files. So for our Bootstrap, for Font Awesome, or if any other CSS library we are going to use, we should have all those libraries in single file. So what I do, I go inside the includes. I'm going to create a file named styles.php, and I'm going to paste a link here to the CSS link, and here in href I'm going to paste the CDN. Alright, now we also using Bootstrap CDN, so I can cut this from here and I'm going to paste it in our this application, this file, sorry. So on top, Bootstrap. So we have both files at one place. So if you want to change or update any of these files, you know that you just need to go into styles.php and it will update the CSS file throughout your project. Now in index here we are going to include this, so we need to start PHP and PHP tag, and we are going to say include. Now we need to go to this is the index.php, so from the index.php simply go to includes /style.php, and that's it. So we have include, and then we have styles.php. So if I go to the site of ours, our application, we still have our Bootstrap working here. If I go to view page source, and there we can see our Font Awesome is showing up, which is working fine. Now if I go user profile, and now let's see how we are loading there. So we go to user profile, and we are calling the Bootstrap here as well. So we don't need to call Bootstrap like here this way. We simply need to include that file this time. So it's going to be dynamic. So it's going to get it from there. But this user profile is inside pages, so we need to go one folder out. And that's the thing you need to care about. So we have this, it is going to take care about the styles. So if I go to the here and refresh, we should have our Bootstrap still working, and it is working. We paid source, and we have Font Awesome here as well. So now I need the Font Awesome icons, so I go back, and then
You're going to type the icon. I'm going to say trash. So we have the trash bin here, and we can click on it, and you will see this tag that we need to copy, the HTML tag. I click on this, it copies that. Now I go to the form. I'm going to paste this, and let's see if it loads the icon. So I go to the browser and refresh. It's giving us this F1, F8. I think I need to include one more CDN, so I go back and let me go to CDN here. So it's going to be all.min.css. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go into styles.php, and I'm going to put a link, and then the CSS. Save this. Go here, refresh, and we have the icon. Now we can do this way. We can create a button instead, and inside button I'm going to put this, and I say delete. Alright, so it's going to be everything the same except the value. I'm going to copy and paste here. I'm going to remove this input. Now I'm going to go to the browser to see how it looks. Now we have button with the icon in it. So now we need to work on the click of this button. This image should delete. So here I put a HR, and here I say action going to be, and the method. So method going to be post. Currently we are in user profile, which is inside pages. So for the action we need to get out of this directory. Then we need to go into processes, and then we are going to go into process remove. So I'm going to create this remove and .php. Now I'm going to go into any other file that we already have and going to copy some code. So we are starting a session including database. So this portion is quite going to be common. So I'm going to put it here. I'm going to end the statement. Now here we are looking for submit. Alright, so remove image. Remove image. So it is going to look for that. Now I'm going to say echo. Remove. Alright, this event fired. Let's check that. So I go to the browser and I'm going to refresh. Now when I click this, it says remove and fired. So we are working. So we're going to update this the table. So we're going to say here update. Now if I go here into the database, we have this table users, and we want to update the user underscore image. So I want to say update users set user underscore image, and we're going to say no. Alright, to verify that this is correct, we can run this SQL query before running here, and that's always a better idea to do that way. I always prefer that. So if you go here and for example I put this query, now we know user.png, we can put that there, but here it is going to update the both for both the users. We want to make sure it is updating for the current user, so we need to put that here as well. There and ID. Now we need to get the ID of user, and if you remember in the login we are setting the user ID. So if I go to login process here, and we are setting the session value user underscore ID, so we can use this value. So I'm going to call this ID log2 session user ID, and I'm going to pass this
in here. Alright, now let's see if our query is good or we have some error in it. So I go to browser and I'm going to say here where id equals 2. So we are just going to set this to null. So if I hit go, it runs. If I get a browse, we get null. Now for now I'm going to put it here because we know that it was user.png. I'm going to restore it from here, but our query works just fine, so we know this is going to work. So here what I'm going to do, I'm going to say to be the query, and make sure you have the database included. We are including it here, so all should be fine. Now here $result, and this header function I'm going to use location. I'm going to pass to that location. Now remove is inside processes, and we want to send user back to user profile, so dash, and then we need to go into pages dash user profile, and spellings are something I need to care about. Now we're going to pass a query string, and to do that we can say success. Alright, and we can put exit here. So I'm hoping everything is good now. I'm going to put a check for the success so that we can display the user image removed successfully. So go to here, and we're going to set just here below this form, they're going to be, so I have the PHP tag already open, so we can include it inside it. So we can say here if is set $_get, and we are checking for success, and we need to check if here. Alright, I'm gonna close this PHP tag and start again, and we can give an alert to user. Let's check if it is working or not. So we go to browser, and we're going to go back. I'm going to refresh the page, and when I click this, we get the user image removed successfully. If I refresh, so we need to go into database and check here. So you can see that the image is set to null. Now there are a few things we need to correct. We need to remove the image from the sessions so that this image will be hidden. It's not going to be here anymore. Also, if I go into the directory of our user, we still have the image here, so we need to delete from here too. So let's do that. So to remove image from the session here, so when we are saying okay, result is fired, so we can say here $_ session, and we set the image with the name of user _ image, set it to empty string. Alright, and we also need to remove the image which is from the directory. So we know the image, and we also have user ID that we can use. So I'm going to go and get that too here. So what are we going to do here? I'm going to create a variable, remove image from directory. Alright, so what we're going to do here, because we need to use the user ID, and because the directory, the folder name, if you remember, it's the user ID, so we're going to use that. So we're going to say here, so we are inside the processes, so we're going to go one folder out, then we're going to go public, and inside public we have the user images, so it's going to be user images slash, then we're going to pass this, and then slash again, and dot. Now here we have the image, so we need the image, and we're going to put here, so the image name is inside this variable, and we can now use a PHP function, which is a function called onset, and we can pass this variable. Alright, and we need these session values to be emptied after this onset, because we're using them here, so we cannot empty them here. Otherwise, if the user image name is empty, it's not going to work. So we can even use the same PHP function the same way. So we can put this like that, and we're going to cut this like this, and user ID cut from here and put in here. Alright, so I'm going to save this, and I missed a so if you are unsetting a variable, you will be using onset. Now when you will deleting a file, you will be saying unlink. This is also a PHP function. So this is responsible for deleting the file. Now we are deleting the file here, and then we are unsetting the variables. Now it should be working. So if I go to the file, we still have the image. Now I go to browser and refresh, and I hit delete. It is removed from here. Now if I go to directory, we have the folder, but there is no image with that. No name, it's gone. So even if you want to, you can delete the directory for that user if you this directory is in no use. So you can see that how we managed to add the user image, and we can delete the user image. Now if I go to directory, the user image is now there. Now if I want to delete it, it's removed from the session as well as from the directory. So we are deleting the image successfully. Let's delete the user profile straight away as well. So what I do is simply add the image to user, so that we delete everything at once, update, and we have the user image showing up and name and all. We can even show if I go user profile here, where we are showing the user var. I'm going to be h4, and I'm going to put here flood. It's just going to increase the time, so what I can do is refresh. So we have username John, and we can even say that string to upper, which is a PHP function. Save, go there, refresh, we have John uppercase. Now let's do this. I add another delete button here, and that's going to be another form. Just going to copy this and remove image, and I'm going to remove this. It's going to be remove profile this time, this file, and on submit. So yeah, let's see if I go here, refresh. If you want, you can have another icon. So we have here user icon. You can simply click there and get this user icon. Need to put here. Alright, so delete profile. Now we are going to pause BR here for a bit of gap in between. Now let's create this file, which is going to remove the full file. So Now we are going to check for just like the where we remove the image, so almost the code is same. I'm just going to copy and paste this, and I'm going to paste in here. Now let's see what we need to change. We are saying here if is set remove image. So in this case, this remove image is going to be changed to remove profile. So if this button is clicked, then what we need to do, we're going to check first, then we are going to include the database, then we are going to get the logged in user, and then we are going to say the query. We're going to change this to delete ID is this. Alright, if the query goes successful, we want to redirect user back, and in that case we are here we are deleting the image. Now we want to do this if the session image is there, so we need to put a check in this case. So let's do that. So it's a session image, so we say here if that query, if this delete query runs, check this. So we say if, then we need to do this. So we're just going to put it here. Alright, so it's going to delete the user from the users table, and after that it is going to check if there is session. Session has image, it is going to delete that image. It is going to delete the image from the session itself as well and redirect back. Now we say user profile removed. Now this is a query string we need to return. If we delete the profile, we cannot come back to this page. We need to send user to the home page, and user will be logged out as well. So simply we are going to do this, that once we get and it removes all the image, everything, we can go to the index.php, and there we can give the error profile removed. So here index.php, if success, we want to add the if else again, and this time the success is going to check for user profile removed. Also, if you remember when we were in logout, we were doing the session destroy. We can use the same function as well to here. We can say session destroy right there. Alright, so if I go to the browser and refresh the page, now we have delete image, so I click that first. We are removing the image, and we can still set the image again. So if I go image update, we have a new image set here. If I say delete profile, we are logged out to the main page. User profile deleted successfully. If I go to the directory user image, we do not have the image is deleted. So we are successfully doing that. So if you now user have to log in and I'll do all that. How we can delete files in PHP. So here in my code editor, I have this folder open where I have images folder where I have 2 images inside it, and as well as a backup folder where I have 2 images there too, and as well as we have the index.php where I do not have anything currently. So if I go to folder, you can see the similar structure the way it is in the code editor. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to delete one by one these files from images folder. So to delete a file, we can use a PHP function. So first of all, I'm going to go and say a variable $file, which is going to be equal to images dash slash user dot png. So if you see in the folder, we have a user.png. So this should delete once we fire this file. So here I say a PHP function on link. I'm going to pass $file so that it can delete, and we can check if this deletes. We want a confirmation, so we are saying okay, if it deletes, give us a confirmation.
file deleted, failed. Alright, let's see what we get. So we go to the browser and we say refresh, we get file deleted. You can see that file just gone from here. If I go to the folder, there is no file. Now as the file is deleted, let's delete this file as well. So it's people19, the name. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go into code editor and pass this name. Alright, let's see the folder here. I go to browser, refresh, we still get file deleted, and we just saw the file deleted. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go here, and from the backup I'm going to get both images and I'm going to put inside images directory so that we can check further. So we got images back here. Now what I want to do, I want to delete these both images at once. So for that, let's comment this particular file that I can say here variable $files, and I want to say the directory. Now we cannot just say that okay, this is a folder name and delete. It's going to delete everything. It's not going to work that way. So let's see what happens. So if I put here, it should give us an error. So let's see, refresh, we get unlinked images is a directory. So it's a directory, so it's unable to delete it. So in that case, what we can do, we can put a check and it will be code accordingly. So we're going to check here that if is underscore dir, which is a PHP function which checks if the variable is a directory or a file. So you can copy this, we need to pass this inside it. Now as it's a directory, it's going to return true, so we are going to do this if condition. Now if it is a directory, I want to scan all the files, whatever files we have inside this folder. So it might be 10 or 20, or in our case it's 2 right now. So it should get all the files. So we can say scan dir, and we need to provide $files again. Alright, so it is going to get these. Now I'm going to define an empty array, so it's going to be file array, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to put or set this file array equals to this. Alright, so whatever files we get after scan, it is going to put into this array. Alright, let's see what we get. We simply gonna do here a var underscore dump or print r if you prefer print r. Then you can put exit so that it doesn't go any further. So I go into the browser and I'm going to refresh. So I'm getting the array of 4. So there are 2 values, that those 2 images, and we have the 2 values with dot dot and dot. So let's see what we do. So these dot dot and dot, I believe it's hidden files in the folder. That's why it's not showing up here. So what we can do about it, we can filter them out. So to do that, simply we need to do, we can loop through this array and remove those dot and dot dot. So to do that, simply you can run a for loop. It's going to be $I is equal to 0. $I is less than count of $files. So we have 4 in array, so it's going to run 4 times. Then we're going to say $I plus plus each time. Now to remove something from array, we can use PHP function unset. So we're going to do that now. So we can say here $files, and we can pass the index by $I. So we can say here so I'm just going to put it in if condition. So if this index equals to a string of dot, or and just remove those values. So we say here unset $files and index $I. So
the same array will print differently this time because we are removing. Now I made a mistake here. We are putting it in file array, but here I'm just dealing with files. So instead of files, we need to do this if I am putting it to this array. So this is going to be there. Sorry about that. So we need to just replace files with this. Alright. So now this file array will be filtered because we are looping through it. We are removing these dots and dot dot from here. If these are there, it's going to unset those values and only going to leave the values. Those are those images. So if I go to the browser and refresh, we get the array of 2, and if the first is people 19 png and the second is user.png, which is the files we have. So now as we have this, we can delete these files. So what we can do here is, now we can run another function, loop, sorry. So we're gonna say for $j this time. $j is less than, again, count of dollar. It's going to be quite similar, $file array. This time the file array is quite short because we removed those dot and dot dot. Now there can be more approaches to deal with this problem. You can delete it, but I just want to keep the code simple and you get the idea how loops are working, how we are unsetting the values, how we're using this so that your practice increases. We are trying to use a few PHP functions here as well, just to make you more understanding with this code. So here, now I'm going to say $file array, and instead of this, I'm going to say onLink, and we're going to pass this. Now there is one more thing we need to do. So onLink is responsible for deleting files. So we have the file name because each time this loop runs, it is going to give one image name at one by one. So let me do this. I'm going to exit here and echo. So you can see a bit clearly. So refresh the page. Line 19, we have onLink here. I need to put this exit here. var dump $file array. So we get it here, refresh. So we get these two files here, people 19 png, you can see, I will zoom it up, and the user.png. These are the two images we have. So we need to, we can currently, if you see, we have the index 2 and 3. What we can do, we can reindex it by using array values. So if I put here array underscore values, which is a PHP function, so it is going to reindex. So you can see it's a 2 and 3, and those values. If I refresh now, it is 0 and 1. Now that's what we need to pass in here. So I'm going to pass this like this. So instead of doing the onLink straight away, I want to show you what we are getting here. So I say here echo, and it is going to get each value once because we are looping through, and I have I here, we need to put j because this loop has $j. So I'm going to save this, and let's see in the browser. Now if here I refresh, we get the people. Let me comment this one so that you can see clearly, and I want to put here a break. Alright, so here we go and refresh. So we get people 19.png, user.png. So we're getting these two names one by one here. So now we know that our files are inside this images folder, so we need to append that here. So what we can do, we can say, all right, so we can say images slash then this. All right, so it's going to have it that way. So if I save this now and I go to browser and I refresh, okay, I need to remove this. So here I refresh, so we get images and that there. So if you see, that's the path to these both images. So this time it is going to delete them because it's getting the proper path. So if I put here on link, and we are providing the proper path to each file, and now we need to remove this break. Alright, so you will see it is going to delete these two files straight away. So what I do here is I simply I'm going to remove this, comment this out, and now I am going to open the folder so you can see it straight away. Now here I refresh the page. So I refresh the page and you can see both the images gone, because each time this loop ran, and first time it deleted first value and the second time second, and because this is the path to the file and we used PHP function on link, which is responsible for deleting files, we maintain and managed to delete all the files in a folder. So this is how you delete a folder, files in a folder. So you can delete a single file just by providing the file name inside unlink function. Now if you have multiple, you can loop through and still use unlink to delete files.
Create an occurrence counter. It's not going to be very simple, but it's going to be a medium level of program. So here is the example. So I have an AWT that is user entering, and user wants to know, okay, if how many times A is coming into the data, how many times W is coming into the data, and T coming into the data. Now user can add any kind of content into this text area, and we are going to calculate accordingly. So when I hit submit, we get string has 3 A's, string has 1 W, and string has 4 T's. So if I go back, you can see that string has 3 A's, so which is 1 here, 1 here, and 1 here. We have 1 W in this whole string, and we have 4 T's. So you can see that the T's are 4 times. So our program is working. You can have a lot of content here. It's going to give us the exact particular proper results. We're going to use some PHP functions and we're going to see best practices. So let's get started. Alright, so I say here HTML to load the boilerplate of HTML we have here now. Now here we want so I will be using a bit of Bootstrap in this so that we don't have to much work on the style part. So I'm just going to paste the Bootstrap link here. Simply it's a CDN. You can include any CDN you like. So give this page a title. Alright, so simply I'm going to create a form now. So here I am going to use some Bootstrap classes. Don't worry much about them. Let me add an HR here first, then we're going to add the form tag. So it's going to, now we need to add the fields. So inside it we need to create a div with the class of form enter letter, and we can give a class of form control. This is a Bootstrap class again. Now here we need to provide a box where a user can put a complete text. So it's a div with the content and ID of content. We can use these IDs when we are working with JavaScript or jQuery, but in this case we are not doing much, so not of that use. So here we say div, and with now also class of looks in the browser. So if I refresh the page, we have our page looking good. Now I missed the offset here, so it's going to be offset. That's why it was not in the middle. I add here the same title. I'm just going to copy this, and here if I go here, refresh, looks fine. Now what we can do here is that now we have the form ready, so we need to work on the process. So when a user submits, how it should work. So first of all, now when a user clicks, we have the name submit, so we are going to put a check on this. So here on the top of the page, I'm going to include the PHP tag. Then we need to do this. So we are going to create an array, so that whenever the letters, each letter, we need to get it uniquely. So if user wants to find like how many times F came in the complete paragraph, so this is a single letter, so I want to create an array for it. So I'm going to say here $letter array, and I'm going to set it to empty for now because we will be setting a few values in it. And for the testing, for the starting, I'm just going to give $content, a dummy content, so that first we check from this, then we are going to check from the input. So I just say some content for testing. Alright, so we are going to find the occurrence in the string, and then we are going to replace the string with the this text area layer afterwards. So here we can check if, so we want to check that if it is not empty, we need user input in the first place. So we say empty, and we can say not empty, and $_post, and it's going to be letter. So we want to proceed if it is not empty, and that's the main point. If we don't have user input, there's no way this program is going to work. So we have the letter array, and I want to put all the letters that we get from user input. So what I can do here is we have the $post, and we are getting this from user, right? So here I'm going to use two PHP functions one by one. So first function is the strings underscore split. Now what this does is it is going to split the string into an array. It is going to convert each character into an array, so that this string we are using, for example, then it is going to turn this into array value 1, this into array value 2, this into array value 3. Let's have a look how it looks. So I'm just gonna say here var dump, and I prefer var dump. You can use printr if you want to, it's totally fine. Now if I go to the browser, now it is taking the letter, so we need to provide user input in there. So refresh, and we get line 11. Sorry about that. Now go here, refresh. Alright, so I say here sum simply, and I hit submit. So you can see that it broke the sum into S. I can zoom for you. So it's going to keep breaking the SOME. So it's an array of 4. So that's what it did to this. Now we want to make sure that it is a unique array. So for example, if I pass here sum and add s at the end, so we have like s twice, and if I submit here, now we have an array of 5 where we have 2 times s, but we want to check for occurrence of s in the paragraph by the user only once. We want to see how many times s came, so we just want to make sure there's only each value once in this array. So we can use another PHP function, and that function is array underscore unique. Now this function, what it does is it is going to simply remove the second occurrence of the character, so you will have a unique array. So let's see what happens. So here I say sum and si at the end of it, I hit submit. we still get array of 4, so it removed the second s, so we have some here in array. Alright, so now we have letter array. Now we need to work on the content. So what we can do here is we can simply say, alright, dollar content array, and what I want to do, I want to use this PHP function again. So split. Now for now we are using this dummy content here, and normally what we need to do is we need to get the content something like this, and we will be doing it once we tested it. So here it's going to be content, but for now I'm going to comment it, and we will make it once the program is working. So I'm just going to get this array of content, going to pass in here, and it is going to give us the array as well. So we can see that, so simply copy this and paste here. Alright, now if we go to the browser and refresh, now you can see that it broke and it's an array of 24. Alright, now we have the both arrays. Now we can do this, and we can use these arrays, and we can loop through them, and we can match how many times each letter comes. So let's see how we can do that. So I'm going to create a variable named final count. So we are going to get the occurrences, and these variables are going to be used for that. And I also want an output, and a particular output that is going to be the number of like how many A's we have. For that I'm going to create output array. So in a moment it's going to be cleared, so don't worry about it. Just we need these two variables so that we can put values in them. So here what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a loop first of all. So it's going to be for each loop, and in this for each loop I'm going to use the letter array because we have less characters in the array, and this is the array of unique characters. So I'm going to copy this and paste here, and I'm going to say as $index, and then the value $letter, and here inside it we have the value. So if I say var dump, so we should be getting the each letter that we user is passing. So let's see how it shows. So, and to see it properly, what I do, I add here echo pre, so that it comes in a visible way. So I don't have any other var dump anywhere, so it's fine. So we should have each letter coming properly. So if I refresh here, so you can see that we have some, and it's SOME, so one by one. So this sum we can use in check. So each time we are getting a single letter, so we can check if this array has that value and how many times this array has that value. So let's see how we can do that. So here we are going to create another loop. It's going to be for loop, and I'm going to say $I is equal to 0, and $I is going to be less than count of, and here we are going to say the content array, so that because we need to run as long as we have the content array have the elements, so we are matching with each content value, and if it is a match we want to do something. So here I'm going to say $I++. Alright, so here now what is going to happen, I'm going to say if $letter. So I'm saying here if $letter, which is these SOME, any of these. So for example, if letter S, so we are saying okay, if letter S is present in this array, like this condition is going to check that. So we're going to say if is equal to $content array, and we are going to pass the index here so that we get each value from this array. so that we are matching. If like if s from this array is present in this array, then we want to do something, and that is something is we are going to increase a counter. So we are going to say counter plus plus. Now we don't have counter set, so we can set a counter here. So we can say $counter is equal to 0. All right, so we have a counter now. Now it is going to increase every time it sees any value that is present in this. All right, so we can put all the coming up output, the counts, in a array so that we can output it. So what we can do here in this case, after this for loop where it ends, and why we are doing it here, because each time a letter changes, this loop runs. So we want to run for the next letter, it is going to change here. So we are going to put here $output. All right, and it is an array, so we're going to say here, all right, put this string has, and we can say the count $counter, and we can give a space here and then the letter. All right, so it's going to tell us how many times the letter is in there. Now we need to set this counter to 0, because when the for each loop runs first time, it is going to check for one character. For example, for each runs here s, then it runs a for loop, then it goes for o in for each, and then it runs the for loop, and then it runs for m, and then it runs the for loop. So each time it is changing the character in the loop in for each, it is going to come here. So here we need to make the counter again 0, so that we can get exactly number how many times that particular character is coming in the string. All right, so we are putting it here just like that. Now we can see this, the output of it. So simply I'm going to copy the output array, and we're going to put here var dump again, and I'm going to paste this inside it. All right, now if I go here and refresh, so you can see that we have array of 4 where it says s comes 2, o 3, 1. This is not right. Let me see here. Actually it is right. So we have s, string has 2 s's, so we have s here and here. Now if I go to the o, we have 3 o's. We have o here, and o here, and then we have m, which is coming once in a string, so it is here, and then we have 3 e's, which is a, and a. So it's coming just fine. Let's display it a bit correctly. So what I do here, as we are already putting it in an array, so we can loop through. So what I'm going to do here, just gonna remove this, and here in the form we can loop through just below the form, where we have the form here. So I'm gonna say here starting PHP tag, and inside this PHP tag we are going to start if condition, and it's going to be is set, and we're going to say $output array. All right, so we have output array and there is value in it. So for each this output array, and we can say as $output simply, and then we can here display it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to close the PHP tag, start the PHP tag again, and here we're going to say it's a small tag from HTML. I'm going to give it a class of alert, and we're going to say info. All right, and inside it we want to start another PHP tag again, and simply we are going to echo the dollar output, and that's it. So if I go here and refresh, resend, and we get this string has 2 S's, 3 O's, and 1 M, and 3 E. Now we want to make sure that we are calculating these letters from this text, so we need to replace in our code this. So we are getting the content from here, so I'm just gonna comment this line, and here we can also put a check that if the both of the fields are not empty. So if I say here end, now I can see here, okay, we need the value from both. All right, so let's do that. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna check this now. So I go here and refresh. Now here I'm gonna say A, and here I'm gonna say awesome. Let's see, submit, and we get 3 times. Was it 3 times? So yeah, we have a here, here, and here 3 times. So if I say A W T, so submit, we get 3 A's, 1 W, 4 T's. So if I go back, you can see that we have 4 T's here, here, and here, and 1 W here. So yeah, our code is working just fine. We can use it. I'm going to leave this code file in the description. You can download it, you can even improve it, or if you have a better way to do it, or you want to do it something, you're totally free to do. Register and can add a user image and have a user profile. So if I log in here, we have this home page where we are showing the user welcome, and user can go user profile. User can delete the user image and can delete the profile as well. So I want to extend this, and what I'm going to do in this one is that I'm going to include on home page going to be an image gallery. So if user uploads multiple images, user will be able to see images here, and we are going to show those images as well as in user profile, so that user, if uploads 10 images and user wants to remove few of them and change few of them, user can do it. We are going to add that edit functionality in the user profile page. So if you want to follow along, you should watch that videos about the login system, and the link is in the description. This is the video, and you can also download the code that I'm going to use, because this user login is already created. We are going to take it to the next level. We're going to implement the gallery inside it. So this code before adding the gallery and after adding the gallery will be is available to download, so you can download without any problem. And about the project structure, we have assets, config. In assets we have CSS, image, JS. We are not using JS so far till now. In config we have the DB, which is the database connection. Then we have includes, where we have header, navigation, styles.php. Now we also have a few pages, login, register, and user profile. Now also in processes, we are dealing with each process. So whenever a user login, there is a process file for it. User deleting the profile, there is a file for it which is dealing with it. Alongside we have the public directory where we are uploading the user data. So user images we are going to store in this public directory, and the index.php, which is the main page for this application. So currently we are showing in the page when the user comes, welcome, username, and the user image. So if I go here into my user and all that. So what do we want to do? We want to create a way to upload images first of all before working on this page. So I'm going to go into the user profile. So in the pages user profile, and in the user profile here we are going to create a form, and I want to do it right here, and this portion
here so that user can add images to the gallery. So let's do that. So if I go to here, so we're using Bootstrap. So Bootstrap is basically row. So when you create a div with the class of row, you can have a block and you can divide it in several parts. So we have dividing it in column-6, which is half. So that's the reason we are saying here half portion here, half portion here. So if I want to add another portion, I would need to add a div of ID row here. So to do that, I'm going to go here and I'm going to collapse this. So we have title and row. Now here I'm going to add div with the class of row. Now I'm using Bootstrap just to save some time in styling part. We don't want to spend too much time in styling the offset because we need two forms. One is going to be going to show us the option to upload, and another going to be where user can edit. So we can create two divs. So I'm going to say here, alright, let's see how it looks. If I go here and refresh, we are getting two, and bottom below this we are going to show. Now what I want to do, I want to add then a HR, which is going to separate it a bit. However, designing wise, it's not that real word thing because you might have a different page for it. But for now, to see the functionality how PHP using PHP we can deal with this, you get the idea. So this is user profile page, so we want everything in here. Now I also want to add a bit title here to and that it shows that what exactly this is. So let's do that. So I go to the above row, column-6 here, and so I go to the browser. Alright guys, so I added the styles behind the scenes. So when going to download the project files without gallery in the zip, in the description, you will get user file something, profile page, something like this. And so we need to create a form here under add image to gallery. So I go to the browser in the text editor. So we have two divs here, column-6, and this is the one where I have add images. So I'm going to create a form here. So I'm going to create a form, and then we need to call the method. When I add the image, I want to add the title of the image as well as some description alongside when we are going to show the image. So let's do that. So I do image title. Alright, so yeah, this is the first field. Now we need description. So, and I want to name it image description, and same ID. However, we are not using the ID, so maybe in coming videos we might do something with it. So just like that. Now again, we need another input, so I'm going to put here image. Alright, let's see. Now the final is the button. It's going to be bdn info. Let's see how it looks. So if I go to the browser, refresh, so we have this here. Okay, we don't see text area very well, so I think the class is not working there. So I didn't add the class, so we need to add it. Alright, now if I can see, it should be better. Alright, so we can upload an image, add description, let's add placeholder. And yeah, it should look better. So let's deal with this now. We need to work. So when user uploads an image, it should go and upload straight away. So for doing that, I'm going to go and I'm going to create a process file for this. So here we are going to say, alright, we need to work on gallery. So what I do inside process, I'm going to create a directory, and this is going to be gallery.
So if you have a large project, a big project, you will have this kind of structure of further directories for particular functionality. In this case, we have a functionality that is going to deal with gallery only, so we can create a separate directory for it. So here, currently I'm in user profile, so we need to get out of one directory. Then processes. Inside processes, we are going to go into gallery. We upload image to gallery.php. Now we can say here the same. I'm just going to copy the name from here and I'm going to paste in here. .php. Alright, so as we always do in the process files, the starting is starting a session and checking if it is coming from a submit and including a database. So these three things I just want to add in this file straight away. Alright, so here, now what I can do, now if I go to user profile, this form that we are submitting, the name, and here we have to provide a name, so we say that it is submitting from gallery, and we can check for this. Okay, and echo this file correctly, so if I refresh, and when I hit this, we get we are going to that file, which is perfectly fine. Now we have to set the paths here. Paths are not correct, so, and let's see why. So here we are checking get one folder out. Now in this case we are inside another directory, inside process, then gallery, so we need to put this twice. So we will be getting out of gallery folder, then processes folder, then we will be going in config, and then there is db. So that's how it's going to work. So it should resolve this error. So from gallery we are getting, that's fine. Now the title, and we have the description, so I'm just gonna put here, and this is going to be files. Now let's get the names. So here first is the image title, so I'm just going to copy this here. The second is image description. I'm going to copy and paste in here. Now for the input of image, we have gallery image. I'm going to put in here. Alright, so just going to save these, and here let's put these into first we check and then put the variable. So here what I say a. So we're going to do something the similar way. I'm going to copy and paste these twice. Alright, now here I'm going to check if image description, and here gallery image, and here it's going to be $_files. Now here once we know that image title is there, we can create a variable image title, and we can put the data after filtering. So we use the function mysqli _real_escape string, and we pass this. Now we need to pass the connection first, so $connection, comma, and then the image title. Alright, so I'm just gonna collapse this here. Okay, so we have this set up here the same way we need the description. I'm just gonna copy and paste it here. This is going to be image description this time, and now if we have the image set, we can get the values as well. So in this case we need to see what values we are getting. So we can see gallery image has what values in it. So let's see what happens. So if I go to the browser, and here we are going to refresh the page. Now I'm going to put some title, and upload image. We get I'm going to remove this from here, from all of here simply, and refresh the page. We need to include ink type as well, so multi-part form data. When we deal with images, this is important. And so if it's set, then var dump should work. It should display because I removed it from dump. So if the image is set, it should print. Alright, both files are saved. I go to browser, refresh. Go back and refresh here. So some title, upload image, and we have the data. So now it's working. So to print the data properly, to see what values are there, let's echo. So we are going to refresh. So we are getting the image name, image type. So if I'm going to zoom in, so we have the temp name, we have error, and size. So these all parameters we require to use. So if I go to the text editor, we are going to catch all these values straight away. So $gallery image, and we need to pass that name because we are getting inside it. Now I'm going to copy this line so we get type. So we're going to get the type. So we can say here image type. Now I want this to be camel case, and then we're gonna put here size. So if the image is set, only then these variables are going to set. That's why we are putting this if condition here. Now I'm going to expand this. Alright, so we have all these values. So now we can deal with the processing of this file. I get $image title. And to put a function here, string to lower. It's a PHP function, so we want to make sure we are putting the right way. So that this is going to insert the name there, and we have title, description, image name. All right. Now here we can process the upload. So to do that, first I'm going to check the extension. So first we need to break the file type because here we are getting the extension. So let's do that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get the image type, and I'm going to say here a function explode, and explode with slash, and the parameter is this. Now if I go here, $extension array, now we can see that what exactly values we are getting there. So var dump, and we are going to pass the extension array. This. Alright, so let's see. So if I go to the browser, refresh the page, we get two values in array. First is image and second in PNG. So we are dealing with a PNG file. So we can check using a PHP function end. If I wrap it with this function and save, and I go to the browser again and refresh, you get the last value of array straight away. So this is a shortcut of finding the last array value and PNG. So here we are going to put a condition straight away. So it's going to be if, and we want to copy this, is equal to PNG. Just going to check for that. So these files are with these extensions. Else we can simply return using header function, and we need to pass the location. Then we need to go, we will be inside processes. Then again, now this time we are going to be outside processes. Then we can go inside pages and user profile. So here, pages / user profile.php. Alright, so we need something like this. Simply what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this, and we are going to go inside the div where we are adding the images under the form. Here below this form, I'm going to give the headers, or whatever the case. So here I open the PHP tag, and then we have the is it success. In this case, it's going to be error, and if the error is this, so we're going to say invalid image type, and we can give the error to user only JP, and we're going to put it here. So we're going to pass error equals this. Alright, now if the image type is correct, if we have the PNG or JPG, what we need to do, we need to check the size this time. So to check the size, we can use the file size straight away. So the currently file size that we are getting is here, and if I say here var dump, put this file size. So now we have the size here in bytes. So if we want to check the size in MBs, we can simply say here, like if, so 1 MB is equal to, so this is the size in bytes for 1 MB, and our size, the image size, is far less than that. So if I say here, if image size is less than 1 MB, so this is going to be that condition here, and then we are going to do this, else we're going to do this. So you might want to set more than 1 MB or anything, you can do that way. So for now, I'm just going to put it here this way, and valid image size. And this is the error we want to show to the user here. So here I'm going to say, else, and because it's image size, I copy this and paste here, and it's going to be only now you might want more size, you can change it according to your requirements. So for 1 MB it's fine. If it is less than 1 MB, then we are going to give error. Now here we can go further and start uploading. Now we go to the web page here. If I go back, so we are dealing when the user is logged in. So here is the user profile page. So user is Mark, and he uploads only when he's on this page. So when user logs in, we are setting a variable, which is a session variable. So if I go to the login process and look for user ID, we are setting a session variable here. So we need to use this because if you remember in login process and in the adding user image into the profile, we added a functionality where user uploads a user image, and we are saving image according to the user ID. So each user will have a unique ID, and there are going to be unique files inside that particular directory. So what I'm going to do here in this case, we are going to use the same methodology. We are going to use the session user ID because user is logged in already, so we can use this here. So I say I'm just going to paste it here. So what we need to do for image gallery, so for example, each user has a unique images inside the user images. So
if I see here, if I say echo, let's see what user ID we have right now. So save this, go here, and I put some title, same here, browse, image, upload. So we get 2. So we have 2. So what we need to do, we need to create another folder inside it, and we want to, I want to say gallery or something like that. So gallery images or something like that. So I'm not going to do it this way. I'm just going to delete this from here. So we want to do it through PHP. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say, okay, first check if we have a directory. So we're going to say if is underscore dir. It's a PHP function which is going to check for the directory. Now what we want to check here is that if the directory is not present. So if I'm going to say not, and here if I go, so because we are in this file and it isn't a gallery directory, so we need to put path carefully. So dot dot dash slash and then gallery, then slash. So we are now in processes, so we need to put processes here, processes, and after processes we need to go into public, because we have public then user ID. So we say here public slash user images, because we have user images here, and then the each user. So for each user I need to put here dot, and we are going to use this variable this time, and I'm going to cut this and need to paste in here, then concatenate, and then a slash. Alright, so we're checking if this directory is not present there. Currently it is present there, so we have user ID 2. So if it is not present there, then we are going to command to create this directory. So here you're going to say mkdir, which is a PHP function to create directory, and we are going to provide the paths to this directory. So we're just going to copy this and paste in here. I don't need slash in this one, but we need it at the bottom one. Here we say comma 077, which is going to set the permission. So this is going to check, okay, if the user folder is there, which is this number 2. Now we want to create another folder inside it. So if this directory is not present, created, else, that means we have the directory. We want to create mkdir, and we want to create another directory which is going to be inside it. So it's going to be user gallery images. Alright, so all looks fine here. We need to check what happens, so let's see. Okay, so let's do that. So I go to the browser and I refresh, resend, and we go to the directory. We don't have that directory. So what I did, I said make directory. Now this is going to be 077 here, and go back and refresh from start. I go back here and refresh, and then we add some content here, add an image, upload an image, make there no such directory in line 39. Line 39 is this one.
So I made a mistake here. If you see here, so when we are in this file and we want to create directory in here, so we need to get out of the gallery folder. We are doing it here. Then we need to get out of the processes folder, but I said gallery here, which is not right. So we need to say dot dot here, and the same way we need to say dot dot here, the same way here as well. So now we are saying get out of processes folder. Now once you're out of processes, then we want to user to go in public, and alright, to folder out, then it goes to public, then there is user images, and this time it should work. Let's see. So we go here, refresh, so we get PNG, no error there. If I go to the folder, we get user gallery images. You can see that inside the user 2. So we just successfully created a folder here. Now here, what we can do, we can upload the image straight away. So to do that, what we need to do, we need to first check if this directory exists. So I'm going to say here if not is underscore dir. So we're creating the directory here. So but we still need to check it if it is there. So I'm just going to select the path. Now, if you can see here, I passed the permission here, but not here. But it's a good idea if I pass it here too. But that's totally up to you. This function runs without it as well. So here, if is dir, and this function takes the path to the file. All right. So what do we want to do? We want to upload the image. So to upload the image, we need we can say $new image name is equal to, and it's going to be, so we can say here the path to the directory. So I'm just going to copy the path, and in the variable we can say with path. Alright, you can call it anything as you like, but I prefer this. So I'm saying that okay, this is the complete path to the file, and dot, then we're going to provide the image name, which is, we have the image name right here, which is string to lower, so it's going to be lowercase, and I need to put it here. Alright, now this is the point where we use the PHP function. And let's do that. So we're going to do move underscore uploaded. All right, and it's going to be file. Now it's going to take two parameters. First, it's going to be $temp name. So we are setting the temp name here, image temp name, and I'm going to put it here. And the second parameter is going to be the file path with the file name. So here we have it. So we're going to copy this and paste in here. All right. So currently we are just uploading the image straight away, just to see if it is working or not. So I refresh the page, and we get that error file exists for line 41. Okay, it's saying that. Let me see if it uploaded it. Yeah, it uploaded the image. What happened is we are saying straight away that create this directory, but there is this directory present already. So we need to say it in else condition actually here, so that if directory is not present, then do this. We are doing it here straight away, so it's gonna give error. Alright, so far so good. We have our image uploaded there into the user image gallery. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to download a few images, and then we're going to put the images into database as well. Let's do that now. Now we are uploading the image perfectly fine. To add and display these images as gallery, we need to store these images in database as well. So what I do, I go to the So to see which database we are connected to, we can go in config db, and here login system is the database. And if I go there, so login system is here, we have currently users table in it. So to work with the images, I'm going to create another table, and it's going to be gallery. So I'm going to give it a name of gallery. Now in gallery, what we're going to use, we're going to first going to have an ID with auto increment and primary, so that ID stays unique each time. And then we need the image, or we can simply say title. Now title, I want it to be varchar. It's going to be 250 characters. Then we need description. I want it to be varchar as well, and I want it to be 250 max. Now description can be nullable. We can set it to null, or default value can be nullable. Okay, so if we won't provide the description, still we will be able to save the data. It's not important. It's something that if you provide, then fine. If don't provide, that's all right. Now we need to add the image name. So it's going to be image underscore name, or we can say image file underscore name. So it's going to be varchar as well, 250. Now we need one more column, and I'm going to add here. So here it's going to be created underscore at, so we see what time. Now here I'm going to add the timestamp. So it's going to be time stamp. So it's going to add that by default current timestamp. All right, the gallery table looks just fine. Now I'm going to save this. So we have these fields, so now we can go ahead and work with these. So I go to the code editor, and here I'm going to go into our file where we are uploading the image here. Now here we want to run an SQL. So I say $SQL, which is going to be equal to, and what we want to do is insert. So we say insert into we have gallery, and we need to provide the values that we are inserting. So values. So the fields we have is title, comma, description, comma, image underscore file underscore name. All right, for the created date we have timestamp set, so it's not going to create any problem. It will take the time automatically, and ID will be generated dynamically, so we don't need to provide ID. So these three fields we need to care about. So if I go actually we can even show the image size as well, so let's add that too, because generally in most galleries you see the image size. So what I do to add another column, we have here option add. We can define how many columns you want. I would say 1, and it should be after image file name. So after I say go, so here we say image underscore size. All right, I want it to be varchar 2 250 and save. Okay, so we have now structure bit change image size as well, so we need to implement it here as well. So I say comma image underscore size. All right, so we can insert the image size now. So let's do that. So values going to be the variables that we need to pass. So I'm just going to break it so we can see it easily. And for providing the values, let's see, first is title. So we have a title here. I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to paste in here. The comma. Then we have the second value is description. So we have image description showing up here. third is image file name. So file name is the name we are passing here, image name. So just need to pass that here. And finally we need to pass the size, so we have that variable as well. Image size, it's here. Copy and paste here. Alright, looks good. Let's see if this query works for us. So here, what are we gonna do? MySQLi underscore query. First parameter is always connection. Second is $SQL. Alright, so we want to say that $result. So we want to upload image if this is true. So we say result. Okay. Because if image is not in database, there is no point of uploading that image. So we're gonna put here. And once we upload and everything done, we can redirect back to the user to the page where user is uploading from, so that we can show that okay, image uploaded successfully. So here we say we can even put else here. So I'm gonna say here I need to cut this and put in here as well as here. Alright, so here we are going to say alright, image moved to the directory. Then we are going to say a message of success. Image uploaded. This is going to be error. It's going to be image upload failed. Alright, so let's check there. I go here. First we need to set an error, so I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to say else, and here we need to remove this else here. So here we have the image upload failed, and I'm going to put that here and the same image upload failed. Alright, now we need to check for success message. So if is set $_get, and we will pass here success. Now if it is success, now we can use this if condition. I can put here. The only thing we need to change is the success. Going to be here, and image uploaded. So image uploaded successfully. Alright, now it's going to be success in that case. Okay, so it should all be fine now. I'm hoping this goes well. Alright, let's see what happens if we have some error. We'll fix it. So I go to the browser, into the app, and refresh the page. So I'm going to give an image name, this image upload. We get unexpected $47. Let's see what happened here. 47. So in query I'm using single quote, and that is might be creating an issue here. So we need to put double quote in here and single quotes when we pass the variables. So here and ending with this. Okay, so insert into gallery, title these, and values are these. So let's see if it works this time. So if I go back to the browser and refresh, resend, we got the success message image uploaded here on top. If I go to database, browse, we got the image here. Let's see, folder, and we have the image uploaded here as well. The only thing we didn't get is the success message, and that's weird. Let's check what happened here. So I go to code, and here we are checking for if it said success. Alright, I made a mistake, really sorry about that. So I'm checking here if it said get error, and that if condition, I have this if it said success inside that condition. That's why it's not displaying. So we need to put it outside. So it's going to be like this, success message. Now we have the image uploaded successfully. However, it is showing quite at the bottom, so we need to do something about that. And yeah, that's cool. Let's see. So here we can say, so this is a class now, and here we can give style. So let's see here, refresh. So we have it like looking fine. Alright, so we just inserted one. Let's add another. Now I select this image and upload, and we get success uploaded. I go here, we get the image there, and that looks just fine. And we are getting the image size as well, so we can display it accordingly. So now the next thing we need to do is we need to display these images into the gallery page. So sorry, on the home page actually here. So let's do that. To display images on the home page, we need to go into the index.php, because that is the page which is responsible for it. Now here currently we are showing the data based on user login or not, so we can display images if the user is logged in, just like that. So here we can run our code. So I'm going to put here nhr, and we got all from gallery, where now we're just gonna put it straight away. Now there are two things. We can even add a user ID here, so that is actually necessary, because this way any image we add is going to display to all users. So let's correct that. So I simply go here into this, and we need to add another column here simply. So what I do, I go into the phpMyAdmin structure, and after image size we need to add a column. After image size, go, and it's going to be user underscore ID. Alright, it's going to be integer. Save, browse. Now we have that. Now we currently have 0. So if I go here in our code, so here what we need to do, we need to say another field. It's going to be user underscore ID. Alright, so user ID going to have the session user ID. That's what we need to pass in the user ID. So I can put this session variable, and I'm going to pass this variable into the value. So here a comma, and that's it. Alright, so what I do, I add another image, and that image going to include the user ID to this third image, and then we can update these images too. So let's do that. So I simply refresh the page here and see if it all works. So on here, add an image, upload image, and we getting invalid image. So try another one. Another image. Upload, image uploaded, browse, and we have another image. So we have user ID set to 2. So previous images are also added by user 2. So I'm gonna paste here. All right. Okay, so we have the 3 images. Now let's go to home, and here we are going to show these. So select all from gallery where user underscore ID equals, now we want to say here $logged. All right, let's see what happens. We say MySQLi underscore query, the first parameter $connection, and the second is SQL, and we're gonna say gallery results. All right, so here we are going to check if this fires completely fine. So say if fetch underscore array, we're going to pass the variable here too, and here we can print the value. So I'm just going to do var dump, and I'm going to pass the $row. I want to see it properly, so I say echo and pre. Save this. Let's see what happens. So we go to the page here, refresh, and we have the data coming. That's great. So we are getting it. So we have ID, we have title, we have description, we have image file name, image file size. So let's see how we want to display it. So to do that, what I want to do, I want to break this. Okay. And div class card. So we need to put the logged in user like this, and then the user gallery image, and then the file name. So all this here, let's see how it looks. So if I go to browser and refresh, we have an issue with size now. So because it's going too big, so we can do this is, so we need to remove this echo pre from here, and we can give it a width of 300 and maybe height of 180. Let's see. So I go here, refresh. So we are getting our images here. That's good. Now we want to print the name, title, everything alongside. So we need to work on that. I did some designing with the Bootstrap behind the scenes, so images are looking fine now. Now if I go to the text editor, we need to also display the title as well as the description about each image. So let's do that. So here I'm going to put h4, and we can simply pass the PHP tags here, and we can echo the title for this image. So here after the image I want to put a p tag, and this p tag we want to put the description. Let's see how it looks. So go to browser and refresh. We have the image title as well as image description. So if I go to user profile, I say add another image. Let's take this one, upload. We get image uploaded successfully. I go to the home page. Now we have 4th image showing up there. So we have the images showing here. Now what we can do is we can go ahead and work on the image edit, because we have these images. If your user wants to remove few of these images, what the user can do. So we need to add the delete image in here. So let's do that. So For that, we need to go into the, I'm going to close this index.php, and here in the user profile, now when I scroll down, we were working on add images, so I'm going to collapse this. So here above, we are going to work. So first of all, we need to have images. So to have the list of images, we need to fetch all the images. So for that, we need to start at PHP. And we can do simply as we did in the index. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy the code from there. So I go to the index again, and if you see, we are doing all this. We are getting the images, and then we're displaying images, so we can actually copy this. So I'm just going to copy this, and here I'm going to paste it. Alright, now this time things will be a bit different. We have logged in user, added image, selected image from where user logged in is. We have this. Now we are displaying images like this here. So I'm going to remove these, even the title, and as well as the description. Alright, these divs are not required. I'm going to put, and height going to be 80 as well. Let's see what happens. Are we getting any error or not? Let's see. So if I go to the browser, refresh, we get 4, inspect. Yeah, the path of image is going to be changed now, so we need to correct that. So I go here. So we are inside user profiles, so we need to get out of one directory, and here refresh, we have our images now. So we need to add a way to delete. Put it here. We need to put every image inside an li, and there we need to put it like that. Okay, so list item it is now. So us, it's going to be list dash group, and each li I want to give another class here. It's going to be list dash group dash item. Let's see how it looks now. So if we go to the browser and refresh, we have images showing like this. Now we can add a button which is going to remove each of images if user wants to delete an image. So for that, I'm going to put here method going to be post, and the process file. So we need to go into the processes. Do we have gallery, and inside gallery I create a file, remove image from gallery.php. Now I'm just gonna rename and copy the name, and I'm going to pass it there, /. So we are one folder out, then processes. Inside processes we have gallery, and inside gallery we have this file where we want to send. Now we need to give this button a name. So we say remove gallery image, and we can check for this. So if I go here, we are going to, I'm just going to copy the session start and this here. And as we are giving this button this name, we need to check for this button. So I'm going to put in here. Alright, so we are having database included. and we are in the gallery directory, so the DB will be included as well. So here we need to check for we need to remove that particular image. So if I go to the user profile, at each image here, and we can pass the ID. So here we can say div with the class, actually straight away the input, and hidden name is equal to be image ID, value is equal to be the value of image. So if you remember, we are selecting everything here, select all from gallery, so we should be getting the ID as well, so we can pass that ID here in the value. So we simply say PHP echo $row, and we need to pass the ID in it, and we gotta close the PHP tag. So this should be working. So if I go back and refresh and inspect this, so if you see here, we have form, and then we have value 1, and the second li form value 2. So we are getting the ID for each image here. So we can catch this ID. So let's do that. So in code editor, I go to here, and I'm going to say $_post. We are catching user ID. I think that's the name I gave it. Image ID. Okay, it's the image ID. So we say if is set image ID, do this. So we don't want to run SQL straight away here. $SQL is equal to delete from gallery where ID equals, and we are going to put this into $image ID, like this, and I'm going to pass this in here. Alright, so we're going to say MySQLi underscore query, and we want to pass the connection /$SQL. Now if we are deleting it from database, we want to remove it from directory as well, from the folder. So we say $removed file, and we can check for this now. So we're going to say here if $removed file, then we need to delete this file from the folder. So the folder path, if you remember, it's public user images. So we could say here $path, or you might say file path. So we are in remove images, so we need to go into 2 folders out, so that it's going to be, first time it will be out of gallery folder, then it's going to be out of processes folder, then public. So we need to put here public, then user images, then we need to provide the user ID. So we are starting the session here, so we can use the session variable. So I used the session here for user ID, so I'm going to use the same way here as well. So I'm going to put here, and we're going to use this variable, and I'm just going to pass this, and then
slash, because we are here now, user images. So inside user ID we have user gallery images. So we need to go there, user gallery images, and inside it we have the file. So we need the image name now, because we're getting the image ID here. We're checking the image ID here. The same way we need the image name. So for that, what we can do, we can go into the user profile. The way we pass the image ID, the similar way I'm going to pass the image name as well. So you can use multiple times these, and I'm going to say name. It's going to be hidden, and it's going to have image underscore file underscore name. Let's see if that is the correct name. So it's here. So yeah, you're getting it. Now this is going to be passed as well. So if I go here, so I can also check that. So I'm going to copy this. Now this is going to be name, and we need to pass what we are getting from here. So we are getting image file name. Actually, we're getting this image name, so I'm going to copy this image name. So we have this variable now, and that's going to join here. Alright, so now we have the file path and I want to remove this image. So we simply can say unlink. So it's a PHP function, so we say unlink. And we need to pass the $file path. Alright, so if this is successful, we want to redirect the user. So we want to redirect back using header function. We pass the location. The location going to be one folder out for this. Then we need to go, once we are out of processes, we need to go into pages and user profile. So pages / user profile.php and success, and we can say image deleted. Alright, we can say here gallery image deleted, and simply exit. Okay, so let's check for this error. Success message. So I go here, and here I'm going to check for this message just where we have this. So we're going to put here PHP tag again. Now this is happening in while loop, so we can't do inside while loop, otherwise it's going to do it multiple times. And so we need to see here where we have this list UL ending, and after that here we can start a PHP tag and another PHP tag, and then if is set success $_get. It's going to be success, and we're going to check if
$_get success is equal to this, then we can give a success message here. Alright, it's going to be, I'm going to give it a class of bootstrap, alert success, and here image removed successfully. Alright, I'm just gonna, okay, let's see what happens now if I go here and refresh. We have images showing up. Let's delete one. I go to remove image, but it's not redirecting. And if I go here, I think it deleted the image, but it deleted it. It's not redirecting us back. So let's see. So I go here. Okay, I did not save this, so that's issue. So I save this now, and let's refresh again. Okay, I delete this. Image removed. We are redirected back here. And if I go in here, we have two images. Those two here. Remove. That image is gone. I go to home. Single image. I delete this. Image removed. Home. There is no image. Now you want to add image gallery. Not that advanced, but we have the images here. And we are images here, so we can add the images and delete the images. We are going to extend it as well, so that this is good enough. So I'm going to just leave it here, so we have the gallery functionality working.